Su Jiang is a freshman who accidentally awakens the system. Host. Please confess to a person of the opposite sex within 30 seconds. If the task fails, you will die immediately. In desperation, Su Jiang confessed to the class flower and row in front of the whole class. Jiangdu City. Jiangdu University. In a classroom. Let's set the radius of the big circle to R1. And the radius of the small circle to R2. According to the intersecting chord theorem, we can get the following equation. On the podium, Teacher Zhang Yu was concentrating on explaining a graph problem. The chalk in his hand was flying on the blackboard. And a series of difficult formulas and symbols were written on the blackboard like ghosts. Under the podium, the students were dreaming drowsily. Of course, it was mainly Su Jiang's deskmate, Wang Xiang, who was dreaming. His head rested lightly on the desk. His eyes were closed. And there was a satisfied smile on the corner of his mouth. A slight snoring sound came from Wang Xiang's nose. Su Jiang was speechless. And he wanted to beat this deskmate to death. Let's just say that although Lao Zhang's lectures were indeed boring, sleeping was excusable. But aren't you snoring too much? The key is that your snoring affects my sleep. That's right. Su Jiang was also one of those who slept. Zhang Yu was a very strict teacher. In his class, few people dared to sleep. If they were caught, they would lose points. But Zhang Yu didn't care much about him sleeping, because Su Jiang's grades were too good. When he was admitted to Jiangdu University as the top student in Jiangdu City, Su Jiang was far ahead of others in basic university courses. His scores in the baseline test were also the first in the whole school. Old Zhang was so busy supporting him that sleeping was a small matter. Children grow up. Lack of sleep. Right? Just when Su Jiang covered his ears and was about to force himself to sleep, a voice sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the system and starting the novice task. Please wait. The task is being selected. Su Jiang raised his head suddenly. And the sleepiness that had surged because of the class instantly disappeared, replaced by a pair of extremely bright and expectant eyes. System? He was ecstatic. Isn't this the golden finger that often appears in those online novels? Su Jiang has read many online novels and knows what the emergence of the system means. What immortal cultivation! A sword to open the sky. The rise of a young man. These scenes that once existed only in his fantasy are now happening to him. Is it finally my turn? He. Su Jiang murmured in a low voice. Although he didn't know what task the system would give him, he couldn't wait to start his extraordinary life. After waiting for a while, Su Jiang finally heard the voice of the system again. Novice task selection completed. Host. Please confess to a person of the opposite sex within 30 seconds. If the task is successful, you will get the novice reward. Special reminder, if the novice task fails, the host will die immediately. Countdown starts, 30, 29, 28. Su Jiang? What's going on? Is your novice task serious? No. Is your system serious? No. Where the hell do I have time to care whether you are serious or not? The voice in my mind was like a death countdown. When Su Jiang reacted, half of the 30 seconds had passed. Bang! Su Jiang stood up and looked around for his target. This action immediately attracted the attention of the whole class. Wang Xiang, his deskmate, opened his eyes in a daze. Lao Su, what are you doing? Lao Zhan was a little unhappy about his lecture being interrupted. But when he saw that the person who stood up was Su Jong, he immediately relaxed his mentality. He kept reminding himself in his heart, this is the first in the school. Be tolerant and treat him well. Then he showed a smile that he thought was gentle. Su Jang, you are not feeling well. Before he finished speaking, Su Jong walked straight to the first row and faced a girl with a serious expression. 9, 8, 7, 6. Student in row. I like you. Can you be my girlfriend? As soon as Su Jong finished speaking, the atmosphere in the whole classroom froze instantly. Lao Zhang? The whole class? Congratulations to the host for completing the novice task and obtaining the novice reward. Please open it later. At this time, the system's voice sounded in Su Jong's mind. But he had no time to care about it, because the focus of the whole class was on him and Enro. In the silence, only Enro was slightly surprised, and then asked, what do you like about me? Su Jong suddenly felt a little embarrassed. He just wanted to complete the task and was not really prepared to answer this question. He gritted his teeth, glanced down involuntarily, and then stammered, like your legs. Very white? How the hell do I know what I like about you? Su Jong only knew that Enro was the person in the class who was least likely to accept his confession. So he deliberately chose her. No. Because Su Jang is really popular. Very popular in school. Excellent grades and handsome looks, which makes him the ideal object in the hearts of many girls. Su Jang is afraid that he will choose a girl to confess, and then the other party will accept it, so that he will not end well in the future. Although Enro is the recognized class flower in the class, she is also popular. But Su Jang remembered that someone once said that Enro didn't seem to be interested in boys. So if he was rejected, he could avoid the subsequent embarrassment and trouble. I'll find a chance to apologize to Enro later. And the key is that Enro's legs are really white. Every time I see her wearing a short skirt or shorts, even Su Jang will unconsciously take a few more glances. As soon as Su Jang said this, the whole class fell into shocked silence. And then the classmates began to whisper, Brother Su is awesome. Fuck. Su Jong actually likes Enro. No wonder he usually ignores those girls. Confessing in front of the whole class. I admire Su Jian. Stop talking. Lao Zhang's face is so dark. Sure enough, Lao Zhang's face has become extremely ugly. He frowned, as if he wanted to eat Su Jian alive, and shouted loudly, Su Jian, get out of here. This roar was like thunder, making the whole class quiet down. Su Jiang was also startled by this sudden roar. He was stunned for a few seconds, then ran out with his head down, as obedient as a little chicken. As soon as he walked out of the classroom door, he heard a sentence from Lao Zhang behind him, you study on your own. Bang! The classroom door was slammed shut. It was obvious that Lao Zhang was going to have a one-on-one chat with Su Jiang. Without the teacher, the classroom exploded instantly. The students' discussions were one after another, all discussing Su Jiang's amazing operation. Su Jiang really went all out this time. He confessed in front of the whole class. It's so exciting. Yes. This can be regarded as news in Jiangda. It is estimated that it will spread throughout the school. Will Enro agree? I think she seems to be interested in Su Jiang too. It's hard to say. Enro usually looks quite cold and may not be interested in Su Jiang. and Rose sat in her seat. And the noise around her seemed to have nothing to do with her. She turned her head slightly and looked out the window. The sun shone on her face, reflecting her beautiful face, and a smile rose at the corner of her mouth. Her legs are very white, she whispered to herself, revealing a teasing tone in her voice. Ha ha. I'll let you know tonight that my legs are not only white, but also very good at kicking. Pa! A crisp sound of slapping the table echoed in the silent office. Su Jiang? Are you crazy? Do you think you can do whatever you want? With good grades? In the office, Lao Zhang was shaking with anger, pointing at Su Jiang with a look of disappointment. In the past, Su Jiang would occasionally take a nap in class, and Lao Zhang would always turn a blind eye to it. But today's incident is completely different in nature. To put it mildly, it is disrespect for teachers. And to put it more seriously, it is contempt for school rules and regulations and promoting unhealthy trends. Once this matter gets to the ears of the leaders, it will be difficult to explain. He felt a deep sense of powerlessness. Su Jiang lowered his head, and stood in front of Lao Zhang like a little chicken. Lao Zhang, listen to my explanation. What did you call me? Ahem. Teacher Zhang. Su Jiang secretly slapped himself in the face. He was used to calling him that, so it was easy to say this time. There is a reason for this. The reason is, Su Jiang's brain was working fast. In this situation, he didn't know what excuse to use. I can't tell Lao Zhang about the system. Right? Su Jiang couldn't think of any excuses for a while. So he just went all out and gritted his teeth. The reason is that I want to fall in love. Ha? Lao Zhang was confused. You have been holding it in for a long time. And you just said this to me? You have confessed in front of the whole class. How can I not know that you want to fall in love? Ha? Lao Zhang pressed his chest, took a deep breath with difficulty, and then slowly exhaled, trying to calm his excited mood. Don't get angry. It's not worth it to hurt your body. This is just a mistake made by the student. And he still has the responsibility to guide him back to the right path. Su Jiang watched Lao Zhang take a deep breath cautiously, his eyes full of anxiety and uneasiness, and asked tentatively, You don't believe it? Puff. Lao Zhang's breath, which had just calmed down, was instantly disordered again, and he widened his eyes. I don't believe it? I don't dare to believe it. Alas. Su Jiang, I understand that it is normal for boys of your age to have some adolescent throbbing. But you confessed in front of so many people. Did you take me seriously? Did you take the school's rules seriously? He paused and continued. Besides, you are now in the first year of college, and academic performance is crucial to your future employment. Lao Zhang started PUA again. For freshmen, he always used this rhetoric to put pressure on them. Teacher, I think my grades are fine. What about Enro? She ranked second in the school in the baseline test. Su Jiang responded calmly. Lao Zhang was speechless. And he didn't expect this for a while. Damn. How come both of you have such good grades? Su Jiang's good grades are entirely due to his hard work. In order to relax earlier, he finished learning all the knowledge of the freshman year in advance. Judging from the current grades of Su Jiang and Enro, they can definitely get the highest scholarship in the final exam. Moreover, Su Jiang is very talented in mathematics. And many teachers hope to take him to the competition. In short, you go back and apologize to Enro. And then write a 3,000-word self-criticism to me. And about this matter, I will call your parents. Hearing this punishment, Soo Jung nodded gently to express his agreement. As he expected, the school will not punish him severely. Just kidding. He entered Jeong University as the top scorer in the college entrance examination. As long as it is not a principled mistake. The leaders of Jeong University basically turn a blind eye to it. Get out! Lao Zhang waved his hand to drive him away. He was annoyed when he saw Soo Jung now. And he had to calm down by himself for a while. Soo Jung walked out of the office obediently and returned to the classroom. Pushing open the door. Ignoring the eyes of others. He walked to Enro as soon as possible and bent down deeply. I'm sorry. Classmate Enro. I was reckless just now. Please just pretend that what happened just now never happened. Enro blinked her beautiful eyes. And the corners of her mouth slightly raised, revealing a beautiful smile. It's okay. Classmate Soo Jang. You're dead tonight anyway. After getting Enro's forgiveness, Soo Jang breathed a sigh of relief. The trouble caused by the novice task of the Hampi system should be gone. The rest is just a 3,000 words of self-reflection. As for Lao Zhang's call to his family, Soo Jung was not afraid at all. With the fun-loving personality of his parents, he would probably ask the girl if she agreed. At the same time, Lao Zhang also followed in. I think he had calmed down in a short time and came back to class. I'll finish this question while there are still 10 minutes. I may delay the class for a few minutes. Please forgive me. When they heard that the class would be delayed, there was a wailing sound below. It was fine to delay the class in high school, but it was delayed in college. As soon as Soo Jang returned to his seat, he saw Wang Xiang giving him a thumbs up. Turning his head, he was met with his admiring gaze. Old Soo. You are awesome. You confessed to Enro in public. You are really good at picking. The group is going crazy now. Soo Jung raised his eyebrows when he heard this, quietly took out his mobile phone from under the table, and opened the class group chat. Sure enough, a few people who were not paying attention in class were chatting happily in the group. Do you know what nickname they gave you? They just called you Brother Legs in the group. When you said Enro's legs were white, the whole group was fucking blown up. You are simply a role model for our generation. Wang Xiang was still talking, but Soo Jung didn't want to listen anymore. Covering his forehead, Soo Jung sighed softly. His reputation was over. I hope the system's rewards can give me some comfort. System. Open the novice reward. Novice rewards are turned on. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the high-level skill, Firearms Mastery. In an instant, countless knowledge about firearms poured into Soo Jung's mind, making him frown. After a long time, Soo Jung finally digested this knowledge. Now he knows all kinds of guns and ammunition like the back of his hand, and can even use them proficiently when he gets started. But what do I need this thing for? Where is my foundation pill? Where is my sword to open the sky? In this harmonious society, Jiangdu City is such a gentle and warm place. What do I need your gun proficiency for? Soo Jung was really convinced. Can this system give me something useful? System. This skill. Can we change it? No. Then do we have a skill like the sword that can open the sky? No. Then how can I stop being the host? Host dies. The system will automatically cancel. Fuck you. Su Jiang cursed in his heart at this moment. And the system basically ignored him. Just a few skills. And I have to exchange my life for it? Su Jiang remembered that if the task was not completed in 30 seconds, he would be wiped out by the system. He almost peed at that time. The result was a useless gun proficiency. What a waste. Seeing that the system did not respond to him, Lao Zhang was still talking about that broken question on the podium. Su Jiang became more and more angry. So he simply put his hands down and lay his head on it. At this point, let's go to sleep first. Warm reminder, if you find that clicking the next page will force you to jump to other websites, please use the chapter error or contact us at the bottom to inform us. We will handle it as soon as possible. Thank you for your understanding. 7:50 p.m. There are still 10 minutes before the evening self-study get out of class 4. Freshman students at Jiangdu University ends. Yes. You heard it right. There are evening self-study classes in the freshman year. This is the characteristic of Jiangnan University. Su Jiang had already completed the advanced math homework assigned by the teacher today, without any effort. Then, with Wang Xiang's usual pleading, he threw the homework to him coolly. Thank you, Brother Leg. Brother Leg is mighty. After Wang Xiang thanked him, he immediately picked up his pen and started copying it like a flying phoenix. When he heard the name Brother Leg, the corner of Su Jiang's mouth twitched. In just one afternoon, this name has basically spread throughout the world. Basically, most people know that a freshman in the mathematics department confessed his love in class this afternoon. It even attracted a large number of curious people to watch. And even gossip about himself and Enro was spread. Su Jiang and Enro are a perfect match. They agreed long ago to work together and meet at the top. The number 1 in the school and the number 2 in the school are falling in love. It's so sweet. I heard that Su Jiang did such a thing because he lost a bet. Anyway, there were all kinds of outrageous claims all at once. And Su Jiang was already used to this kind of school rumors. Rumors in the school are like fallen leaves in the wind. It is wise not to tell whether they are true or not, but to spread the news first. However, when Su Jiang thought about the trouble and impact this incident might have caused to Enro, he still felt a little guilty. Find a time to invite her to dinner and apologize, Su Jiang thought. But next, he has an extremely important matter related to his wealth and life. Take out your mobile phone. Open a certain store. Search for merchants. Filter prices. And contact customer service. Su Jiang, how much does it cost to write a 3,000-word review? Customer service, dear. What is the review about? Su Jiang, during class. I confessed my love to a girl in our class in front of the teacher. I will review this. Customer service? Customer service, dear. 50 yuan. One-day delivery within Jiangdu City. Su Jiang raised his eyebrows and turned to look at Wang Xiang. I'll give you $10 to write a 3,000-word review for me. 10 yuan? Are you asking for food? Wang Xiang copied the test paper and said back without raising his head. At least 30. 15. 20. Make a deal. Su Jiang immediately transferred 20 yuan to Wang Xiang. Customer service, dear. Are you there? If there is no problem, you can place an order. Su Jiang, sorry. I just wanted to ask about the price and check the market conditions. Excuse me for disturbing you. Customer service? No. You are sick. Soo-jung closed a certain treasure at exactly 8 o'clock. Get out of class is over. Let's go back. The bell rang for the end of evening self-study. And the teacher in charge of evening self-study gave the order. And the students began to pack up their books and prepare to leave. Soo-jung stood up quickly, carrying his school bag on one shoulder, and was the first to walk out of the classroom. He does not live on campus, but rents a house by himself off campus. My parents are both in my hometown. My family is not rich, but it is a well-off family. And my life is quite comfortable. Soo-jung didn't know that when he stepped out. And Ro looked at his back, grinding her teeth, with a bit of anticipation in her eyes. Aha, I'm so sleepy. Soo-jung yawned and walked down the street, walking in a sloppy manner as if he had not woken up. The quality of his sleep in class today was indeed not very good. In fact, even after he fell asleep, he looked like he hadn't woken up. This was his daily state. I was still thinking about why the system suddenly stopped moving. No matter how I called, the system didn't respond at all. It seems that I can only wait for the system to release the task. But I have no way to actively communicate with the system. Of course, I might have been able to communicate before. But after being scolded by myself, I became unresponsive like now. But taking a step back, is there nothing wrong with the system itself? To be honest, if he didn't still have the knowledge about firearms, Soo-jung would have doubted whether he was dreaming. Soo-jung was immersed in his own thoughts. Suddenly, his vision went dark, and an unknown object quickly enveloped his head. He felt a panic. And before he could react, he felt his whole body being tightly controlled by several strong hands. These hands tied him skillfully. And then he was lifted up by a huge force. Soo-jung instantly realized that he had been kidnapped. Whoa! Whoa! What are you going to do? This is the warm and harmonious Jeondu city, a society governed by the rule of law. Have you considered the consequences of doing this? It's not too late to stop now. I can pretend I've never seen you. Snapped. Soo-jung screamed in pain after being slapped hard on the butt. Maid. This kid talks a lot of nonsense. Stop talking nonsense and bring him to the eldest lady quickly. From outside Soo-jung's invisible perspective, two tough men in black carried him into the car and kicked the accelerator and drove all the way. Soo-jung lost all hope. His whole body was controlled and he couldn't move at all. It's over. My waist is gone. Maybe even the corneas will have to follow suit. What about that? Let's discuss whether we can only add one kidney. Also, can we give you an anesthetic? I'm afraid of pain. Man in black? Did this kid misunderstand something? Does he think we're going to sell him his kidneys? It's a bit outrageous. Would a normal person negotiate with the kidnappers like he did? Never mind. Let's see how the young lady deals with him. We're here. Soo-jung felt the car stop. And then he was carried out of the car again. And walked around in circles. Snap. Soo-jung was thrown to the ground roughly. And he felt dizzy for a while. And then he felt someone approaching. And a faint fragrance lingered at the tip of his nose. Then, the hood covering his eyes was quickly taken off. And Soo-jung shook his head, trying to make his vision clear. When he opened his eyes, he saw a familiar and good-looking face, which was definitely a memorable face for him today. And Ro? At this moment, Ro was looking at him with a smile on her face. But for Su Jiang at this moment, this smile made him feel a little uneasy. On both sides of her, there stood burly men in black suits. Expressionless, with a bit of domineering in their eyes. At first glance, he is a typical gangster. Recalling the young lady they mentioned just now, Su Jiang immediately had an ominous premonition in his heart. And Ro smiled, stretched out her hand to lift Su Jiang's chin, leaned close to him, and exhaled a faint orchid. Su Jiang, are you curious why you are here? And Ro's voice broke the silence, with a hint of playfulness in her tone. Let me introduce myself. I am Ro. From the Jiangdakang underworld family. The Yin family. Gulp. Su Jiang swallowed hard. And at this moment he really wanted to slap himself in the face. Su Jiang. Su Jiang. You are really good at choosing people to confess to. You directly chose a nuclear bomb level 1. Gangster family. Young lady. Who the hell knows this? If I knew your identity, I would not be able to like you even if I like Wang Xiang. That what? Misunderstanding? It's all misunderstanding. Su Jiang showed a smile that was uglier than crying. He knew that today might be a bad day. If I don't coax this girl today, I might lose my life here. Misunderstanding? I don't think it's a misunderstanding. Because of you. My reputation has started to become bad. They also spread that you and I have been childhood sweethearts. What the hell? And Ro snorted coldly. Her voice was a little cold. And she gritted her teeth. Su Jiang actually thought she looked cute like this. Weren't you quite brave in the afternoon? And Ro questioned. Her face getting closer to Su Jiang. Su Jiang smiled awkwardly and tried to explain that I was indeed a little impulsive in the afternoon. But that was also because. Aren't you quite courageous? Ro continued to question before Su Jiang finished. I just. You dare to say that you like my legs? Ro suddenly raised her voice. And a sly look flashed in her eyes. I'm asking you now if my legs are white. Do you still dare to speak? Ding. The host has triggered a task. Please answer this question according to your heart. Otherwise you will be punished. Ding. You are a Trojan horse. Can you please stop making trouble at this time? Su Jiang was going crazy. This brain-dead system. I don't ask you to help me in my time of need. But please don't add fuel to the fire. Su Jiang struggled for a long time in his heart, thinking that he might be punished by the system or even wiped out. So he closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and followed his heart. Why don't you dare to speak? Don't you? Student Ro. Your legs are really white and beautiful. I really like your legs. After saying this, Su Jiang felt like his face was burned by fire. He had never felt so ashamed and embarrassed. Even if he was usually thick-skinned, he felt ashamed at this moment. It's better to die. Su Jiang's eyes were completely empty. There are thousands of ways to live and die. But he chose social death. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the task and getting a random reward. Random rewards are being drawn. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the intermediate skill, Combat Mastery. Instantly, a large number of fighting skills and fighting methods flooded into Su Jiang's mind. Clear and detailed. As if he had practiced countless times. At this moment, Su Jiang was pleasantly surprised to find that he could now easily untie the ropes that tied him. Just as he was about to take action, he suddenly looked up and saw Enro blushing, looking at him with shame and anger. The two black-clad bodyguards around him were also stunned by his words, and even secretly gave him a thumbs up. Su Jiang? No. Why are you giving me a thumbs up? Is your underworld family so abstract? Su Jiang didn't know that although Enro was a favorite eldest lady in the family, she was also a quirky troublemaker. From top to bottom, no one in the entire N family dared to provoke Enro. If you provoke Enro, you will suffer various small revenges from her for a long time afterwards, which makes people hard to guard against. Even the head of the family and the young master are very troubled by Enro. Of course, this is also a manifestation of pampering her. Now that Su Jiang had said this, the two black-clad bodyguards could only say, "Have a safe journey, little brother." Originally, Enro only intended to bring the two of them to scare Su Jiang and let him know that he should be afraid. But now that Su Jiang had said this, it was safe. The eldest lady would never let this kid go. He was dead. You shameless, dirty idiot, rude. Enro's face flushed. Her voice trembled, and she pointed at Su Jiang and cursed angrily. This was the first time in her life that someone had talked about her legs so bluntly, which made her feel extremely humiliated and angry. Su Jiang felt ashamed, and she felt even more ashamed. Fortunately, there was no one else here. If Su Jiang had said this when he confessed in the classroom during the day, she would have died of embarrassment on the spot. Go to hell, rascal! Enro shouted angrily, raised her foot and kicked Su Jiang, as if she wanted to vent all her dissatisfaction on this kick. However, Su Jiang had already untied the rope that bound him at this time, and he calmly dodged Enro's attack. Enro didn't expect Su Jiang to be able to move freely. She kicked with resentment and used all her strength. After kicking in the air, her center of gravity was instantly unstable. Her body shook a few times, and she was about to fall to the ground. Hey, help me! Miss! Be careful! The two bodyguards originally thought that Su Jiang was still tied up and unable to move, so they didn't pay too much attention to his movements. But when they saw Su Jiang easily untied the rope and dodged Enro's attack, they were shocked and didn't react for a while. When they wanted to step forward to protect Enro, it was too late. What made them sweat even more was that there was a pair of sharp scissors where Enro was about to fall. If Enro really fell on it, the consequences would be disastrous. Enro also realized the danger was approaching at this moment. Her eyes were full of panic, but she could no longer control her body movement. She could only watch herself getting closer and closer to the ground. The scissors kept enlarging in her pupils. Her heart was filled with despair. She could only close her eyes helplessly. Snap! The next second, the pain that Enro imagined did not appear. Instead, a soft and warm embrace replaced it. There was also a faint smell of cigarettes and laundry, which made her nose move and sniff a few more times. Slowly raising her head, she met Su Jiang's rather helpless eyes. Are you okay? Su Jiang's voice was concerned, and his big hands held Enro's waist firmly to ensure that she would not fall. Enro blinked and looked at Su Jiang blankly. Then a blush appeared on her face and she whispered, "Thank you. Thank you. What a quick move. I didn't even see what this kid did just now. His reflexes were incredible. When they saw Enro standing there safe and sound, the two bodyguards breathed a sigh of relief, with expressions of relief on their faces. However, the shock in their hearts did not dissipate because of this, but became more profound because of the shock of the scene just now. Recalling Su Jiang's actions just now, he untied the rope neatly, then nimbly dodged Enro's flying kick, and then quickly moved in front of Enro, leaning down slightly, and steadily caught the ball that was about to fall. Enro fell down. The whole process takes less than 2 seconds. As the bodyguards of the Yin family, the two of them were experienced in many battles, but they thought they could not react like Su Jiang just now. In fact, they couldn't even untie the rope. Others don't know, but they themselves know it. The knots they tie the ropes are very complicated. If one step is wrong, the knot will be impossible to untie. So even if the two of them untied the rope themselves, it would still take a lot of effort, and they would never be able to do it as quickly as Su Jiang. The two of them suddenly came up with this idea. This young man is not simple. Why did Su Jiang care so much about them? His heart was beating fast now, and his attention was completely focused on the weak existence in his arms. He hugged Enro gently, feeling the fragrance and warmth coming from her body. Looking at Enro's beautiful eyes, Su Jiang swallowed. Su Jiang has never even held a girl's hand when he grew up. This sudden sense of intimacy made him a little overwhelmed. But he felt extremely beautiful. Is this what a hug feels like? No wonder that boy Wang Xiang falls in love every day. This feeling of accelerated heartbeat is indeed somewhat fascinating. The two looked at each other like this for an unknown number of seconds. Ahem. Miss. Are you okay? The bodyguard couldn't stand it anymore. He had been here before and immediately noticed that something was wrong with the atmosphere. The eldest lady is in her prime of puberty, and if this continues, something big might happen. So he immediately reminded me. Huh? Oh, I'm fine. Enro reacted immediately, pushed Su Jiang away, and took a few steps back, feeling quite reluctant to leave. What's that? Since you just saved me, I'll let you go this time. Just leave. Enro's eyes were looking around, but she didn't dare to meet Su Jiang's gaze. Su Jiang blinked but made no move. Boy, don't be ignorant. If you are asked to leave, leave as soon as possible. Do you really want to eat swan meat? The bodyguard is upset. Why don't you want to leave? Enro's face turned redder. Did he want to stay with her for a while longer? No. It's not that I won't leave. Su Jiang looked helpless inside. You kidnap me here. I don't know where this is. Where am I going? I don't even know how to get out. You should send me back. Enro and the bodyguard suddenly woke up and forgot about this for a while. At the same time, in Jiangdu City, deep inside a luxurious club, the lights were dim and mysterious, and a tense atmosphere filled the air. Crack! Crack! The subtle sound of the lighter was particularly harsh in the silent space. On the sofa, a handsome man sat upright. He was wearing a black coat with a high-end and shiny texture, and his deep eyes were palpitating. Behind him, a row of black-clad thugs stood neatly. They were wearing neat suits, sunglasses, expressionless, and straight backs. In front of the man, a middle-aged man was kneeling on the ground. His clothes were stained with blood, and there were traces of being beaten on his face. He trembled and begged in a leaky voice, Masterin. Masterin. Please raise your hands and let me go. I was really careless for a moment and accidentally leaked the news of the operation. I didn't know that the Lin family would take the opportunity to attack us. Masterin. The man's teeth were leaking, and his voice was a little slurred. His eyes were full of fear, as if Masterin in front of him was a monster. Crack. And Mingjie continued to play with the lighter in his hand, looking at the man indifferently. Old Chen. You are also an old man of the Yin family. I want to believe you when something like this happens. Well, even if you accidentally leaked our information, we lost more than 20 brothers this time. How do we account for it? How do I explain to their families? If Li Kai hadn't discovered something wrong in time, maybe even I would have fallen into the trap of the Lin family. Tell me, how do we account for this? And Mingjie's voice was neither high nor low, but like a sharp sword, pressing step by step, piercing deep into Old Chen's heart. Every word was like a heavy hammer hitting Old Chen's heart, making him unable to escape or resist. A crisp click sounded, and a dagger flashing with cold light was thrown in front of Old Chen. And Mingjie's eyes were as cold as ice, without the slightest warmth. And he stared at Old Chen quietly. Old Chen stared at the dagger, took a deep breath, and after a long time, closed his eyes as if accepting his fate. Please, Masterin. For the sake of my hard work for the Yin family for so many years, please let my family live. This time I am sorry to the Yin family. I will die to apologize. After saying that, he picked up the dagger on the ground with trembling hands and was about to wipe it on his neck. However, at the moment when the dagger was about to touch his skin, a figure instantly appeared beside him and held his hand tightly. Li Kai. Brother Kai? Old Chen saw the person clearly. It was the number one fighter of the Yin family. Li Kai. It is rumored that he has superb fighting skills and knows some traditional martial arts. He has an extremely important position in the Yin family. Li Kai's contribution is a big part of the reason why the Yin family can have the influence it has today. But why did he stop me from committing suicide? Okay. Old Chen. And Mingjie stood up and smiled. Just to see if you really betrayed the Yin family. I checked the leak of the news. It is true that the Lin family is very clever and hard to guard against. But we need to test you here. Now it seems that you are still a member of the Yin family. So we have no reason to let you die. The Yin family never attacks their family members. Old Chen's eyes were filled with tears when he heard this. The Yin family is still the Yin family he is familiar with. Among the three major underworld families in Jiangdu City, only the Yin family has truly kept its word in terms of loyalty and righteousness. As long as you join the Yin family, you are a family member. The Yin family will never point its gun at its family members. This was the slogan when the Yin family was first established. And it is also an important foundation for the establishment of the Yin family to this day. Therefore, compared with other families, the members of the Yin family get along better and are more united. Old Chen. Go to the hospital for treatment later. Sorry. I was a little cruel this time. And Mingjie walked to Old Chen, squatted down and helped him up. Tears flashed in Lao Chen's eyes. And he said in a choked voice, "It's okay, Mr. I understand. This time it was my fault and brought trouble to the Yin family. No matter which family the news leaked, It would definitely be a situation where no one in the family would survive. But in the family, he could survive. After Lao Chen left, and Mingjie turned around and quickly and orderly directed everyone present to clean up the scene. The bloodstains and scattered items on the floor were picked up and wiped one by one, until they were restored to their original neatness. Li Kai quietly walked to Mingjie's side. He also lit a cigarette, and a faint smoke lingered between the two. The two walked to the window side by side, looked at the night outside the window, and began to talk in a low voice. "What are you going to do about the Lin family?" Li Kai asked. "Lin Hui. That bastard cheated me this time, and I must retaliate. But we are fighting with the Lin family like this. Aren't we afraid that the Feng family will take advantage?" And Mingjie frowned when he heard this. The three major underworld families in Jiangdu City, Mayan family, the Lin family and the Feng family, are now just marginal families. And the only two families that really have the chance to become the leading family are ours and the Feng family. The Lin family's foundation is still a little lacking. It's really not worth it for us to fight with him. And Mingjie put his hands on the window and tapped gently, as if he was thinking. After a long time, he spoke. "So, in a month, the three major families will compete for the opportunity to be promoted to the leading family. When that time comes, we will retaliate. During this period, stay quiet for a while. I will go back and ask my father what he thinks. You should also take this time to clean up our area. Don't leave any of the little bugs from the Lin family and the Feng family." Li Kai nodded. He often does this kind of cleaning and is very good at it. Just then, the phone rang and Mingjie frowned. Who calls his private number at this time? He took it out and looked at it. His face changed and he quickly answered it. "Hello? Teacher Zhang?" "Yes. I am Enro's brother in Mingjie. Did something happen to that little girl at school?" What?" And Mingjie's eyes widened. His sister was confessed in front of the whole class? Which bastard who didn't care about his life? And Mingjie's eyes were suddenly filled with murderous intent. "Okay. Mr. Zhang. I know about this matter. I will handle it. Don't worry. Thank you for your hard work. Mr. Zhang. Please take care of Enro at school." After hanging up the phone, and Mingjie's whole atmosphere became a little colder. "Old Li, put aside the cleaning work for now and find someone for me." "Who?" "Su Jiang. Enro's classmate. Do you want him dead or alive?" "Leave him alive and bring him to me." "Okay." Li agreed. It was just a student, which was a waste of talent for him. "I'm not telling you. Just kidnap me. Why do you have to take me to this remote place? And the hood that covers me has not been washed for a long time and it smells bad. You gangsters are really rough at work." In the back seat, Su Jiang chattered endlessly. And Ro sat next to him and covered her ears helplessly. The two bodyguards sitting in the front row, who were supposed to remain serious, now had dark lines on their faces. "I really want to kill this kid." "Forget it. Be patient. The eldest lady won't let us do it. The eldest lady will not really treat this boy." "Shut your stinky mouth. Is this something we can talk about?" After saying that, he carefully looked at the rearview mirror. for fear that Enro would hear what they said. He was relieved when Enro was still, covering her ears angrily, and didn't notice their conversation. If Enro hears this and charges them with it, their life in Anja will not be easy. Well, let's not be in a hurry. Don't speed through the red light. By the way, can you stop by Zhangjie? I want to buy some grilled cold noodles. I used to think it was a long way and I was too lazy to buy them. You just gave it to me. Shut up. Enro yelled. She really couldn't stand it anymore. How could there be such a frivolous person? I had some affection for him just now. But now I'm just depressed. A beautiful woman like me is sitting next to you. And you don't even look at me. You just want to eat grilled cold noodles? Auntie, do you believe that I roasted you? Little did she know that Su Jiang was not looking at her. And he clearly did not dare to look at her. The rather ambiguous scene just now still lingers in my mind. And my heartbeat has not yet calmed down. Su Jiang could only calm down his inner uneasiness by thinking aloud. From now on, you are not allowed to speak. You are not allowed to instruct them to drive. And you are not allowed to eat grilled cold noodles. Enro pouted angrily and gritted her teeth, as if she would bite down if Su Jiang dared to object the next second. Su Jiang shrank his neck at her yelling and did not dare to speak. Then miss. We're reaching Zhangjie just ahead. Should we stop? Han Pai's bodyguard asked. Stop, you big-headed devil. Don't stop. Enro was almost furious. Why were the bodyguards arranged by her family so stupid? So, Su Jiang sat in the car and watched through the car window as he passed by the cold noodles. Hey! Forget it. Cold noodles, brother. We have no fate after all. He sighed with great disappointment in his heart. The car drove for a while and gradually entered Su Jiang's community. Brother Su. Where is your home exactly? Brother Su? Seeing no one answered, the bodyguard turned around in confusion. Su Jiang blinked innocently and turned to look at Enro. Enro was stunned for a moment, then realized that she had just told him not to speak. This sentence can be answered. After saying that, he angrily stepped on Su Jiang's foot. She was so pissed off. How could there be such a stupid person? Not only is he a gangster, he is also naive and stupid. Fortunately, my heartbeat was racing for him just now. There was something wrong with my brain. Hiss. Being stepped on by Enro. Su Jiang took a breath of cold air. This little girl was so cruel that she didn't retain any strength at all. What about that? Brother? Just let me get off the car here. Get off the bus here and you'll be home in 2 minutes walk. When getting off the car, Su Jiang did not forget to say hello to Enro. Thank you for sending me back. Miss Un. I'll treat you to dinner another day. Snap. After saying that, Su Jiang closed the car door and left quickly. Enro crossed her arms and looked at Su Jiang's back, lost in thought for a while. She's quite tall. And her looks match my taste. Enro murmured to herself. Then reacted and patted her little head. What are you thinking about? You don't really have any thoughts about this idiot. Do you? No. No. I will never fall in love with this shameless gangster. She was thinking wildly along the way. And she didn't even know when she got home. As soon as she entered the living room, Enro felt a warm and peaceful atmosphere. She looked around and found that her brother and Mingjie was wearing comfortable home clothes and busy preparing dinner in the kitchen. And Mingjie heard the footsteps and turned his head to see Enro, who had just walked in. with a gentle smile on his face. Came back? Dinner will be ready in a moment, he said, while continuing to do what he was doing. And Ro nodded. Ran upstairs to her room. Walked to the bed. And lay down on the soft big bed with a slight jump. For some reason, all she could think of was Soo-jong's helpless face. That face became extremely clear in her mind at this moment. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. And an indescribable emotion surged in her heart. Damn it! Bastard! Shameless! Hooligan! And Ro took the cute rabbit pillow on the side, regarded it as Soo-jong, and punched it one by one. Downstairs, and Mingjie no longer had the gentle smile before. Cooking vegetables while listening to the reports of the two bodyguards. Then we sent brother Soo back according to the lady's instructions. After the bodyguard finished speaking, he looked at In Mingjie carefully. Although In Xingchang, the head of the In family, was still in charge of the In family. In fact, the actual power had been gradually transferred to In Mingjie's hands. And Mingjie is already the undisputed leader of the next generation of the In family. You mean? An ordinary student not only untied the ropes you tied in an instant, but also showed a reaction and action ability that you are all ashamed of? The two bodyguards nodded somewhat embarrassedly, although they were reluctant to admit it. It was true. Interesting. It seems that he really doesn't have much ill will towards Ruru. But it's hard to say. It may also be the means of the Feng family. And the Lin family. But this possibility is very small. Because according to what you said, his background is simple. And he has always shown that he is just an ordinary student. But his grades are slightly better. Hearing you say this about him, I am somewhat interested in him. And Mingjie's hands kept moving. But he was thinking in his heart. Originally, he just wanted Li Kai to deal with this student. But now it seems that this approach is no longer appropriate. Soo-jong showed his specialness on the one hand. And on the other hand. And Mingjie was worried that his sister had already fallen in love with Soo-jong. This also gave him a headache. He was not the kind of person who wanted to tie his sister to his side for a lifetime. But he also hoped that his sister could have a good home. From childhood to adulthood. And Mingjie never let Ro participate in family affairs. And always protected Ro very well. Not letting her contact any bad boys. And Mingjie didn't want Ro to be involved in the affairs of the underworld family. Ro. It's time to eat. After a while, Ro changed into a pink pajamas and went downstairs. Sitting at the dining table, waiting for Mingjie to serve the dishes. Have you eaten? Didn't you eat together? And Mingjie looked at the two bodyguards and asked. The two bodyguards quickly refused and went back to rest first. And Mingjie saw the fear of the two. But he didn't force it. After all, he couldn't force them to eat with him unnaturally. Right? And Rowan and Mingjie sat opposite each other at the long dining table. Brother, did you put too much sugar in this chicken soup today? And Ro tasted the soup and felt it was a little sweet. Too much? And Mingjie quickly scooped a spoonful and tasted it. It tasted the same as usual? What's sweet about it? And Mingjie saw that the little girl was absent-minded and felt helpless. Ro. Did someone confess to you today? And Mingjie was eating and brought up the topic directly. And Ro nodded in a daze. And then immediately reacted. It's okay. Brother. I've solved it. I asked the bodyguards to teach him a lesson. And Ro raised her little pink fist and waved it a few times, showing a fierce expression. When Mingxie saw that Ro didn't tell the truth, he felt half cold in his heart. You taught him a lesson? How did you teach him a lesson? Did you teach him a lesson so hard that his ears turned red? If he hadn't heard the bodyguard's report, he would have believed it. And Mingxie sighed, this weekend. Bring him home to see? He had almost determined that his sister probably had feelings for him. As a brother, he had to investigate in person. If that boy named Su Jiang really had a clean background and was a good person, he would be a little relieved. After all, Ro was going to fall in love at her age. He couldn't stop the throbbing of adolescence. And there was no need to stop it. The Yin family's family tradition was very open-minded, advocating free love and not engaging in family marriages. And Ro? What? What do you mean? Bring him back to see? And Ro stopped drinking porridge, looking confused, not understanding what her brother was thinking. That guy named Su Jiang. I'll help you take a look at him. If you really like him, I'll support you. What? Bah! And Ro reacted, blushed immediately, stood up, and pointed at Mingxie with trembling fingers. Who likes him? Brother? I warn you. You can eat whatever you want. But you can't say whatever you want. How could I like that bastard? Then I'll let Li Kai kill him? You dare. And Ro was in a hurry and immediately realized that she had said the wrong thing. Coupled with Mingxie's playful eyes, she felt ashamed and angry. I won't talk to you anymore. And Ro put down the bowl and turned to leave. Suddenly, she thought of something and walked to Mingxie angrily. She raised her slender and white feet and stomped hard. Hiss! And Mingxie took a breath of cold air. And Ro's little foot stepped hard on Mingxie's foot. A few points harder than the force she stepped on Su Jiang before. Then she turned around and went upstairs with a dark face. You girl! Finish your meal. And Mingxie covered his feet speechlessly. His sister was always so disrespectful and was spoiled by her family. With a sigh, and Mingxie poured the rice in Ro's bowl into his own bowl and ate it in a whirlwind. In Ro's room. Asshole Mingxie. Stinky Mingxie. Who likes that asshole? Bang! 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 Punching the bunny pillow again and again. And Ro's face flushed, not understanding why her emotions fluctuated so much in one day. She was not like this before. After lying on the bed for a while, and Mingxie knocked on her door. I put the food in the refrigerator. If you are hungry, you can heat it up yourself. I have something else to do, so I'll go out first. Remember, bring him over on the weekend. No discussion on this. And Ro covered her ears. She was particularly annoyed with Mingxie now. I know. You are so annoying. Hearing Ro's impatient voice. And Mingxie shook his head helplessly. After going downstairs and changing clothes, and Mingxie walked out of the door, changing his previous gentle expression, replaced by endless murderous aura. And family member stepped forward and whispered in Mingxie's ear. Young Masterin, the leader just sent a message asking you to go to the family's several halls tonight to recognize some people. Okay. Got it. And Mingxie lit a cigarette and took a deep breath. Dad is the same. He is still strong. But he wants me to take over so soon. He complained softly, complaining that his father didn't care about anything. in the past 2 years. And Mingjia has been in charge of almost all the big and small things in the family. He was almost exhausted. God knows how much he envied his father for being a hands-off boss. Throwing the cigarette but casually, and Mingjie got in the car. And then several black cars slowly drove out of the compound. At 6 in the morning, the alarm rang. But it only rang for a second. Su Jiang stretched out a hand from the quilt. Very quickly turned off the alarm. On his mobile phone. I can still sleep for another 5 minutes. Su Jiang muttered to himself. Half an hour later. Fuck. I'm going to be late again. Su Jiang hurriedly dressed and washed up. And he overslept again. I'm already a freshman and I still have to get up early. Who said that college is easy? Chun. What the hell is bullshit? I was brushing my teeth when I was suddenly stunned. Is this me? Su Jiang looked at himself in the mirror blankly. His face changed a little. But not much. The main thing was that his figure became more symmetrical and his temperament became more charming. Is this the benefit of fighting proficiency? Su Jiang reacted immediately. He didn't expect that in addition to fighting skills, he also strengthened his muscles a little bit. No. It's too late to appreciate it. I'm going to be late. Normally, Su Jiang's lateness is nothing. Lao Zhang just turned a blind eye. But he just pissed Lao Zhang off yesterday. And if he was late again today, he would probably be criticized again. Carrying his school bag, Su Jiang rushed at lightning speed. With the help of fighting proficiency, he used the least physical strength, ran the fastest speed and the longest distance, and arrived at the bus stop within the limit. Ha! Fortunately, I have fighting proficiency. It seems that I can sleep 10 minutes more in the future. After getting on the bus, Su Jiang was relieved. Judging from the time, it was impossible for Bao to be late. It might even be possible to arrive earlier than Wang Xiang's grandson. After taking a nap on the bus for a while, Su Jiang got off at the stop. Don't ask why you want to sleep on the bus. Those who have read books will understand. Boss? 2-3 fresh buns? Thank you. After buying breakfast, Su Jiang walked slowly towards the school. Passing by an alley, Su Jiang glanced casually, and several figures caught his attention. A few yellow-haired young men, wearing ragged clothes with graffiti, looked like gangsters, were surrounding a thin student, and it seemed that they were collecting protection fees. TSK. The world is going downhill. My warm and harmonious Jiangdu city. There is such a sad thing. Su Jiang sighed softly, shook his head, took a bite of the bun, and severely criticized the behavior of the yellow-haired men. Then, pretending not to see it, he continued to move forward. Never meddle in other people's business. This is Su Jiang's life creed. Ding! The host triggered the task. Please save this classmate and give them a severe lesson. Complete the task will be rewarded. And fail will be punished. Su Jiang was stunned. And the steps he took slowly retreated back. He walked resolutely into the alley. Being brave and righteous is also Su Jiang's life creed. Hurry up. Stop dilly-dallying. The way you are dilly-dallying is really irritating. The leader, the yellow-haired young man, had a mocking smile on his face. He tilted his head and grabbed the man with glasses tightly by his collar, his eyes full of ferocity. Why are you so fussy about collecting some protection money? Didn't you have a great time paying it 2 days ago? Why? Do you want to default on the payment today? There was a bit of contempt in the voice of the yellow-haired young man. I really can't get the money out. The bespectacled man's lips trembled, and his voice was almost inaudible. His eyes were full of fear. I will give you all your living expenses this month. Huang Mao heard this and smiled disdainfully. That's your business. I only care about money. After saying that, he loosened his collar and took a step back. Several of his subordinates understood what he was doing and immediately gathered around him, ready to teach him a lesson. Seeing that the opponent's fists and kicks were about to hit him, the man with glasses closed his eyes in despair. What's that? I'm sorry to bother you. A lazy and helpless voice came, attracting the attention of several people and stopping their actions. Huang Mao frowned and turned his head following the sound. He saw a pretty handsome boy walking towards this side nonchalantly while eating a bun. Su Jiang said while eating steamed buns, if you beat him, I will be in a lot of trouble. If they punch him and the system determines that he failed to save anyone, it will be over. Boy, do you want to act bravely for justice? Huang Mao grinned, showing a cruel smile. I like a good young man like you who prides himself on justice. It's so fun to bully. Hearing this, Su Jiang nodded indifferently. After finishing the last bite of the bun, he looked around but couldn't find the trash can. After thinking about it, I just threw the plastic bag away. His quality exists only within sight. Hurry up. I'm going to be late for class. After saying that, he raised his middle finger to Huang Mao. This move completely angered Huang Mao. He must kill this pretty boy today. Fuck me. In an instant, several gangsters swarmed up and rushed toward Su Jiang fiercely, fists and feet intertwined. However, in Su Jiang's eyes, their movements were like slow motion stretched out by time. Every flaw was clearly visible, and every offensive seemed so clumsy and weak. It's so rough. Su Jiang snorted lightly, his voice revealing disdain and contempt. He has proficient fighting skills, and is naturally able to deal with the rough moves of these street gangsters with ease. I saw Su Jiang quickly put into a standard boxing stance, swaying from side to side, agile, and his punches were extremely sharp, and every punch hit the vital point accurately. Aha! Fuck! My waist! Brother! Don't slap me in the face. It didn't take long for these gangsters to be knocked to the ground one by Su Jiang, groaning in pain and unable to get up again. Amid wailing sounds, Su Jiang slowly walked towards Huang Mao. You, don't come here. When Huang Mao saw this, he knew that he had encountered a ruthless person today. He took out a knife from his pocket and pointed it at Su Jiang. I advise you to put the knife back. We're collecting protection money. I'll lock you up for a few days at most to educate you. If you go under the knife, the nature will be different. Su Jiang didn't care. Walked to the man with glasses, helped him up, pointed at Huang Mao and asked, how much did they charge you for protection? 800. The man with glasses was still a little scared, and his voice was as thin as a mosquito's moan. What? 5,000? Su Jiang pretended to shout exaggeratedly, which made the man with glasses confused. No. It's not 5,000. It's 8. Are you still human? Su Jiang interrupted him and turned to look at Huang Mao angrily. He's just a student. And you actually charged him 5,000 yuan in protection fees. Don't you gangsters have no bottom line? Huang Mao blinked. And countless question marks appeared above his head. 5,000? When did I charge him 5,000 yuan? Can a poor student like him have 5,000 yuan a month to rob me of? Then he understood that Su Jiang was taking this opportunity to rob him in turn. Huang Mao looked at Su Jiang's face and felt 10,000 grass and mud horses running through his heart. Mud. This pretty boy looks harmless. But why is he so dark inside? Huang Mao took a deep breath and stared at Su Jiang. If you don't have 5,000, I will give you 1,000 at most. Snap. Aha! Su Jiang instantly went up and kicked Huang Mao to the ground. And the knife flew away. What do you mean by giving me 1,000 yuan? Then you robbed someone else of 5,000 yuan. You say that as if I'm robbing you. When Huang Mao heard this, he covered the area where he was kicked and almost spit out a mouthful of blood. Aren't you just robbing? Brother, please think clearly. We are from the Lin family in Jiangdu City. Huang Mao had no choice but to move out of the Lin family. Although he was just a gangster at the bottom of the Lin family, he could only use the tiger's skin as a banner to try to scare Su Jiang. Unexpectedly, Su Jiang heard that the Lin family didn't react at all, tilted his head and approached Huang Mao step by step. Lin? Don't know him. Never heard of it. Etc. Etc. Brother? I'll give it. I'll give you 5,000 yuan. The yellow-haired man immediately gave in. When he saw this, he who knows the current situation is a hero. Su Jiang frowned when he heard this. What do you mean by giving? That's called paying back. The yellow-haired man immediately nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. Yes. Yes. Pay back. Pay back the money. After that, he immediately took out his mobile phone and transferred 5,000 yuan to Su Jiang. At Su Jiang's signal, he immediately fled with a few men. Hey! I'll transfer 2,000 yuan to you. Go to the hospital yourself. No! 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 Brother! I really only gave them 800. Listen to me. The extra money will be considered as their medical expenses. Don't talk nonsense. Su Jiang was too lazy to argue with him. And after transferring the money, he walked out of the alley alone. The man with glasses looked at Su Jiang's back with gratitude and bowed deeply. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task and getting a random reward. Random reward is being drawn. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the low-level skill Animal Psychic. Animal Psychic. What is this skill? Su Jiang asked in his mind as he walked. In simple terms, animals will get close to you. That's all? That's all. Fuck. It's indeed a low-level skill. Useless. Not as good as fighting proficiency. However, the fight just now also made Su Jiang know that fighting proficiency is not omnipotent. He knows fighting skills, but with his current physical fitness, it is not enough for him to perfectly play the role of fighting proficiency. After just fighting for a while, Su Jiang felt a little out of breath. My physical strength and body can't keep up. Su Jiang frowned slightly. This is a big problem. I just don't know if the system has skills in this area. Not surprisingly, Su Jiang was still late. You go and stand behind me. It happened that the first class was Lao Zhang's advanced math class. Su Jiang touched his nose and ran to the back angrily to stand. During this process, Su Jiang and Enro who was sitting in the first row, looked at each other. And then the two of them looked away in unison, holding the book and standing in the last row. Soo Jung felt sleepy again. Soo Jung found a comfortable position, covered his face with a book, and gently closed his eyes. Of course he couldn't do this magical skill of sleeping standing up before. But now he has this ability. Praise for combat mastery. Lao Zhang naturally didn't expect that Soo Jung could fall asleep while standing. So he continued to teach until the end of get out of class. No one noticed that Soo Jiang had fallen asleep. Soo Jiang, come to my office. Soo Jiang was woken up and felt a little helpless, wondering why he had been alone every day for the past 2 days. Returning to his seat, he stretched out his hand to Wang Xiang, who understood and took out the self-reflection he had already written. Soo Jiang took a quick look and saw that what he wrote was quite satisfactory and he didn't cheat himself. Following Lao Zhang dejectedly, he arrived at the familiar office again. Soo Jiang obediently handed over a letter of apology. Lao Zhang took it and put it on the table beside him without even looking at it. Soo Jiang, the competition is about to begin. You can't continue to waste time like this. Lao Zhang was talking about the advanced mathematics competition in Jiangdakeng. He asked Soo Jiang to sign up a long time ago and he was the tutor. Soo Jiang nodded, don't worry, Teacher Zhang. I promise to attend and not be absent. When Lao Zhang heard this, the corner of his mouth twitched. If you don't participate, should I? What I really want is ranking. Gold and silver medals. Do you need your guarantee to sign up? If you don't participate, I will break your legs. Soo Jiang, don't pretend to be confused for me. You must win the gold medal in this year's competition for me. Lao Zhang's tone was extremely solemn. Whether he can become famous in one fell swoop depends on whether Soo Jiang can win the gold medal. Soo Jiang looked helpless. He really didn't care whether he could win the gold medal or not. Wouldn't it be enough just to get a ranking? What kind of bike do you want? Of course. You can't say this to Lao Zhang. Don't worry, Teacher Zhang. I will try my best to win the gold medal. Who else would take the first place then? Me? Soo Jiang looked solemn and his tone was extremely sincere. When Lao Zhang heard this, he felt a little relieved. After some lectures, he asked Soo Jiang to go back. The next period was college physics. He was still in the previous classroom. Returning to his familiar seat, Soo Jiang fell asleep. What is a gold medal? Don't know. Don't know. Hey. Hey. Lao Soo. Don't sleep yet. Wang Xiang pushed Soo Jiang up and said, quickly, I have reserved 5 consecutive seats in the internet cafe for tomorrow and Saturday. Don't let me go. I'm still waiting for your Yasuo to take me away. When Soo Jiang heard this, he nodded slightly, gave the other party an okay gesture, and continued to fall asleep. 2 minutes later, Soo Jiang was about to fall asleep when he suddenly felt his arm being poked. Soo Jiang thought it was Wang Xiang looking for him again, and he raised his head full of resentment. Wang Xiang, can you tell me what you have to say at once? Halfway through his words, his voice stopped abruptly. Wang Xiang sat aside and looked at him innocently. On the other side, Enro stretched out a finger and gently poked her hand. Classmate Enro. What can I do for you? Enro retracted her little hand and did not look into Soo Jiang's eyes. She tilted her head to one side and whispered, What? Are you free tomorrow? When Su Jiang heard this, he turned to look at Wang Xiang, paused for a while, and then turned back to look at Enro. I'm free. I don't have any plans for tomorrow. Wang Xiang? Not a buddy? You're not a human anymore. Are you? Opening his mouth, Wang Xiang wanted to say something, but he still didn't say anything. Forget it. Brother's lifelong happiness is the most important. He turned around and silently cancelled the 5-seat internet cafe. Hearing this, Enro nodded slightly and said with a blush, Then you go to a place with me tomorrow. Where to go? Come home with me. Put. Before Su Jiang could say anything, Wang Xiang, who was drinking water, sprayed a mouthful of water on the ground. Then he turned his head and looked at Su Jiang in shock. Not a buddy? Are your progress a little too fast? I just confessed my love yesterday. Will I meet my parents tomorrow? Quietly giving Su Jiang a thumbs up. Fortunately it was time after class and all. The friends around him had gone out to have fun. Otherwise, this news will be another bombshell. When Su Jiang saw Wang Xiang's thumb, the corner of his mouth twitched. Brother, you only saw that she asked me to go home with her. But you don't know what the situation is like at home. The Sopranos. Bro. Su Jiang regretted it instantly. Then, what? I suddenly remembered that I just made an appointment with Wang Xiang tomorrow. Right? Brother, help. Hearing this, Enro looked at Wang Xiang with her beautiful eyes, with some doubts. Seeing this, Wang Xiang shook his head decisively. Lao Su, I have something to do tomorrow. Let's make an appointment another day. I'll fuck you, Trojan. Wang Xiang. Su Jiang wanted to strangle this bastard at this moment. That's good. You wait for my news tomorrow and I'll pick you up. Enro smiled at Su Jiang and then returned to her seat. She didn't want to take Su Jiang home, but her brother sent her a message today, and his tone was very stern, asking her to bring Su Jiang to him tomorrow. Enro was definitely not afraid of her brother. She was just afraid that she would go against her brother's wishes and make him sad. She was definitely not afraid of her brother. Wang Xiang. I'll kill you. Why? I'm helping you. Brother. What a good opportunity. Opportunity. You know it can kill people. It's not that exaggerated. It's just meeting the parents. Enro is really good. And she is a good match for you. Su Jiang buried his head in despair. His heart was dead. And being brothers with Wang Xiang, a fool, was the greatest misfortune in his life? Forget it. I'll find a chance tomorrow to stand Enro up. He really didn't dare to go to the underworld family. Even if he was proficient in fighting, facing a huge family force, he would be the same as seeking death. Well, that's it. I'll tell Enro that I have something urgent to do tomorrow and hide away. Su Jiang was already thinking about what excuse he should use to perfunctorily deal with Enro. Ding! The host has triggered the task. Please abide by the agreement with Enro and keep your word. Complete the task and you will be rewarded. Failure will be punished. Su Jiang. I'm tired. Let's destroy it. Whoever wants this garbage system can have it. Su Jiang suspected that this system existed just to kill the host. After finishing the last class in the afternoon, I was tired. Since it was Friday, Jiangda University was very humane and did not have evening self-study today. Jiang was still the first person to walk out of the classroom, even though he was sitting in the back row. Jiang. Wait a minute. Jiang heard the voice and looked back, and saw An-ro walking towards him with her calves. If you dare to stand me up tomorrow, you'll be dead. The two walked side by side, and An-ro threatened fiercely. Many people cast curious eyes at the two of them. The rumors of Jiang's confession yesterday are still spreading like wildfire. Now the male and female protagonists in the rumors are walking side by side on campus, which immediately caused a lot of discussion. Jiang was of course aware of this phenomenon and sighed helplessly. Don't worry, my miss, and standing you up is no different from seeking death. Just you know. An-ro pouted her lips a little proudly. And Jiang also laughed when he saw this. I really don't understand why someone said An-ro was aloof. She is clearly a proud lady. Why do you want me to go to your house? I don't know. Anyway, my brother wants to see you. Your brother? Does he like grilled cold noodles? Why are you asking this? It's not good to come empty-handed for the first time. If he likes grilled cold noodles, I will bring him one tomorrow. No. An-ro doesn't understand what Jiang is thinking. How can you bring grilled cold noodles as a gift? Okay. Then I won't buy his share. You are not allowed to eat it yourself. Ha? Jiang turned his head and looked at An-ro with a puzzled look on his face. You want to control me eating a portion of grilled cold noodles? An-ro was almost angry to death. She was annoyed by the mention of grilled cold noodles since yesterday. I am such a big beauty. But in your eyes, I am not as important as grilled cold noodles? Humph. Unconsciously, the two of them walked to the intersection, where a black car stopped at the intersection, and a man in a suit stood beside it. Miss. Brother Su. Jiang recognized that the man was one of the two bodyguards from yesterday. Well, how about giving me a ride? An-ro opened the car door and stopped as she was about to get in the car. My house is in the opposite direction of yours. How can it be on the way? I got out of school early today, so I went to Zhongjiai to buy some grilled cold noodles. An-ro took a deep breath, walked slowly to Jiang, raised her little head, and looked at Jiang with a smile. Then, she raised her foot and stomped hard. Hiss. Jiang was stepped on and took a breath of cold air. And a big question mark appeared in his head. Why does this girl like to step on people so much? The key is, why does she step on me? If she doesn't want to give me a ride, then don't give me a ride. Why does she step on people? Click. Drive. Go home. Yes. Mississippi. An-ro got into the car angrily and slammed the door shut, not giving Jiang a chance to speak. Grilled cold noodles. Grilled cold noodles. You are so stupid. You only know how to eat grilled cold noodles. Seeing this, the bodyguard sat in the front and lowered his head and dared not speak. Since Jiang appeared, An-ro's mood has become more and more irritable. However, this also diverted An-ro's attention very well. In the past, when An-ro was free, she wanted to find some fun from the members of the An family, making many people in the An family miserable. It's different now. All of An-ro's attention, all of her resentment, and all of her dissatisfaction have a place to vent. That is Jiang. This also, in disguise, liberated many people in the An family and got rid of the claws of this little witch. with a foot on the accelerator. Su Jiang covered his feet and watched Enro go away in the car. When the car turned a corner and disappeared from Su Jiang's sight, Su Jiang fiercely raised a middle finger in that direction. Without a car, Su Jiang had no choice but to walk. It wasn't far anyway. Only about 10 minutes away. So Su Jiang could still walk. As he was walking, his cell phone rang. Su Jiang took out his cell phone from his pocket and looked at the caller ID. It was his father calling. And Su Jiang answered the phone while walking. "Son, are you done with school?" "What? You are really good. I couldn't believe that your teacher called me yesterday. You confessed in front of the whole class. Just like me back then." Su Jiang stroked his forehead. Speechless. Did Lao Zhang really tell his parents? How is it? Did the girl agree? Dad. That was just a misunderstanding. Don't worry about whether it's a misunderstanding or not. Did she agree? I don't think so. Su Jiang recalled that Enro didn't seem to give a clear response. But it should be a rejection. Right? What do you mean by should? If it is, it is. If it is not, it is not. How can you not do things neatly and efficiently? Dad. Do you have anything else to do? No. It's boring. I was thinking of eating some gossip from you. You are not as good as I was back then. I'm hanging up. Beep. Beep. Su Jiang took a deep breath. He thought that among his peers, he was already living a fresh and refined life. Unexpectedly, the disciple is better than the master. But he still can't beat the master in the end. But now that things have come to this, let's eat first. Boss. A Supreme Big Mac grilled cold noodles. Okay. Su Jiang was swiping his phone expressionlessly, waiting for the boss to make grilled cold noodles for him. Boss. Give me one too. The same as his. Okay. Wait a moment. At this time, a man appeared beside Su Jiang and asked for a portion of grilled cold noodles. Su Jiang glanced at the man and didn't care. The next second, the man approached Su Jiang, with a corner of his clothes raised against Su Jiang's back, and whispered, "Don't move. There's a gun against you. If you move, it will go off accidentally." Su Jiang frowned, took a deep breath, and calmed himself down quickly. As a master of firearms, he could feel at this moment that the man was not lying. He was really holding a gun against him. Who are you? And family? Or Lin family? Guessed it? My name is Li Kai. I'm from the Yin family. But I'm curious. Why did you guess a Lin family? I just beat up someone from the Lin family this morning. That makes sense. The two of them talked like this. And the grilled cold noodles boss didn't notice anything wrong. And was still making grilled cold noodles for the two at the same time. There are so many people here. Do you dare to shoot? You can try. Su Jiang shut up immediately. He didn't dare to try. You too. Your cold noodles are ready. Give it to him. He'll pay. Li Kai looked at the boss with a smile, signaling the boss to give both cold noodles to Su Jiang. Fuck. Su Jiang cursed in his heart while paying. You Mafia family can't even pay for cold noodles? Li Kai. Right? I'll remember this account. There is a bar on the right corner ahead. Go straight to the second floor after entering. I know you are good at fighting. But I hope you believe that I am also very good at fighting. Besides, The gun is loaded and there are really bullets in it. You don't have to doubt it. Su Jiang was walking in front with 2 servings of cold noodles. Li Kai stuck close to Su Jiang's back and gave him instructions. However, the 2 walked very slowly, which made pedestrians look at him strangely. Yes. It's here. Go in. Su Jiang listened to Li Kai's instructions and looked up. Xiao Mian Yi. This is the name of the bar. Pushing the door open, a waiter came towards him. Sorry. Sir. It's not business hours yet. Brotherly? The waiter was obviously also a member of the family and recognized Li Kai at a glance. It's okay. You do your thing. I'll take him to the 2nd floor. Okay. Brotherly. Under the coercion of Li Kai, Su Jiang went up the stairs step by step. Go to the 2nd room from the left. Su Jiang did as he was told and opened the door. The room was simple, with a table and 2 sofas. Sit down. Li Kai gently pushed Su Jiang, then sat on the sofa first, took out the pistol from his arms, and pointed it at Su Jiang without any scruples. Su Jiang put the cold noodles on the table, walked to the sofa opposite Li Kai, sat down, and looked at the black muzzle expressionlessly. At this moment, he began to look at Li Kai seriously. The face was as sharp as a knife. The skin was a little dark, probably due to years of exposure to the sun, with refreshing short hair and bright eyes. Su Jiang's first instinct was that Li Kai must have been a soldier, and for quite a long time. You don't seem to be afraid at all? Li Kai was curious when he saw Su Jiang looking at him. A normal person would be trembling with fear if he encountered such a situation. Not to mention that Su Jiang was just a student. But Su Jiang was unusually calm from beginning to end, which made Li Kai curious about this young man. Why should I be afraid? You can't shoot, Su Jiang said as he picked up the cold noodles and ate them slowly. Oh? How can you be sure that I won't shoot? Because you have no reason to kill me. And if you really want to kill me, you wouldn't bring me here. There's no need. What if I really intend to bring you here? And kill you quietly? Then I can only say that you are mentally ill. Su Jiang spoke bluntly. And he was very resentful of Li Kai now. Li Kai heard Su Jiang scolding him. Not only did he not get angry, but he laughed instead. Why? First, I am the top student in my school and have a chance to win a gold medal. If I die inexplicably, the school will investigate. Second, I have no life and death feud with your family. You must be looking for me because of what happened to Enro yesterday. You should know that I saved your eldest daughter's life yesterday. Besides, Enro's brother will see me tomorrow. So even if you have 100 guts, you would not dare to kill me. Third, you threatened me all the way here. Although I can't see that I was coerced by you. There are surveillance cameras all the way. If something happens to me, you will be the first suspect. After Su Jiang finished speaking, he stopped eating, raised his head, and looked at Li Kai with a playful look on his face. Based on the 3 points I mentioned above, there is no need for you to point a gun at me now. Do you dare to shoot? I even bet that there is no bullet in your gun. Because if I suddenly attack on the street, and you dare not kill me, if someone finds out that you have a gun with bullets, not only will you be in trouble, but the family will also be investigated. Li Kai heard this, leaned down, and stared at Su Jiang with a sharp gaze. Suddenly, he pointed the muzzle of the gun at Su Jiang's head and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Su Jiang stared at the muzzle of the gun with a smile on his face without blinking. Gotcha! Just as Su Jiang said. There was no bullet in the gun. Ha 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 ha. Li Kai suddenly laughed, threw the gun away, and then took out a mobile phone from his arms. The mobile phone interface showed that he was talking to someone. You heard it too. This kid is too smart. I can only test him to this extent. Well, hard work. And Mingjie's voice came from the other end of the phone. And then hung up immediately. Li Kai put his phone back in his pocket and looked at Su Jiang. His dead face was no longer there. But an appreciative smile replaced it. Originally, according to Mingjie's statement yesterday, he was going to beat this kid half to death and take him back. But because of Enro's bodyguard's report, Mingjie changed his mind again. He asked Li Kai to come in advance to try Su Jiang and see what this young man is like. Whether he is really as special as the bodyguard said. Not bad. Kid. You are so smart at such a young age. No wonder you can control Enro's temper. Su Jiang gave him a professional smile in return, finished the last bite, and wiped his mouth with a tissue beside him. So, can I leave now? No. It's a rare opportunity. Let's chat. Enro is also a girl I watched grow up. And I am also half her brother. Alas. Enro and I are really innocent. Su Jiang was speechless. Why did he feel that he and Enro were already together? If I had known there would be so many troubles later, I would not have said that. Let the system wipe me out. Damn system. It's all your fault. Li Kai didn't believe it. He heard from Mingjie yesterday that Enro hugged this boy. And she was still innocent? He and Mingjie knew what Enro was like. She had never held a boy's hand since she was a child. Let alone hugged a boy. Boy. Are you trying to be irresponsible? Li Kai's eyes suddenly became dangerous. He didn't mind teaching this ignorant boy a lesson. He admitted that Su Jiang was smart. But he couldn't survive in Jiangdu City with just a brain. Hearing this, Su Jiang immediately started to argue. What do you mean by irresponsible? I just hugged her. Before he finished speaking, Su Jiang's hair stood up all over his body. He saw Li Kai suddenly attack and pounce on him like a cheetah. Faced with Li Kai's sudden attack, Su Jiang had no time to hesitate. With the instinctive reaction given by his fighting proficiency, he pushed hard on the ground and dodged Li Kai's attack with a backflip. What a quick reaction! This was Li Kai's first thought. In his eyes, Su Jiang's actions were definitely those of a martial artist. Before Li Kai launched his attack, Su Jiang jumped up with his hand using the sofa as support and kicked Li Kai's head. He had been tolerating Li Kai for a long time. Since he asked him to pay for the cold noodles, he became more and more angry. But thinking that the other party was from the An family and was half of Enro's brother, Su Jiang thought about forgetting it. But just now, Li Kai attacked without saying a word, which also made Su Jiang angry. If a tiger doesn't show its power, do you think I'm really an ordinary student? Bang! Li Kai's reaction was also quick. He realized the impending danger almost at the moment when Su Jiang made a move. Surprised, he instinctively raised his arm and tightly protected his head to block the thunder-like kick. However, Su Jiang's action exceeded his expectations. At the moment of contact, Su Jiang cleverly used Li Kai's blocking arm as a fulcrum, and his body gracefully rotated 180 degrees in the air. Then, his other foot kicked out as fast as lightning, accurately hitting Li Kai's chest. Snap! A muffled sound echoed in the air, and Li Kai's body was kicked backwards by the force of the kick. He rolled on the ground for a circle before he could barely stabilize his body. He stood up quickly, his eyes full of shock. As the number one fighter of the Yin family, he had not suffered a loss in a barehanded contest for a long time. However, the boy in front of him, who looked like he didn't have much muscle, actually showed such amazing fighting skills in an instant, which was simply unbelievable to him. Who did you learn your fighting skills from? I learned it online. What the hell? You learned it online? Do you think I'm a fool? However, Su Jiang can have such skills at this age, which shows that he has a strong fighting talent. Su Jiang was helpless. He couldn't tell you that the system gave it to him. That sounds less reliable than learning it online. The skills are good, but unfortunately the strength is not enough. Li Kai touched the place where Su Jiang kicked just now, and it didn't hurt. Besides, your physical fitness does not match your fighting skills, which limits your performance to a certain extent. No matter how good your skills are, without enough strength and endurance to support them, they are just castles in the air and will eventually collapse. Li Kai's tone was a little regretful, as if he saw a rough jade that had not been fully carved. Okay. Kicking me is a relief for you. Go back. Li Kai clapped his hands and showed a satisfied smile on his face. He was a little curious when he heard an Mingjia mention that Su Jiang was good at fighting. Now he tried it and it really didn't disappoint him. Su Jiang nodded. He also knew that his physical fitness was not good. If he continued to fight like this, he would probably get beaten. So he stopped while he was ahead. He picked up Li Kai's grilled cold noodles on the table and walked out. Li Kai? Hey! That's my grilled cold noodles. I paid for it. Su Jiang didn't even turn his head. Your grilled cold noodles? You are dreaming. I paid for it. And you can have a bite. I am not surnamed Su today. Hearing this, Li Kai smiled unhappily. But he was not angry. For some reason, Su Jiang's personality and temper were very much to his taste. As soon as Su Jiang opened the door, he saw the waiter who had been running over in a hurry. Brother Li. It's not good. When the waiter saw Li Kai, he didn't even have time to catch his breath, and hurriedly said, "The Lin family is here." It's Lin Hui. What? Why is Lin Hui here? Hearing this, Li Kai frowned, and didn't care about Su Jiang, and hurried downstairs. Seeing this, Su Jiang smacked his lips and sighed that it was not easy to be a gangster. But it had nothing to do with him. He was just an ordinary student. On the first floor, a young man sat leisurely on a small round stool beside the bar. He was wearing a well-tailored dark suit, and the wine glass in his hand was gently swaying. The cocktail was bright in color and had clear layers. It was obviously just carefully prepared. Day. With the sound of footsteps coming from the stairwell, Li Kai walked down the stairs steadily, and his eyes immediately locked on the young man beside the bar. He immediately recognized the man's identity. He was the current helmsman of the Lin family, and the only son of the head of the Lin family, Lin Hui. Beside Lin Hui, a man with a cold face and a striking scar on his face stood quietly. He was Lin Hui's personal bodyguard and a tough guy in the Lin family. Privately, he was called Scar. Li Kai looked around quickly. Apart from Lin Hui and Scar, he did not see any other members of the Lin family. Just Lin Hui and Scar? Although he was surprised, it was also within reason. Lin Hui had always been bold and unpredictable. Seeing Li Kai appear, Lin Hui turned around, smiled, and spoke in a low voice. I like the wine here. The name is also very nice. Xiaomian Yi. Which suits my taste. After that, Lin Hui took a sip of the wine and showed an intoxicated expression. Li Kai had long been accustomed to Lin Hui's style and looked unhappy. Lin Hui. What are you doing here? Nothing. I just happened to pass by. And when I heard you were here, I came to see you. Look. Aren't you afraid that I will kill you here? Do you dare? Lin Hui sneered, if you kill me, the Lin family and the Yin family will inevitably go to war. The opportunity to compete for the leading family will be in a month. At this sensitive stage, you dare to kill me? Li Kai frowned when he heard this. Lin Hui was telling the truth. Even if he was unhappy with Lin Hui, he absolutely could not do it at this moment. Don't be so nervous. And keep a straight face all day long. Lin Hui put down the wine glass and stood up. I came here specially to tell you a top secret news. I dare not believe your news. Even if it's about the gray area? Gray area? Li Kai's pupil shrank when he heard these 4 words. In China, there are underworld families in major cities. But there is also a special area. They wander between the underworld and the white world, and have deep business dealings with both sides. The most important thing is that they are powerful. Almost every family from the gray area has a strong strength that is not weaker than the leading family of the underworld. Li Kai's expression satisfied Lin Hui. He continued, yes. Tomorrow night, the Feng family will meet with a leading family in the gray area at Fengting Restaurant. Li Kai's face was solemn. He knew Lin Hui. This level of news would probably not be false. The Feng family is the main competitor of the Yin family. Whether it is resources or strength, the two families are not much different. If the Feng family gets the support of the gray area, then the Yin family will be in danger. Such important news. You told me just like that? Yes. I am a kind person. There is nothing I can do. Lin Hui smiled, as if he was really worried about the Yin family. Li Kai certainly did not believe this rhetoric. But no matter what Lin Hui's purpose was, this matter must be told to Yin Mingjie as soon as possible. Day. There was another sound of footsteps in the stairwell, attracting the attention of several people. Lin Hui was a little curious. Besides Li Kai, there was someone else on the second floor? Li Kai was shocked. Oh no! I forgot that Su Jiang hadn't left yet. It's not a good thing to expose Su Jiang to Lin Hui and involve him in the family dispute. And people like Lin Hui will definitely investigate once they see Su Jiang. When they find out the relationship between Enro and Su Jiang, they will definitely try their best to use this relationship to attack the Yin family. Just wanted to let Su Jiang go back upstairs. But it was too late. Before the person arrived, Su Jiang's voice could be heard. I'm not saying. Why is the toilet in your bar so hard to find? It's designed like a maze. It took me a long time to find it. Also, the faucet on the sink is broken. Remember to find someone to fix it later. After Su Jiang went down the last step of the stairs, He noticed that the atmosphere was a little wrong. And his voice stopped abruptly. For a moment, everyone's eyes were focused on Su Jiang. Li Kai stroked his forehead, his face showing helplessness and despair. Scar just glanced at him, calm and indifferent. Lin Hui looked at Su Jiang, his eyes full of curiosity, as if he had discovered something new. Jiang University uniform? Student? You are here at this time. Someone from your own family? I haven't heard that there is such a person. In the younger generation of the Yin family? The illegitimate son of your family master? Lin Hui asked a bunch of questions like a cannonball. But his eyes never moved away from Su Jiang. Su Jiang also realized that the problem seemed to be a bit big. He looked at Li Kai with some complaints. And I deliberately stayed upstairs for a while. Haven't you taken the person away yet? Well, I'm passing by. You continue. Su Jiang showed a shy smile, nodded and was about to go out. When passing by Lin Hui did not move, but just whispered, Scar. Click. Stop. The bullet was loaded. And the black muzzle of the gun instantly appeared in front of Su Jiang. This is not the toy gun that Li Kai used just now. It really has bullets. Lin Hui. What do you want to do? Li Kai yelled. He was really afraid that Scar would shoot without saying anything. He was fine. But it was mainly because it was difficult to explain to Enro and in Mingjie. Moreover, killing someone in front of Li Kai in the Yin family's tavern was tantamount to slapping the face of the Yin family. Seeing Li Kai so nervous, Lin Hui became even more excited. He was more and more sure that Su Jiang was special. Ding! The host triggered the task. Please use your own strength and courage to escape from danger. Complete the task to get rewards. And fail to be punished. The voice of the system sounded in his mind. But Su Jiang had no expression on his face. Even if there was no system, he didn't intend to leave in such a humiliated way. Su Jiang hated the feeling of being pointed at with a gun again and again. Li Kai let it go. After all, the gun was not loaded with bullets. And he had no ill will towards him. And there was also the relationship with Enro. You? A scarred face. Why point a gun at your master, Su? Lin Hui. Let him go. He is not from the Yin family. But just a student. Li Kai's eyes were solemn. He did not dare to bet whether Lin Hui dared to kill Su Jiang. Few people could guess Lin Hui's every move. But it would always be unexpected and surprising. This is also an important reason why the Lin family has been able to develop rapidly to this day. Lin Hui ignored Li Kai, turned around and said to Su Jiang's back, classmate. Don't be so anxious to leave. Let's talk? The tone was negotiating. But Su Jiang did not hear any intention of negotiation. Su Jiang ignored Lin Hui and raised his head slightly. His height of 1.8 meters was almost the same as Scar's. His eyes looked at Scar without emotion at this moment. I hate being pointed at with a gun. Su Jiang's voice was low. After hearing this, Scar's mouth curled up a contemptuous smile. His eyes full of teasing, oh? Then what do you want? Resist? He did not take Su Jiang to heart. After all, Su Jiang was just an ordinary teenager in his eyes. Su Jiang took a deep breath, as if to calm himself down. Then, he slowly turned around and answered Lin Hui's words while turning around, chat? What do you want to talk about? Just when Su Jiang's body turned halfway, his muscles all over his body instantly tensed, as if a cheetah was looking for the best time to attack. Suddenly, Su Jiang squatted down suddenly. His figure was as fast as lightning, causing the muzzle originally aimed at him to instantly lose its target. Scar was stunned. He did not expect the other party to really dare to resist. So Su Jiang found an opportunity to take advantage of him. Scar reacted quickly and wanted to aim the muzzle at Su Jiang again. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his wrist, as if it was tightly clamped by a clamp. The next second, his wrist was twisted off by Su Jiang, and the pistol fell out of his hand. Su Jiang was quick-eyed and quick-handed, and caught the fallen pistol steadily. Without hesitation, Su Jiang showed a fierce look on his face, and immediately made a decision, aiming at Scar's thigh and pulling the trigger. Bang! A deafening gunshot echoed. Ugh! Accompanied by the sound of gunfire. Scar let out a scream. The pain of his wrist being twisted off, coupled with the severe pain of his thigh being hit by a bullet. Even if he could endure it, he could only fall to the ground and scream. Then, Su Jiang did not stop. He turned around and pointed the gun at the shocked Lin Hui, and spoke lightly without any emotion. Now, do you still want to talk? The whole place was silent, and the bartenders were frightened by the scene in front of them. Lin Hui was a little dazed. He hadn't reacted until now, and everything that had just happened made him feel like he was dreaming. Li Kai swallowed his saliva with difficulty, and Su Jiang's actions completely shocked him. He could see that Su Jiang had obviously fired a gun for the first time, because Su Jiang's hands were still shaking slightly, which obviously had a little impact on his psychology. What shocked him was Su Jiang's ruthlessness and decisiveness. He dared to shoot without any hesitation, and dared to threaten Lin Hui directly at this moment. Li Kai looked at Su Jiang's figure and the momentum that shocked the whole place, and the figure of the head of the family, and Xingqiang, emerged in his mind. The same ruthlessness, the same domineering. He couldn't believe that such momentum would appear in a teenager. An idea suddenly popped up in Li Kai's mind, and he stared at Su Jiang with burning eyes. This kid might be a natural underworld overlord. Su Jiang stood expressionless, his eyes like deep lake water, calm and unperturbed. The muzzle of the gun in his hand pointed accurately at Lin Hui, and his hand holding the gun trembled slightly. The first time he shot someone, he still felt uneasy. But the trembling did not last long, and was soon replaced by his inner calmness. Thanks to the high-level skill of firearms proficiency, Su Jiang not only knew how to use the pistol, but also had the ability to shoot accurately. As soon as he held the gun handle, he seemed to be integrated with the gun, and every movement seemed natural and smooth. At this time, Lin Hui had recovered from his initial shock. He exhaled, and a contemptuous smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, as if he didn't care about Su Jiang's threat at all. He said lightly, "You won't shoot. If I die, there will be a big war between the Lin family and the Yin family." However, before he finished speaking, a crisp gunshot broke the silence of the room. Bang! The bullet streaked through the air like lightning, brushing past Lin Hui's ear and accurately hitting the wine bottle behind him. The wine bottle exploded instantly. Fragments flew everywhere, and fell on the floor with a crisp sound. Although this shot did not hit Lin Hui, it made his face change drastically. He did not expect Su Jiang to actually dare to shoot, and his shooting skills were so accurate. "Su Jiang, is it my business if the Lin family and the Yin family go to war? Lin Hui? Not a buddy? Are you serious?" Lin Hui's face no longer maintained the previous calmness and composure. He turned his head mechanically and looked at Li Kai standing beside him, his eyes full of doubts and confusion. What's the situation? Why did he dare to shoot? He is not from your family? Li Kai understood the doubt in Lin Hui's eyes. He nodded. His face was a little pale, and he was obviously frightened by Su Zhang's shot just now. Lin Hui really can't die here. Fuck! Lin Hui's heart was filled with 1,000 horses running through it. He still felt the pain of being grazed by a bullet in his ear. This feeling made him more certain that he had just walked on the edge of life and death. Classmate, oh no. Brother. Lin Hui's voice was tense, and he eagerly corrected the address, trying to get closer to Su Zhang. Put down the gun first, and let's talk it out. Lin Hui didn't care about his status. He was so arrogant before, and now he was so embarrassed. There was no way. People had to bow their heads under the gun. Yes. Su Zhang. Calm down first. And don't shoot again. Li Kai also spoke hurriedly, and he was now regretting it. If he had known that Su Zhang would be so crazy, he would never let Su Zhang and Lin Hui meet. In his opinion, compared with Lin Hui's mood swings, Su Zhang was more like an unpredictable madman. Once he touched his bottom line, he would be retaliated by him crazily. Li Kai's forehead was covered with fine beads of sweat. He nervously observed Su Zhang's reaction, fearing that he would pull the trigger again. Su Zhang's eyes were still as cold as ice, and the gun in his hand was still pointed steadily at Lin Hui. Lin Hui's face gradually turned pale. He had never thought that he would fall into such a desperate situation. He, a man with a great reputation in the underworld, was now being pointed at his head by a student with a cold gun? And he had no way to deal with it. After a long time, Su Zhang took a deep breath and slowly put down the gun in his hand. After weighing the pros and cons, he decided to let Lin Hui go. First, he didn't want to kill anyone, even if the other party was a gangster. Second, he didn't want to get into trouble and face the revenge of the Lin family. Click. Click. In the astonished eyes of the people around him, Su Zhang's movements were as skillful as a magician. He quickly removed the magazine of the pistol, and then threw the pistol without a magazine to Lin Hui. The pistol drew an arc in the air and landed precisely at Lin Hui's feet, making a crisp metal collision sound. I said, my presence here is just an accident. I have no intention of getting involved in the affairs between your underworld families. Su Zhang paused for a moment and continued. These 2 bullets today are just a reminder. Don't come to trouble me, and I won't take the initiative to provoke you. He gently shook the magazine in his hand, and the bullets inside slid out with his movements, falling to the ground one by one, making a crisp sound. Until the end, only a lonely bullet was left lying quietly in the magazine. Su Zhang stretched out 2 fingers, clamped the bullet steadily, and then slowly raised it to Lin Hui's eyes. If you want to seek revenge on me later, this bullet will let you see your brains. Everyone looked at the scene in front of them, in shock, and they couldn't believe that this was what a student could say. The atmosphere instantly became tense and depressing, as if even the air had solidified. This was no longer a reminder, but a threat. Su Zhang is threatening Lin Hui and the Lin family, the underworld family of Jiangdu City. This kid is really a lunatic, Li Kai muttered to himself. He didn't know what other words could describe Su Zhang at this moment except the word lunatic. In silence, Su Zhang put the bullet in his pocket and pushed the door out without looking back. The waiters made way for him, with fear in their eyes. They all knew that this seemingly ordinary boy in front of them was an out-and-out ruthless person. After Su Jiang left, a burst of laughter rang out in the silent bar, like a beast lurking in the darkness. He he he, ha 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 ha. Lin Hui's laughter gradually grew louder. While laughing, he bent down to pick up the pistol that Su Jiang had just thrown over, and gently rubbed the cold hand with his fingers. The gun body. A twisted and weird smile appeared on his face. He looked up at Li Kai, who was standing aside. With a hint of joking in his tone, Li Kai, that person just now is not from your own family, right? Li Kai hesitated for a moment and said, not really. That's good. He gritted his teeth and spat out these 3 words, his eyes revealing incomparable ferocity and madness. He looked at the door of the bar. There was no one there. But Lin Hui's eyes seemed to be able to penetrate time and space and see Su Jiang's leaving figure. Lin Hui murmured to himself, let me see the brain? This is really interesting. After saying that, he turned to look at Li Kai. Do you think he will regret not killing me today? Li Kai was silent and did not answer. But Lin Hui didn't seem to need his answer. He continued, I bet he will. He will regret not killing me today. After that, Lin Hui walked away. The scar on the ground was so painful that he fainted. He didn't even have the interest to take another look. With a broken wrist and a gunshot wound to the leg, even if Scar recovers, he won't have the same fighting ability as before. The Lin family doesn't need people who are worthless. You guys, take Scar away and clean up the place. Don't do business today. While Li Kai was making arrangements, he felt dizzy as he looked at Lin Hui's retreating back. Everything that happened here today must be informed to An Mingjie as soon as possible to see if Su Jiang should be protected. In his opinion, what Su Jiang showed today was worthy of their efforts to win over Anja. Even if they failed, they must not be their enemies. Su Jiang was walking on the way home. It was already completely dark. He felt a little tired. Since the system appeared, his life was no longer peaceful. All kinds of troubles came one after another. Su Jiang had a feeling that no matter how he tried to escape, he could not get rid of these troubles. Is it God's will? Or am I thinking too much? Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task and getting a random reward. Random reward is being drawn. The system sounded, and Su Jiang was numb. However, time passed by, but the system prompt sound did not sound. Su Jiang could not help but frown, and a trace of doubt rose in his heart. It has been so long, and the reward has not been drawn yet? As if hearing Su Jiang's muttering in his heart, the system prompt sounded. Congratulations to the host for winning the special reward blank skill scroll. Blank skill scrolls are extremely rare. After using them, they can provide the host with the skills most needed at the moment. Do you want to use the blank skill scroll? Su Jiang was stunned, and immediately responded in his mind, yes. Use the blank skill scroll successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the high-level skill Extraordinary Body. Instantly, an unprecedented sense of power surged out of Su Jiang's body. Su Jiang could feel that every cell of his body was full of vitality, and he walked very lightly. Although his body muscles did not change significantly, every muscle contraction and relaxation contained huge energy. Crack! He casually punched the air, and it actually brought a gust of wind. Su Jiang now seemed to have been reborn. If Li Kai a few hours ago faced Su Jiang now, he would have been at least a third-level disability after being kicked. Su Jiang's mood improved. The extraordinary body was the important ability he needed now, which made up for his lack of physical fitness. In addition to the fighting proficiency skills he had mastered before, Su Jiang now could be said to be fearless of any cold weapon battle. When he returned home, it was already 8:30 in the evening. Tomorrow is a rare weekend. Although he doesn't know when Enro will come to pick him up, he plans to sleep until he wakes up naturally. After taking a hot bath, Su Jiang fell on the bed and was about to fall asleep. Suddenly thinking of something, he got out of bed and walked to the living room, picked up a glass cup that he didn't use very often, and gently hung it on the door handle. In this way, if someone tries to quietly open the door and enter the house, the cup will fall to the ground and make a sound because of the movement of the door handle. This is to prevent the revenge of the Lin family. Although Su Jiang doesn't know whether these underworld families have the business of assassination in the middle of the night, it is better to take precautions. After confirming that the door was locked, Su Jiang fell asleep peacefully. At the same time, in the Yin family, in Mingjia's study, Mingjie was sitting on the sofa in the study, with his left leg gently raised and a slowly burning cigarette between the fingertips of his right hand. In the smoke, his face looked particularly deep, and his eyes were thinking. On the other side, Li Kai sat quietly, looking at Mingjie, with a hint of solemnity on his face. That's the way it is. I'm afraid Lin Hui won't let it go. Should we protect Su Jiang? Li Kai was inclined to protect Su Jiang. He felt that if Su Jiang could join the Yin family, it would greatly enhance the strength of the Yin family. And Mingjie didn't speak, but was thinking, because the development of the events described by Li Kai was too unbelievable. If it weren't for his relationship with Li Kai for so many years, and Mingjie would have thought that Li Kai was making fun of him. After a long time, and Mingjie knocked on the table and said, "From your point of view, could this Su Jiang be from the Feng family?" Li Kai was stunned when he heard this, and then said, "It should be impossible. He seems to have no contact with the three major families. We have also checked and his background is very clean." Clean background? You mean his identity as a student? And Mingjie chuckled, shook his head, and said, "A student can make you suffer in an unarmed fight. A student can cleanly deal with Scar, and even shoot at Lin Hui to deter him? A student is so proficient in firearms that he not only has terrifying shooting accuracy, but also dismantles the pistol in front of. You like a magic trick?" Li Kai listened to Mingjie's words, sweating on his forehead. He really didn't think deeply about these. He only saw the specialness of Su Jiang, and didn't think carefully about why a student would have such ability. Is he not a student? No. He is indeed a student. And Mingjie stood up, walked to the window, and looked at the night sky. But we can't treat him as a student. Just like Lin Hui. If he is still treated as a student, today's Scar will be tomorrow's in family. Li Kai nodded in agreement. The reason why Scar and Lin Hui were like that today was because they didn't take Su Jiang seriously at the beginning. Su Jiang's matter is not urgent. I will talk about it when I see him tomorrow. The important thing now is the meeting between the Feng family and the Gray Zone family. And Mingjie walked through the soft light of the study and slowly walked to a quaint wooden table. On the table, A chessboard was quietly placed. He picked up a black piece from the chess box and gently held it in his hand. Yes. They will meet with the leading family in the gray area tomorrow night. What should we do? Li Kai's face showed obvious anxiety. He knew the importance of this meeting to the Yin family. Any mistake could affect the fate of the entire family. Relax. Don't be so nervous. And Mingjie's voice was like a spring breeze. Without a trace of panic. The leading family in the gray area is impossible to join forces with the Feng family. Why? Li Kai asked in confusion. And Mingjie smiled slightly and gently dropped the black piece in his hand on the chessboard, making a crisp sound. He raised his head and looked at Li Kai deeply, because the Feng family does not have that ability. Throughout the ages, whenever there is a joint effort, there must be a trade of interests. Although the Feng family has certain resources in the short term, in the long run, the decline of the Feng family is inevitable. The younger generation of the three major underworld families in Jiangdu City. The Yin family has me and Mingjie. The Lin family has Lin Hui. And what about the Feng family? The younger generation of the Feng family has no one who can take on the responsibility. To this day, the old patriarch Feng Qingye is still at the helm. The leading family in the gray area, if they have a little bit of brains, will not invest in such a family that is destined to decline. After hearing in Mingjie's analysis, Li Kai's doubts instantly dissipated. But he was puzzled. Since the leading family in the gray area will not join forces with the Feng family, why do they have to arrange a meeting with the Feng family? He. And Mingjie chuckled. They don't want to meet the Feng family, but the three major families in Jiangdu City. They deliberately spread the news of this meeting to make us and the Lin family sit still. After we know it, we will definitely find ways to go to Feng Ting restaurant. In this way, they can meet the leaders of our three major families at once and achieve their real goal. I guess Lin Hui also saw through this and told you the news. Li Kai nodded. Suddenly realized. Looked at Mingjie with admiration. And felt fortunate. Fortunately, the Yin family has a person like Mingjie. If there was no Mingjie in these years, the Yin family would not be able to suppress the Lin family. At this moment, Mingjie paused while fiddling with the chess pieces. As if he thought of something, smiled slightly. A gleam of light flashed in his eyes. And murmured. So it seems that tomorrow is a good opportunity. The next day, the sun shone in through the window. Su Jiang slowly opened his eyes. Still with a bit of confusion in his eyes. He reached out to grope for his phone. And the time on the screen showed 7 o'clock. Which was obviously too early for a student. He originally planned to fall asleep again. After all, according to his biological clock, he should still be in deep sleep at this time. However, no matter how Su Jiang tossed and turned, he couldn't fall asleep. This sudden sense of wakefulness was extremely rare for him, and even seemed a little unreasonable. Logically, he should sleep until at least 12 o'clock in the afternoon. How can a college student wake up naturally at 7 in the morning? Could it be a supernatural body? Su Jiang thought about it, and it seemed that only this possibility could explain his abnormal state at the moment. The high-level skill of supernatural body brought Su Jiang not only an increase in physical strength, but also a comprehensive physical upgrade. It made the body cells more active and the metabolism rate accelerated, thereby greatly reducing the need for sleep. In other words, normal people need to maintain 8 hours of adequate sleep a day. Soo-jung only needs 6 hours of sleep, or even less, to stay energetic and clear-headed. TSK. Rubbish skills. I can't experience the beauty of sleeping in. After complaining silently, Soo-jung got up helplessly, washed up, and then went to the community downstairs to have breakfast. Boss. As usual. A soup dumpling and a bowl of soy milk. Okay. Sit there and wait. The boss responded enthusiastically and started to prepare. Quickly. Soo-jung found a seat by the window and sat down. After a while, the boss came over with a tray of steaming dumplings, and then he made a bowl of steaming soy milk for Soo-jung and put it on the table. Thank you. Soo-jung ate the buns while browsing his phone. It seemed that Lao Zhang sent a message in the class group last night, but he didn't see it. A play activity? When did Zhang Da actually have this thing? Soo-jung looked at it and saw that what Lao Zhang meant was that in order to relieve the academic pressure of freshmen, the school would organize a play activity next week. For this purpose, the school even went so far as to book the largest amusement park in Jiangdu City. Would the school be so kind? Soo-jung was full of doubts. But then he figured it out. It's probably the education department that put pressure on the school. It's probably to select the most beautiful colleges and universities, so they would do these things. But what's interesting is that Lao Zhang said in the group that this activity is entirely voluntary. Those who want to go should sign up in the group and sign a letter of responsibility. If something goes wrong, it has nothing to do with the school. Soo-jung glanced at the group chat record casually, and the corners of his mouth twitched a few times. No one has signed up. What are these people waiting for? Soo-jung didn't care so much. It was rare that the school was willing to go. So he replied in the group to sign up. Almost the next second after he sent the message, several registration information appeared in the group chat. Soo-jung noticed that Wang Xiang's registration reply followed almost immediately, only a few seconds later than his. These grandsons, are they waiting for someone to come forward? Soo-jung was angry and amused. And then he didn't care anymore. He finished his breakfast in a few minutes, paid the money and went home to read. Yes. You read it right. Reading. Although Soo-jung's grades were already very good, in order to prepare for the competition, he would still take time every day to do 2 questions from previous competitions. At 11 o'clock in the morning, and Ro called. Rogue Soo-jung. Are you awake? And Ro's crisp and ethereal voice came from the other end, which made Soo-jung stunned for a few seconds. Awake. Can we change the name? No. Wait at the gate of the community in 10 minutes. I'll pick you up. You're dead if you don't see anyone. After Ro finished speaking, she hung up the phone without waiting for Soo-jung to reply. Beep beep beep. Soo-jung put down the phone and shook his head helplessly. This eldest lady's temper is really hopeless. Walking to the closet in the room, he casually picked out a refreshing white short-sleeved shirt, put on an off-white jacket, and patted the clothes gently to make sure there were no wrinkles. He looked in the mirror and felt okay. Then, he walked out of the room leisurely and walked towards the gate of the community at an unhurried pace. A few minutes later, A familiar black car slowly drove into his sight. The door opened gently. And Enro walked down gracefully. Coincidentally, Enro also chose an off-white coat today, with an exquisite Western-style white women's shirt inside, and a black short skirt on the lower body. And her slender calves were perfectly wrapped in black socks. The two stood together. The off-white coat and the white innerwear set off each other. At first glance, they really looked like couples' outfits. And both of them were very beautiful, which attracted the attention of many people around them. And Rose slightly frowned her delicate eyebrows, and looked at Su Jian carefully from top to bottom. You're going to meet my brother dressed like this? Why? No? Too green and immature. I'm just a student. Su Jiang shrugged helplessly. Then I'll go back and change? And Ro rolled her eyes at him unhappily. It's too late. I can't keep my brother waiting. After that, she pulled Su Jiang's wrist and took him to the car, accompanied by the two familiar bodyguards. After meeting so many times, Su Jiang wanted to ask the names of the two bodyguards. However, Enro kept chattering on the side, constantly reminding Su Jiang, when you see my brother later, you must be serious. If he scares you with a gun, don't be afraid. He won't really shoot. Although we are a gangster family, we will not kill innocent people or oppress ordinary people. If there is any special situation, just look at my eyes and act. Also, if he asks you to stay for dinner, you must not agree. And Rose said seriously, frowning from time to time. And her beautiful big eyes kept turning, as if she was carefully recalling whether there were any details she missed. Okay. Missin'. Look at you. Why do you seem to be more nervous than me when I meet your brother? Su Jiang smiled and looked at Enro. And her little face, which was tense because of nervousness, couldn't help but feel cute. He couldn't help but reach out and gently rub her soft hair. Don't worry. It's okay. Your brother can't eat me? Enro glared at Su Jiang and muttered, Humph. I'm just afraid that if you get scared and something happens, I will be responsible. Halfway through, Enro suddenly realized that her hair was rubbed by Su Jiang. She was stunned for a moment. Then her eyes widened and she looked at Su Jiang angrily. Asshole Su Jiang! You dare to rub my head! Enro's anger exploded instantly. She waved her fists. The space in the car was small, but Enro's fists didn't hurt. Su Jiang simply took a few punches to let her vent. At the same time, Su Jiang's attention was always looking out the window. He was memorizing the route from his home to the Yin family. After about 20 minutes, the black car drove into the Yin family compound. Su Jiang got out of the car and looked around. It can only be said that it is worthy of being a mafia family. The extremely empty yard has a flower bed and fountain in the middle. Some members of the Yin family in black suits are standing around, looking at him with curious eyes. Who is that man? He looks quite young. A student? Oh my God. Why is Miss Enro next to him? Who is he? Wait. You didn't notice the point. They seem to be wearing couple outfits. Fuck. 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 The little witch Enro has a partner? The atmosphere between the members of the Yin family is completely different from other mafia families. There is no rigid hierarchy here. It is more like a harmonious big family. So their discussions are not shy and outspoken. What's more, Enro is the favorite of the Yin family. Many members of the Yin family have watched Enro grow up. So they are full of curiosity about Soo-jong's identity. And the discussion is one after another. However, these discussions inadvertently drifted into Eun-ro's ears. She frowned slightly, blinked her bright eyes, and glanced at her and Soo-jong's outfits inadvertently. It seems. It does look a bit like a couple's outfit. And a ripple appeared in her heart. Shut up! Eun-ro suddenly said coquettishly. Her voice was crisp and a little embarrassed. You all go wash your eyes. How can it look like a couple's outfit? There was a bit of coquettishness in her words. But she couldn't hide the panic in her heart. The members of the Eun family smiled when they saw this. They had long been accustomed to Eun-ro's temper and had been scolded many times before. So they knew that Eun-ro was not really angry. Stop talking. Miss Eun-ro is angry. He. Miss Eun-ro is not angry. I'm afraid she's shy. I recorded it. Brother. I'll report your words to Miss Eun-ro later. You'll have a miserable life in the future. No. Buddy. Don't mess with me. Vini 200. Fuck. Eun-ro's cheeks flushed. She stamped her feet in anger. Turned her head to look at Soo-jong. But didn't see anyone. She was stunned. Where is Soo-jong? He disappeared just after getting off the car? Ahem, miss. Brother Soo is over there. The bodyguard pointed in a direction speechlessly. Eun-ro looked in the direction of the finger. And the scene in front of her made her almost fuming. Soo-jong was leaning leisurely on the side. One hand casually inserted in his trouser pocket. A cigarette between his fingertips. A nonchalant look. Chatting with a member of the Eun family. You don't know. Miss Eun-ro used to be so fierce. Ha ha ha. Really? She used to be like this. Soo-jong listened with great interest. His face was excited. And he seemed to be full of curiosity about Eun-ro's fierce history. And the Eun family members were excited and were about to chat with Soo-jong for a few more words. But suddenly glanced and saw Eun-ro walking towards them. Well, I suddenly remembered that the leader had not finished the task he asked me to do. So I went to do it first. Realizing that the situation was not good. He quickly found an excuse and turned around. In a hurry without waiting for Soo-jong's response. Soo-jong was stunned. We were chatting well. Why did she suddenly run away? I still wanted to ask about the Eun family. Suddenly, Soo-jong shuddered all over. And suddenly felt a cold chill coming from his spine. Penetrating his heart. He turned his head suddenly. And saw Eun-ro standing quietly behind him. Looking at him with a gentle face. But that smile made people shudder. I said he insisted on talking to me. Do you believe it? Soo-jong swallowed carefully. Trying to defend himself. What do you think? Eun-ro's voice was as cold as ice. Without a trace of warmth. Then, a crisp click sounded. She stepped hard on Soo-jong's foot. But Eun-ro still felt unsatisfied. She was afraid that Soo-jong would be nervous. But now it seems that he is not nervous at all. She stretched out her slender fingers. Pinched a small piece of meat on Soo-jong's waist. And twisted it hard. You are quite capable. As soon as I got off the car. I couldn't wait to ask about my childhood. Hiss. It's not me who asked. He insisted on talking to me. Is the cigarette already smoked? I can't refuse it when someone handed it to me. Humph. Eun-ro snorted coldly. And her eyes swept around. and found that many members of the Yin family were secretly observing them, with gossipy smiles on their faces. In the eyes of the Yin family members, and Ro and Su Jiang looked like a pair of flirting lovers. "I'll let you go this time. Come with me." And Ro glared at Su Jiang, not giving him a chance to explain, and took his hand and strode into the Yin family's door. In the living room, and Mingjie sat quietly on the sofa, his hands leisurely folded across his chest, listening to his subordinates' reports. Hearing the footsteps, he raised his head, and his eyes just caught the scene of Ro pulling Su Jiang slowly in, and his eyes stayed on their tightly held hands. Then, he gently raised one hand and made an elegant gesture, signaling his subordinates to stop reporting. Then, and Mingjie slowly stood up, with a warm smile on his face, as if a spring breeze was blowing on his face, which made people feel good. Ro is back. This is Su Jiang, right? And Mingjie walked forward and stretched out his hand to Su Jiang. Su Jiang was stunned for a second, then stretched out his hand and shook it tightly within Mingjie. "Hello, Masterin." Su Jiang's smile faded, and his face became a little solemn, although in Mingjie's words and deeds gave people the feeling of being easy to get along with and not aggressive at all. Su Jiang was most afraid of this kind of person. Su Jiang knew that in Mingjie, as the helmsman of the Yin family, must have a dormant wildness under this gentle face. At this moment, the system prompt sounded. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task, successfully fulfilling the agreement with Ro, and obtaining a random reward. Random reward is being drawn. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the low-level skill, Dirty Stun. Su Jiang was speechless for a moment. What kind of broken skill is this? Why is it called this name? It's not elegant at all. What's the use of this skill? Su Jiang asked in his heart. When the host uses a stick-like weapon and attacks from behind, he will be able to stun the opponent 100%. The stun is related to the strength of the attack. Shit. Su Jiang can only say that it is a low-level skill. It cannot be said that it is useless. But it is somewhat useless. With my current skills, I don't need this skill. I can easily stun the opponent. And I am a good student. How can I use such a despicable method? The system is not good, and wants to make me go astray. It's too distant to call me Masterin. If you don't mind, just call me Brotherin. And Mingjie said as he took him to sit on the sofa. And Ro followed and sat next to Su Jiang. Okay. Then I won't be polite. Brotherin. And Mingjie smiled and nodded. Tea or coffee? Tea. Okay. Lao Su. Can you help me and Su Jiang make 2 cups of tea? And make Ro a latte with sugar. Apparently Mingjie knew what Ro liked to drink. Lao Su was the subordinate who was reporting just now. Hearing what Mingjie said, he nodded and turned to prepare. Don't be nervous. I asked you to come this time because Ro often mentioned you. So I wanted to see you. Su Jiang raised his eyebrows and turned his head to look at Ro. Often mentioned me? Brother? What nonsense are you talking about? And Ro was also confused. How could she often mention Su Jiang? And Mingjie immediately glared at her. And Ro opened her mouth and wanted to refute her. But when she saw in Mingjie's eyes, she became timid again. From childhood to adulthood, only Mingjie could control her. Then, Mingjie and Su Jiang started chatting again. I heard that you rent a house outside and your family is not in Jiangdu? Well, my parents are in my hometown. And the dormitory environment of Jiangdu University is quite poor. So I just live outside. Well, it's good. You have excellent grades. I would like to ask you to help Enro with her studies. Brother-in? You are kidding. Enro doesn't need my help with her grades. The two chatted about family matters, talking about this and that, and Enro was a little tired of listening. At this time, Lao Su also brought 3 cups, put tea and coffee on the table, and then left. And Mingjie smiled. Su Jiang, I heard that you like playing chess. There is a chessboard in my study. Let's play a few games? Enro had a question mark in her head. Does Su Jiang like playing chess? Su Jiang understood what Mingjie meant, nodded in agreement, and got up to follow Mingjie to the study. Enro took a sip of coffee. Seeing that the two were about to enter the study, she hurriedly got up and wanted to follow them in. However, as soon as her left foot stepped in, Mingjie spoke. What are you doing here? Go sit on the sofa and drink coffee. I will play 2 games of chess with Su Jiang. And Mingjie waved his hand to drive Enro out of the room and then closed the door. No. Brother. Enro widened her eyes and was ruthlessly blocked outside the door. She wanted to knock on the door to let Mingjie let her in, but she was scared as soon as she raised her hand. Enro stomped her feet helplessly, turned around and ran back to the sofa, sipping coffee and cursing Mingjie in a low voice. In the study, Su Jiang and Mingjie sat opposite each other around a chessboard. But there were no chess pieces on the board yet. And Mingjie was the first to place a black piece, and at the same time said, some things are hard to talk about in front of Ruru. Su Jiang followed closely and steadily placed a white piece. He nodded to show his understanding. I understand. The two kept placing pieces. Su Jiang's chess skills were not bad, and he played closely with Mingjie. Between the rise and fall of the pieces, the two began to get down to business. Li Kai told me about what happened in the bar yesterday. With Lin Hui's personality, he will definitely take revenge on you. I also said that if he wants to take revenge, I will let him see his brain. Let's not talk about whether you have the ability or not. I'm curious about where you got all these skills. Fighting skills? And familiarity with guns? I told Li Kai that I learned it online. It's okay if you don't want to say it. It's not important. I just want to ask you a question. What? Do you really like Ruru? As soon as these words came out, Su Jiang paused his fingers and looked at Mingjie with some surprise. And Mingjie also met Su Jiang's eyes and continued, Ruru is very special to you. Everyone in our family can see it. Maybe this girl doesn't know it herself, but I'm sure you have a special place in her heart. So, I want to know what you think of Ruru. He paused and said, think about it before answering. I'm still very good at distinguishing true from false. Su Jiang fell into deep thought, with complex emotions surging in his heart. How does he feel about Enro? The room was silent, and Mingjie did not urge him. He just played with the chess pieces and waited for Su Jiang's answer. After a long time, Su Jiang made a move and said, I don't know how I feel about Enro. Since that unexpected confession, I seem to have an inseparable connection with her. I think she's cute when she's angry, and my heart beats faster when I hug her. If she's wronged and bullied, I might become even angrier than I was in the bar yesterday. I think of her face from time to time. When I wake up from sleeping on the table in class, I will unconsciously look at her seat. Even though I made an appointment with my friends to go to the internet cafe to play games today, I stood him up without hesitation as soon as she opened her mouth. This was the first time he spoke out his thoughts. Su Jiang raised his head and looked at an Mingjie. I've never been in a relationship, so I don't know if this counts as love. If this situation is called love, then I should like enroll. And Mingjie listened carefully, with a smile on his face. He could hear that Su Jiang's words came from the heart. Have you said this to Ro Ro? No. And Mingjie nodded. That's right. If he said that, his silly sister might fall for him. Then Mingjie stopped talking about this topic. He had already gotten what he wanted to know. The two fell into silence again. On the chessboard, Su Jiang's situation gradually became disadvantageous. What do you think of the Yin family? Mingjie asked again after placing a piece. Su Jiang hesitated for a moment and replied. It's very special. It's not quite the same as the Mafia family I imagined. Oh? What kind of Mafia family do you imagine? And Mingjie asked curiously. Cold-blooded. With a strict hierarchy. Cruel. And bullying the weak. Su Jiang said a series of things. And then said, but I don't seem to see these in the Yin family. And I even think you don't look like gangsters. And Mingjie couldn't help laughing when he heard this. You are right. And outsiders also evaluate our Yin family in this way. It clearly regards itself as a gangster family. But it has not done many gangster things. This is also related to when my father founded the Yin family. Back then, my father was in danger because he offended a certain family. He could only choose to gradually expand his power to protect himself. But as he provoked more and more enemies, he had to take tough measures to fight back. Over time, the Yin family was labeled as a gangster family by the outside world. Su Jiang nodded when he heard this. It turned out that the name of the Yin family as a gangster was gradually established in the struggle with other gangster families. As the situation on the chessboard gradually became clearer and the chess pieces were densely packed, a wry smile appeared on Su Jiang's face. The defeat was irreversible. Although Su Jiang's chess skills were good, they were still inferior to Mingjie in front of him. And he could feel that Mingjie did not go all out. Otherwise this game would not last so long. He really wanted the system to give him a skill like chess proficiency right now and severely defeat Mingjie. When the chess game came to an end, and Mingjie looked directly at Su Jiang and asked directly, what are your plans in the future? Su Jiang shook his head slightly. I don't know. Just take it one step at a time. I really want to live a stable life as before. And Mingjie chuckled and looked deeply, but you understand. That is already a luxury. No matter what reasons you used to hide your strength. From the moment you were noticed by Lin Hui, your life was destined to be uneasy. Even if you kill Lin Hui, it won't change this fact. Su Jiang nodded silently. It wasn't that he didn't know, but he just didn't want to face the fact. All these changes were too sudden for him. From the emergence of the system, to the indescribable subtle feelings towards Enro, and the grudge against Lin Hui. All of this stems from that confession. Sometimes Su Jiang wonders if the person he confessed to was not Enro, there wouldn't be so much trouble. But every time he saw Enro, He would feel an inexplicable sense of joy in his heart. If it weren't for Enro, he might regret it. Such complex and contradictory emotions also made Su Jiang dumbfounded. And Mingjie was keenly aware of Su Jiang's inner struggle. And he proposed bluntly, "Su Jiang, are you willing to join the In family?" When Su Jiang heard this, a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. Then, he heard In Mingjie continue, "As long as you can promise to treat Enro wholeheartedly, join me in the In family, then I and Mingjie can guarantee that no one in Jiangdu City can disturb the lives of the two of you. Even those leading families entrenched in the gray area can't do it. Anyone who touches you will die." And Mingjie's eyes were shining with sharp light. He stared at Su Jiang closely, his tone revealing arrogance and confidence. Su Jiang knew that the man in front of him at this moment was the real In Mingjie, the real king of the In family. He was silent, while In Mingjie waited patiently for his answer. After careful consideration, Su Jiang finally slowly shook his head. When In Mingjie saw this, he stood up and frowned, his voice slightly serious. "Are you rejecting me? Aren't you worried that the In family will become your enemy because of this?" Su Jiang also stood up, looked directly into In Mingjie's eyes, and said seriously, "I will not join any family, let alone receiving your protection. To me, it is a kind of bondage and shackles. And Jia is different. He won't ask you to do anything." "I know. But how should I put it?" Su Jiang paused and then said, "I like 100% freedom. I hope that my destiny can be in my own hands, and not be influenced by any force. I don't want to join the In family because I don't want to be an enemy of the In family. I just don't want to join. This is my reason. As for Enro, I will just let nature take its own course. I am willing to take care of her only because she is Enro, not because of your In family's resources." After Su Jiang finished speaking, and Mingjie's eyes were as sharp as a falcon, and the surrounding atmosphere instantly became tense. Ha 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 ha. However, after a long period of silence, and Mingjie suddenly burst into hearty laughter. He smiled and walked forward and patted Su Jiang on the shoulder, his eyes full of appreciation. "That girl Roro has really good taste. And you didn't disappoint me," and Mingjie said with a smile. He paused for a moment and continued, "If you had really agreed to my proposal just now, I would have been very disappointed and would have driven you away without hesitation, so that Anru would never see you again. A truly strong person will never be willing to be inferior to others. And if you really consider Enro, you will never accept my help." And Mingjie nodded frequently as he spoke, obviously very satisfied with Su Jiang's answer. "Su Jiang, I rarely truly trust a person. And I rarely recognize a person. To be honest, before you came, I had a lot of doubts about you. But now, I am willing to put aside these doubts and believe in you. Because I and Mingjie have never missed anyone with my eyes since I was a child." A warm current surged in Su Jiang's heart. He could deeply feel the sincerity in Mingjie's words. This trust and recognition gave him a new understanding of the In family. With someone like Mingjie in the In family, how could they be afraid of other Mafia families? Dong dong dong. There was a sudden knock on the door, breaking the silence in the study. And Mingjie tilted his head slightly and succinctly said one word, "Come in." The door of the study room slowly opened. And the person who came in was also familiar to Su Jiang. It was Li Kai. Su Jiang also noticed that Ro was secretly hiding behind Li Kai, her bright eyes full of curiosity. Looking into the study room, Li Kai glanced at Su Jiang, then turned to Mingxie, and said in a low voice, "It's almost time. Feng Chengye has arrived at Fengting restaurant. And the Lin family has also set off." And Mingxie nodded slightly, indicating that he understood. He pondered for a moment, then turned to Su Jiang and said, "I'll have to trouble you to accompany Ro to a place with us later." "Where to?" "Fengting restaurant." And Mingxie answered, straightforwardly, "Tonight, people from the Lin family and the Feng family will appear there." "Brother!" And Ro was immediately anxious. When she heard this, "It's family affairs. I'll go." "Why do you let Su Jiang go?" Su Jiang frowned slightly. "Okay. But you have to tell me the reason." "I'll tell you in the car later." After that, several people walked out of the study. And Mingxie gently pinched Ro's little mouth and whispered to comfort her, "Okay. Ro. Don't worry. We won't hurt your little boyfriend." "Woo woo woo." And Ro's eyes widened. Her mouth covered, and she could only make a faint whimper, her eyes full of shame and anger. "What, my little boyfriend?" And Mingxie? "You bastard." She was full of doubts. What on earth did these two bastards conspire in the study room just now? How could her brother suddenly become so weird? Poochie. Su Jiang couldn't help but feel a little funny when he saw Ro's appearance. He didn't expect that Miss Ro, who was usually fearless, would be completely subdued by her brother. This scene was really funny. An hour later, in front of Fengting restaurant, Anja's vehicles were already lined up in an orderly manner. And Ro walked out of one of the cars alone, with a cold face, obviously sulking, muttering in a clearly unhappy tone, "Forget about letting Su Jiang come? He's hiding in a car and whispering, not letting me listen." After coming out of Anne's house, and Mingxie arranged for himself to sit in the same car as Su Jiang, and for Ro to sit in the same car as Li Kai. There was no room for rebuttal. Along the way, Li Kai suffered a lot. Facing the angry Ro, he had to nod in agreement frequently, and even joined her complaints from time to time, criticizing Mingxie and Su Jiang together. And Ro's thoughts were like a continuous drizzle, giving Li Kai a headache. At the same time, the door of another car slowly opened, and Su Jiang and Mingxie got out of the car one after another. Su Jiang nodded to Mingxie, and then walked straight towards Ro. "What's wrong?" With a straight face. "Who made you angry?" Su Jiang gently pinched Ro's cheek with a hint of joking. "Pa." And Ro patted Su Jiang's dog paw, and her eyes revealed a bit of ferocity. "You secretly said something to my brother in the car. Is there anything that a younger sister, can't listen to?" Su Jiang smiled slightly and responded easily, "Nothing. Just let me protect you. I believe you." "You idiot." And Ro snorted, and then stepped on Su Jiang's foot unexpectedly. However, this time Su Jiang was prepared and skillfully avoided Ro's attack. "We should go." Li Kai noticed Mingxie's gesture and said to Su Jiang and Ro. And Ro took the opportunity to pinch Su Jiang's waist hard, leaving a message, "I'll settle the score with you next time," and then walked forward, angrily. At this moment, Mingxie was wearing a black coat, and his stern face showed majesty, which was completely different from the warm image he had in Anne's home. There is no doubt that he is a calm and profound leader at this moment, exuding an aura that cannot be underestimated. Behind him, more than a dozen members of the Yin family stood neatly, their eyes following in Mingjie's figure. And Mingjie glanced around sharply and said in a low voice, "I'll leave it to you all to take care of today. Young Masterin is serious." Everyone responded in unison, their voices full of respect for Mingjie. "Let's go," and Mingjie said briefly, and then led everyone into Fengting restaurant. At the very back, next to an row, Su Jiang looked at Mingjie's back with sharp eyes, remembering Mingjie talking about his plan in the car. He knew that the show was about to begin. Today's Anja will shake and even overthrow the entire Jiangdu city. Fengting restaurant. The banquet hall on the top floor. The lights are on, and the atmosphere is elegant. People from the Feng family and Lin family have arrived. They are dressed in uniform black suits and look particularly solemn. However, the most eye-catching thing is the unique family crest on their left chest. They shine with the light of their respective families and become a silent recognition among the guests. In addition, some clever small families also got some news and sent representatives to join in the fun. There were desserts and delicacies on many tables, but few people went to eat them. They held goblets in their hands and chatter continued. Lin Hui stood quietly in a corner, gently shaking the red wineglass in his hand, his eyes wandering among the crowd, with a careless smile on his face. Next to him stood a new bodyguard, who seemed to be much better than Scar. It's okay if that old guy Feng Qingye doesn't show up. After all, it's good to be old when you're old. Why isn't that good-for-nothing Feng Haoshuan here? Feng Haoshuan is the son of Feng Qingye, the head of the Feng family, and the next generation leader of the Feng family. Originally, Feng Haoshuan should be at the helm of the current Feng family. But because Feng Haoshuan couldn't defeat Lin Hui and Mingjie and was being manipulated to death, Feng Qingye had no choice but to continue to be in charge of the Feng family. Lin Hui. Hearing someone calling him, Lin Hui turned around and saw a well-dressed man about his own age frowning and staring at him dissatisfied. "Hey! I just said Chow Chow. And Chow Chow is here." Lin Hui raised a teasing smile on his lips. The man was exactly the Feng Haoshuan that Lin Hui mentioned. Feng Haoshuan walked up to Lin Hui and said unhappily, "Lin Hui, this is my Feng family's party today. What are you, the Lin family, doing here?" Lin Hui kept talking. He was not even interested in answering such stupid questions. "Where's your old man? And the family in the gray area? I'm anxious to see when they will show up." Lin Hui asked directly. The main purpose of his visit today was to see what the legendary gray area family was doing in Jiangdu City. What is the purpose of deliberately leaking the news to attract the Lin family Anan family? What? Feng Haoshuan heard this. His pupils shrank, and he whispered, "How do you know about the gray area? Who told you?" After speaking, Feng Haoshuan looked around vigilantly to see if anyone heard what Lin Hui just said. Lin Hui rolled his eyes. "It's really tiring to talk to this idiot. Do you think so many people are coming to your Feng family? It's more interesting to fight in Mingjie. Their battle is a real match." Day. Before Feng Haoshuan could continue to ask, the sound of footsteps sounded, attracting everyone's attention. And Mingjie and his family walked into the banquet hall calmly. "Wow! The Yin family is here too. All three major families in Jiangdu City are here tonight," someone whispered. Today's meeting may change the family structure of Jiangdu City. No matter how the three major families fight, it has nothing to do with our small families. Let's just watch the show. When Lin Hui saw An Mingjie appear in the banquet hall, a smug smile immediately appeared on his face. A while ago, he successfully set a trap for An Mingjie, causing An Mingjie to suffer a big loss. Now is a good opportunity to mock him in person. Just as he was about to go up and say hello, a familiar figure entered his sight. Lin Hui was stunned in an instant. How could it be him? Didn't Li Kai say that he is not from the Yin family? Lin Hui muttered to himself, staring at Su Jiang, who walked in last. His palm unconsciously stroked his cheek, as if the stinging feeling brought by Su Jiang's bullet yesterday was still clear. The new bodyguard noticed Lin Hui's abnormality and asked curiously, "Chief, who are you talking about?" Lin Hui looked up in the direction of Su Jiang. "The boy in off-white clothes is him. He shot Scar yesterday." "What?" The new bodyguard looked at him in shock. He knew about Scar's incident, but he didn't expect the person who shot him was so young. Among the black suits in the room, Su Jiang and in Rose off-white coats were particularly eye-catching, like two strange flowers. Anro seemed a little uneasy. Although she was the eldest daughter of the Yin family, it was the first time that An Mingjie brought her to such a scene. Su Jiang saw her nervousness and patted her shoulder gently. Then he nodded to An Mingjie and took Anro to a less crowded place in the banquet hall. Su Jiang brought Anro to a dining table, sat down first, and started eating without any scruples. After all, he was indeed hungry. Apart from the drawer of Xiaolongbao from the morning, he hadn't eaten anything yet. Perhaps because of his extraordinary body, Su Jiang felt hungry very quickly. "You can eat as long as you want. And please pay attention to your image." Ro frowned slightly and looked helplessly at Su Jiang. Su Jiang's eating appearance made her feel a little embarrassed. With so many people around, their clothes were already conspicuous enough. Coupled with Su Jiang's disregard for image, more and more people noticed them. "Damn! This chicken drumstick is really good at grilling." Su Jiang picked up a big chicken drumstick and started to chew on it. It has to be said that every food in Fengting restaurant is carefully cooked by the most senior chefs. This is the first time for Su Jiang to eat such high-end delicacies. "Hey! Why don't you eat? You haven't had dinner either?" Su Jiang asked casually while enjoying the delicious food. And Ro glared at him fiercely. She was originally hungry, but now she was almost full of anger from him. She snorted softly and responded angrily, "Leave me alone. I'm not hungry." At this moment, a somewhat surprised voice came. "Little sister Anru. It's been a long time since we last met." And Ro raised her head. And what came into view was Lin Hui's face that needed a beating. And her expression instantly turned ugly. Lin Hui's eyes stayed on Anro for a moment, and a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. He did not expect that An Mingjie would bring his sister out this time. But he didn't dare to take action against Anro, because he knew that the consequences of hurting Anro would be more serious than hurting An Mingjie. The Yin family's love for Anro is well known to everyone. If anything happens to her, the entire Yin family will use all their strength to carry out crazy revenge. And Ro looked at Lin Hui warily. He had met Lin Hui several times and knew that this annoying guy was his brother's mortal enemy. Lin Hui didn't care about Anro's glare. He smiled casually and turned his gaze to Su Jiang. He pretended not to know him and said, curiously, this little brother is a bit strange. Sister-in-law. I wonder if you can introduce it to me, introduce. In fact, Lin Hui got Su Zhang's information as soon as he returned yesterday. But what confused him was that the information did not mention any connection between Su Zhang and the Yin family. No matter how you looked at it, it was just a commonplace, an ordinary student. He thought that as Li Kai said, Su Zhang was not from the Yin family. But now it seems that is not the case. Lin Hui's eyes looked between Anru and Su Zhang, and he felt that the relationship between the two seemed unusual. If Su Zhang is really a member of the Yin family, then he has to reformulate a series of plans for the Yin family, taking into account the uncertain factor of Su Zhang. When Anru saw Lin Hui's eyes moving from her to Su Zhang, she couldn't help feeling panic in her heart. She was well aware of Lin Hui's cunning and insidious nature and was worried that Su Zhang would be implicated. She hurriedly took Su Zhang's hand and wanted to take him away from this annoying guy quickly. However, Su Zhang gave her a reassuring look, gently broke away from Anru's hand, threw away the half-eaten chicken leg in his hand, and then wiped his hands carefully with a tissue. Mr. Lin is such a noble man. He forgets things so much, Su Zhang said with a smile, with a hint of joking in his tone. Didn't we just meet at the bar yesterday? How come you forgot about me so quickly? After Su Zhang finished speaking, he tilted his head slightly, smiled and stretched out a hand towards Lin Hui, with his index and middle fingers together to make the shape of a pistol. Then he pointed it at Lin Hui and said "Baiyu," as if he was in the bar yesterday. The scene of shooting Lin Hui reappeared. When Lin Hui saw this, his face suddenly darkened. Su Zhang was undoubtedly humiliating himself by doing this. He took a deep breath and said with a sinister smile, I have never seen anyone dare to humiliate me like this in Jiangdu City. Hearing this, Su Zhang pointed at himself with a smile. Now you have seen it. Do you really want to fight with me to the death of the Lin family? That's up to you. I don't care. Su Zhang took Anru's hand and stood up. But I want to remind you that I still keep that bullet for you. Mr. Lin. It is better to be cautious. After that, Su Zhang left with Anru, leaving Lin Hui alone. Lin Hui's face was gloomy. His eyes were fixed on Su Zhang's back. He lowered his head and took a sip of wine, seeming to be deep in thought. At this time, the new bodyguard quietly approached and whispered in Lin Hui's ear, Chief, do you want me to find some brothers to deal with him tonight? Lin Hui's index finger tapped the goblet lightly, making a crisp sound, and his eyes flashed with cold light. He pondered for a moment, then shook his head slightly. This person. Don't move yet. He and Anru. No one in the Lin family is allowed to attack them privately without my order. Yes. Leader. The new bodyguard responded respectfully, and then quickly stepped aside. Lin Hui breathed out slowly. He knew that the information he had now was too little to find out the true details of Su Zhang and the relationship between him and the Yin family. Moreover, the decisiveness and ruthlessness shown by Su Zhang yesterday are not something ordinary people can possess. Lin Hui would never make a move without being 100% sure. What he wanted was a thunderous strike that would hit the target without leaving any consequences. Su Zhang. Explain it clearly to me. Anru shook off Su Zhang's dog paw, And then she grabbed Soo-jong's collar with a hint of embarrassment on her face. Why did you meet that guy Lin Hui yesterday? How did you offend him? Why is the relationship so tense now? And what did you do just now? You actually pretended to shoot. What does the bullet mean? And woo woo woo. Soo-jong saw An-ro asking a lot of questions. And suddenly he had an idea. So he imitated An Mingjie and reached out to gently pinch An-ro's little mouth. An-ro was shocked by Soo-jong's sudden action and her eyes widened. Her mouth was sealed again. So she could only make a woo 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 sound. She waved her hands angrily and slapped Soo-jong's claws. Pa pa pa. Soo-jong. You are so bold that you dare to pinch my mouth? An-ro's eyes were blazing. And she stared at Soo-jong angrily. As if she was going to spit fire. Soo-jong saw this and it seemed that he could not hide it anymore. He had no choice but to tell An-ro everything that happened in the bar yesterday. Of course, a small part of the content was omitted. Well, basically everything was omitted. Soo-jong only told An-ro that he happened to meet Lin Hui in the bar yesterday and then accidentally offended him. As for the bullet, Soo-jong explained that after the conflict, he threatened Lin Hui and said he would put a bullet in his head. However, although Soo-jong said it as if it were true, An-ro rolled her eyes and didn't believe even a punctuation mark. She could clearly feel the atmosphere between Soo-jong and Lin Hui just now. It was definitely not as simple as the small conflict Soo-jong said. And she was not stupid. She knew that Soo-jong didn't tell the truth. Out of protection and kindness for her. So she didn't continue to ask. But pretended to believe his fabricated story. Anyway, stay away from Lin Hui in the future. If there is any grudge, I will help you talk to my brother and see if I can help you solve it. An-ro pointed at Soo-jong's nose and said, seriously? With a bit of concern in her tone. Soo-jong nodded obediently. But he was smiling bitterly in his heart. How could An Mingjie solve this matter? Unless he directly destroyed the Lin family. However, after meeting An Mingjie, Soo-jong also became more vigilant towards Lin Hui. Although they didn't spend much time together, Soo-jong could feel how terrifying An Mingjie was. Since Lin Hui could fight with An Mingjie, he would not be as simple as he seemed. The reason why he was able to achieve such an effect in the bar yesterday was largely because Lin Hui was careless and did not take Soo-jong seriously. But now, Lin Hui has attached importance to Soo-jong, and his vigilance and precautions will be greatly enhanced. It is difficult to have an opportunity like yesterday again. Da! 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 As a series of footsteps echoed in the banquet hall, everyone's eyes gathered at the entrance. A man with half-white hair and a resolute face walked in slowly, followed by several people with the same extraordinary demeanor. Although the man looked about 50 or 60 years old, his deep eyes still flashed with sharp light, as if the years had only left traces on him, but did not wear away his majesty. On his left chest, an exquisite family emblem shone brightly. It was the unique symbol of the Feng family, symbolizing the glory of the Feng family. He was the current head of the Feng family, Feng Chunye. On the left side of Feng Chunye, a middle-aged man walked side by side with him. Feng Chunye stretched out a hand and gently made a gesture of invitation, indicating that the man should walk in front. Among the people present, there were many people with sharp eyes. From Feng Chunye's actions and expressions, it was not difficult to guess the identity of this middle-aged man. In all likelihood, he was the representative of the leading family in the gray area. At this moment, The originally relaxed atmosphere suddenly became tense. And Mingjie and Lin Hui both stood up with serious expressions and looked at the middle-aged man with a serious look. Others also put down their wine glasses and food. The whole banquet hall was silent, with only footsteps echoing. TSK. Mr. Feng is really strong. I guess he can hold on for a few more years. Lin Hui smacked his lips and looked at Feng Chengye with a bit of helplessness and emotion. Feng Chengye is still strong. And the Lin family and the Yin family have always found it difficult to find a breakthrough in the Feng family with Feng Chengye in charge. But Lin Hui turned his head and looked at Feng Haoshuan again, with a trace of disdain in his eyes, and shook his head gently, as if he had seen the future of the Feng family. When Feng Haoshuan, this waste, takes control of the Feng family, it will probably be the time when the Feng family will decline from prosperity to extinction. Lin Hui sneered in his heart and sneered at Feng Haoshuan. Feng Chengye led a few people into the banquet hall. He glanced at everyone with a sharp gaze, but did not say much. He just walked straight to the center of the hall with the middle-aged man beside him. Seeing this, Feng Haoshuan hurried forward and whispered in Feng Chengye's ear, "Father, the people from the Lin family and the Yin family got the news from somewhere. And they actually knew about the Wang family. What should we do? Drive them away now?" Feng Chengye thought it was something else. And he sighed in his heart when he heard this. He had a great reputation in his life. But why did he give birth to such a stupid son? The Lin family has Lin Hui. The Yin family has Yin Mingjie. And his Feng family now has only Feng Haoshuan in the next generation. But Feng Haoshuan is far inferior to them in terms of wisdom and ruthlessness. Get out of the way. Then, he quickly adjusted his mood, turned around and apologized to Mr. Wang on the side. "Mr. Wang, I'm sorry. My son doesn't know much about the situation. Please don't be offended." Mr. Wang smiled and waved his hand, indicating that he didn't mind, and said with a smile, "Although your son is young, I think he has an extraordinary temperament, and will definitely be a dragon among men in the future." After hearing this, Feng Chengye raised a bitter smile at the corner of his mouth and shook his head and said, "Mr. Wang, you are too kind. If my son is really as outstanding as you said, why should I always stay in the family and worry about these trivial matters?" After speaking, Feng Chengye took Mr. Wang to the center of the hall. After Mr. Wang stood firm, Feng Chengye himself stepped aside. Everyone immediately surrounded them. And Mingjie and Lin Hui stood in the front, looking at the man with interest. Mr. Wang seemed calm and unhurried. He glanced at everyone with a calm smile on his face. Although he doesn't have the murderous aura of the gangsters, the aura he exudes is enough to make people feel his extraordinariness. "Good evening, everyone." Wang Shualin's voice was loud. He smiled and greeted everyone, then introduced himself. "My name is Wang Shualin, from the Wang family in the Gray Zone." He looked around, his eyes flashing, and continued, "I am very grateful to the Feng family for providing me with such a stage. At the same time, I would like to apologize to the two leaders of the Lin family and the Yin family. I have no choice but to invite you in this way, because I know that if I invite all three of you at the same time, you will most likely not agree." In desperation, Wang can only resort to this last resort. Lin Hui heard this, and a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. And a hint of coldness was revealed in his voice. Mr. Wang is really polite. The invitation from the gray zone is a rare honor for us. How can we refuse it? He paused and looked at Wang Xuelin. I just don't know. What is the purpose of Mr. Wang planning this meeting so loudly? Wang Xuelin smiled faintly, turned his eyes to Lin Hui, and a hint of admiration flashed in his eyes. He knew that this cold and gloomy man was the leader of the Lin family. Before coming to Jiangdu, he had conducted a detailed investigation of the family forces of all sizes in this city, and even knew which families had tense relations. Wang Xuelin paused slightly, and then said solemnly, since the Lin family asked this, I will not beat around the bush and get straight to the point. He took a deep breath and said slowly, Our Wang family has a deep foundation in the gray area. But due to some unpredictable changes, our family now plans to move to Jiangdu City. This statement caused an uproar in the audience. Everyone's brows furrowed in unison. The Longtu family in the gray area actually wanted to move into Jiangdu City? This is no small matter. Even if they are local snakes in Jiangdu, there is no doubt that the Wang family is definitely a swift and fierce dragon crossing the river. The family power structure in Jiangdakang was already relatively stable. But the addition of the Wang family will undoubtedly break this balance. The strength and influence of the Wang family in the gray area are definitely not comparable to any other family in Jiangdu. And Mingjie and Lin Hui's faces were slightly moved. But they were not too surprised. Obviously this was within their expectations. And Mingjie took a step forward, looked directly at Wang Xuelin and asked, Mr. Wang, the situation in Jiangdu City is complicated. If your Wang family comes over, it will inevitably attract the attention and wooing of many forces. I want to know what these forces may come from. How will the Wang family respond? This issue is very important to An Mingjie. Wang Xuelin seemed to have expected such a question. He looked calm and answered without hesitation, you can rest assured that our Wang family is completely independent and will never participate in your disputes. He paused, glanced at everyone present, and continued, of course, including the Feng family. Although Mr. Feng and I have an old relationship, I know the rules of your Mafia family. Once you support one of the families, you will follow the rules. That family is bound together and there's no turning back. I can assure you here that as long as people don't invade my Wang family in Jiangdu City, we will never cause you any trouble. After receiving Wang Xuelin's firm reply, many people felt relieved and exchanged reassuring looks. And Mingjie even smiled and said, Mr. Wang, since you have expressed your neutral stance on behalf of the Wang family, our In family would like to ask you for a favor. Of course, this is not a difficult task. It is just a matter of course for you. It takes a little effort. Wang Xuelin nodded slightly. The leader of the In family is too polite. If you need anything, just ask. Thank you. After hearing Wang Xuelin's answer, and Mingjie's face became solemn and looked more solemn, he strode forward and shouted in a loud voice. The In family comes out. Following his loud shout, the members of the In family who were standing around immediately responded. More than a dozen In family members wearing In family badges stepped forward neatly and quickly stood in a row behind In Mingjie. They had serious faces and roared in unison. The In family is here. Faced with this sudden change, Everyone was shocked and overwhelmed by this scene. Even Wang Xuelin felt a little confused. There was a tense atmosphere in the air, as if a storm was coming. Su Jiang stood in a corner with An Ro, his eyes fixed on An Mingjie. Seeing this scene, recalling what An Mingjie said in the car, he knew that An Mingjie was about to start. An Ro nervously clutched Su Jiang's hand unconsciously, her eyes full of worry and confusion. Lin Hui frowned and rolled his eyes, as if he had thought of something, and looked at An Mingjie in shock. Does An Mingjie think he is really a fucking lunatic? His words seemed to confirm his suspicion. Under the surprised gazes of everyone, An Mingjie slowly raised his hand, the gun in his hand like a horn. And the target of the gun was none other than Feng Qingye. At this moment, the entire venue fell into a deathly silence. Everyone's heartbeat seemed to have stopped. They couldn't believe their eyes, and couldn't believe that An Mingjie would do such a crazy thing. Feng Qingye's astonished expression froze on his face. He had never thought that An Mingjie would draw a gun on him. This was the bottom line that could not be crossed between the underworld families. Once An Mingjie really shot him, the An family would be in an irreparable situation. Unless it is. Feng Qingye seemed to have thought of something, and his eyes flashed with fear and uneasiness. An Mingjie? How dare he? And at this moment, not only An Mingjie, but also the members of the An family behind him, all raised their pistols. Every gun muzzle, without exception, pointed at Feng Qingye. The cold metallic luster was particularly dazzling under the light. Feng Haoshuan witnessed all this, and his heart was filled with indescribable fear. He roared, An Mingjie, what the hell do you want to do? Are you crazy? The members of the Feng family also quickly came to their senses after a brief shock and were about to take action. But it was too late. An Mingjie's mouth quietly outlined an unfathomable smile. In the countless pairs of eyes staring at him, he slowly began to pull the trigger. Time seemed to stop at this moment, and the originally noisy venue suddenly became silent. Everyone, including Wang Xuelin, held their breath. Gotcha! A crisp and subtle sound echoed in the banquet hall. Everyone's heart suddenly tightened at this moment, and the imagined scene did not appear, because An Mingjie's pistol did not fire a bullet. Then, an even more shocking scene happened. An Mingjie and the dozen or so members of the An family behind him, in the stunned eyes of everyone, slowly pointed the pistols in their hands at their hearts. This sudden move made everyone present confused. He pointed the gun without bullets at his heart, and in silence, he pulled the trigger again. Click! There was another light sound. And just like before, no bullet was fired. But the heavy atmosphere made people breathless. Then, An Mingjie raised his head, his eyes full of playfulness, and looked at the terrified Feng Qingye with a smile on his face. At this moment, he seemed to have become the king who controlled the overall situation. Wang Xuelin's pupils shrank slightly, and his eyes were as sharp as a hawk, carefully looking at An Mingjie standing opposite him. He couldn't help but recall the evaluation of the leader of the An family in the detailed information of the Wang family, those 8 words. He didn't really take it to heart before, but now they come to his mind at this moment. An Mingjie, the leader of the An family, unparalleled wisdom and courage. A genius in Jiangdu. For a moment, the whole banquet hall was silent. Even Feng Haoshuan understood what happened. What An Mingjie did was a long-standing ritual in the underworld family, which required the witness of the representative of the leading family. Everyone present knew the meaning of the ritual declaration of war. All-out war. To the death. And Mingjie stared at Feng Qingye closely, with a mocking smile on his lips, and slowly said, Mr. Feng, you should know what this means. Right? Feng Qingye's face was extremely ugly at this moment, and he gritted his teeth and said, and Mingjie, you are really crazy. And Xingqiang is also crazy. And he actually allowed you to do this. Do you know what this means? Of course I know. So I specially asked Mr. Wang to help me with this. After that, and Mingjie turned his head and pointed at Wang Xuelin and said, please Mr. Wang, as the leader of the family, be a witness to this declaration of war. From today on, there will be no possibility of reconciliation between the Yin family and the Feng family, and they will fight to the death. Within a month, no matter what the price, one side must be destroyed. And Mingjie's voice was full of determination and ruthlessness, which made everyone present shudder. Wang Xuelin also put away his previous smile at this moment, staring at Mingjie seriously. He understood that he had been calculated by the leader of the Yin family. And Mingjie used his identity as a member of the Longtu family to cleverly involve himself in the family war that was about to break out. And Mingjie used his identity as a member of the Longtu family to declare war on the Feng family. Whether Mingjie was impulsive or had made plans in advance, Wang Xuelin decided to face the leader of the Yin family again. Okay. Wang, as the representative of the Longtu family, the Wang family is here to witness the Yin family's declaration of war against the Feng family. Wang Xuelin did not hesitate and agreed decisively. Since the Wang family is going to move to Jiangdu City, no matter which side of the Yin family or the Feng family perishes, a large number of positions and resources will be vacated, which is naturally beneficial to the Wang family. Wang Xuelin had no reason to refuse. Once these words came out, they made a decision and there was no possibility of turning back. The members of the small families around swallowed their saliva one after another. They realized that this war would bring unprecedented changes. They took out their mobile phones tremblingly and quickly sent messages to their families. The Yin family and the Feng family. All-out war. This news spread to the entire Jiangdu city in an instant. And the leaders of various families were all in a tizzy. Lin Hui let out a long breath, his eyes full of surprise and suspicion, looking at Mingjie in disbelief. What a madman! He had never thought that Mingjie would be so cruel and openly declare war on the Feng family. How dare he? Brother! Looking at her brother's back, and Rose's face was full of worry. Su Jiang put his hand on her shoulder and comforted her gently. He recalled what Mingjie said to him in the car a few hours ago, and those words seemed to still echo in his ears. I will declare war on the Feng family in the restaurant later. Once the war starts, both families will do everything they can until one side is completely destroyed, without any room for maneuver. So in the next month, I hope you can protect Ro. Although I have made a thorough plan, accidents are inevitable. Su Jiang, you are my trump card. Su Jiang actually didn't want to participate in this dispute, but in the face of Mingjie's request and trust, he still chose to agree. Because Mingjie trusted him and his attitude towards him. You treat me as a national hero. I repay you as a national hero. Su Jiang muttered in his heart. And Mingjie's actions were beyond Feng Qingye's expectations. He couldn't understand why Mingxia chose to declare war on him at this time. The fight between the two families has always been undercurrents. Such a blatant challenge was beyond his expectation. The Yin family and the Feng family were both defeated. And the Lin family benefited? Impossible. And Mingxia would not let Lin Hui get such a big benefit. Feng Qingye frowned. He really couldn't figure it out. Grandpa Feng, I can tell you one more thing. After Mingxia said that, he suddenly stretched out his finger and pointed at Enro from a distance. If you want to beat me, you can only attack my sister. She is my only weakness. His words were extremely cold. Take down my sister. And your Feng family will win. Otherwise, I am 100% sure that within half a month, I will destroy your Feng family. Everyone followed the direction of Mingxia's finger. And countless eyes gathered on Enro. Enro was a little nervous. And she held Su Jiang's hand tightly, trying to make herself look more stable. Feng Qingye looked at Enro for a while, glanced at Su Jiang casually, and didn't take it to heart. He even sneered at Mingxia's words. For so many years, he and Lin Hui knew that it was best not to believe a single punctuation mark in what Mingxia said. Otherwise, it would be a trap from which there would be no return. If he really attacked Enro, he would probably fall into Mingxia's trap, leaving the Feng family with no chance to fight back. That's all. So we won't bother you anymore. Let's get ready. After Mingxia finished speaking, he nodded slightly to Wang Xuelin, then turned around and led the Yin family to slowly leave. Su Jiang and Enro followed behind. Before leaving, Su Jiang glanced at everyone and remembered the core figures present at today's banquet, except for Lin Hui. No one took Su Jiang seriously, and only regarded him as an insignificant little figure in the Yin family. And this is the effect that Mingxia wanted. In the upcoming family dispute, Su Jiang will be the most important card in his hand. Ha! It's finally over. Li Kai followed Mingxia out of the restaurant, lit a cigarette, and exhaled a breath of relief. God knows how nervous he was when he knew that Mingxia was going to declare war on the Feng family. He almost thought Mingxia was crazy. Step by step, planning until today, it finally kicked off. Feng Qingye probably never dreamed that we have secretly figured out all the bases of his Feng family, and even quietly captured a few. When the critical moment comes, we can give him an unexpected surprise. Li Kai smiled and whispered in Mingxia's ear. This matter is extremely confidential. In addition to the two of them, only a few core figures in the Yin family know the inside story. It is to give Feng Qingye a fatal blow at the last moment. Brother? Are you sure? Enro approached cautiously, with worry on her face. And Mingxia turned around and gently pinched Enro's pink face. Don't worry. When have I ever done something that I'm not sure of? Then what do I need to do? Enro hopes that she can be a helper to her brother, not a burden. You just said that I'm your weak spot. Ha 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 ha. Hearing his sister say this, and Mingxia couldn't help laughing. Don't worry. Ru. Live the way you lived before. And Mingxia's eyes were extremely confident. Don't say the Feng family. I'm afraid that even Lin Hui wouldn't dare to touch a hair on your head now. He knew that Lin Hui and Feng Qingye were very afraid of his resourcefulness. So they simply played an empty city plan. Aren't you trying to start with my sister so that I dare not act? Okay. Then I won't hide it. and push my sister out in front of you. Do you dare to do it? And Mingjie is sure that they don't dare. Because they can't afford to gamble. Once Feng Qingye and Lin Hui fall into the trap, within Mingjie's means, they are likely to lose everything because of Enro's wrong move. So they dare not touch it. Dare not gamble. Even if they know that Mingjie may be bluffing, they dare not. Because one carelessness will lead to the demise of the entire family. People who often go all in know that when you bet everything on yourself, you will analyze and think more about each step than usual. And the more you think, the more mistakes you make. At this time, the competition is about who is more calm and composed. Gurgle. Enro wanted to say something, but her stomach protested first. Seeing this, Mingjie frowned slightly and asked with concern, "What's wrong? Didn't you eat just now?" Enro recalled the situation just now. Her face flushed, and said awkwardly, "Don't mention it. You don't know that Su Jian looked like a pig eating there. I feel ashamed just thinking about it. I'm really angry." And Mingjie couldn't help laughing when he heard it. He turned his head to look at Su Jiang and raised his eyebrows. Su Jiang shrugged innocently and said nothing. Afterwards, Mingjie turned to Enro and said, "Then, let Su Jiang take you to eat something now?" "Huh? Why can't I go home to eat?" Enro retorted reluctantly. "I may be very busy today and don't have time to cook for you." Enro hesitated for a while and muttered, "Okay then." After that, she glared at Su Jiang, as if warning him not to do anything outrageous. "No. You two brothers and sisters discuss things without asking for my opinion?" Su Jiang protested. Then Su Jiang said, "How about this? Since brethren said they don't dare to do it, why don't we go back and eat some more?" After saying this, even Mingjie couldn't hold back and his eyes twitched. "If you do this, I really can't guarantee it." And Mingjie said weakly, "You just declared war and left. And you ran back to eat? What's the difference between this and pooping on Feng Qingye's face?" After hearing that it was not possible, Su Jiang's face was still a little disappointed. And Mingjie didn't bother to pay attention to him. He left Enro and Su Jiang and took everyone from the family away. "We'll go back first. Su Jiang, take good care of my sister." After leaving this sentence, several cars of the family left without stopping, leaving Su Jiang and Enro in the wind. Su Jiang's mouth twitched. He felt that Mingjie was a bit outrageous. He left such a big sister to himself with confidence. If he had any bad intentions, the family would be finished. And Mingjie said that Enro was his weakness. At this moment, he entrusted Enro to him to take care of her, which was undoubtedly the greatest trust in him. "So, let's go eat something." Although Su Jiang had just finished eating, he was hungry very quickly because of his extraordinary body. Enro rolled her eyes at him unhappily, took out her phone, and searched for delicious food nearby. Su Jiang also secretly leaned over from behind to look. But Enro didn't notice at all, and focused on searching for nearby food. Her fingers slid quickly on the screen, and her eyes were fixed on the food pictures and comments on the screen. The hot pot just now was good. Su Jiang saw a hot pot restaurant only a few hundred meters away from them, and it had a full 5-star rating. "Ah!" Su Jiang's voice rang in Enro's ears, scaring her. She was so startled that she threw the phone directly out of her hand. Fortunately, Su Jiang reacted quickly and caught the phone quickly. "You're going to die." Enro was angry. She was about to curse. But when she turned her head, She suddenly realized that her face was extremely close to Su Jiang's. She felt that her cheeks instantly became hot, as if being burned by fire, and her heartbeat began to speed up, beating faster and faster. Feeling the heat of Su Jiang's breath, his cheeks instantly turned red again. In order to catch the phone, Su Jiang inadvertently leaned his arm forward, so that his chest was almost touching in Ro's back. It was as if Su Jiang was hugging in Ro from behind. The ambiguous atmosphere became thicker and thicker. The two parties maintained this posture, looked at each other, and then looked away, not knowing where to look. What? I just saw a hot pot restaurant that was pretty good. Su Jiang coughed lightly and spoke first, breaking the delicate silence. Huh? Oh, then, let's go then. And Ro couldn't hold hot pot in her mind right now. Her eyes always drifted to Su Jiang's face involuntarily. I was secretly surprised. Why didn't I think he was so handsome usually? After reluctantly parting, Su Jiang returned the phone to Anro and asked her to follow the navigation. The two were walking side by side. And it happened that the restaurant was near Jiangdu University. At this time, many college students came out to eat and shop. The street was bustling with people coming and going. Due to the large flow of people, the walking space seemed a bit narrow. Su Jiang thought about it and decisively took Ro's hand. There are too many people. I'm afraid you'll get lost, Su Jiang said without blushing or heartbeat. Oh. And Ro lowered her head and agreed softly, letting Su Jiang hold her hand and move forward. In fact, it was because her face was burning red and she didn't dare to let Su Jiang see it. Ding! System emergency prompt. The special mission has been triggered. Jiangdu Rebellion. Special mission content, in the war between the Yin family and the Feng family. Help the Yin family win the final victory. Complete the mission to reward a random special skill. And if the mission fails, the host will be wiped out by the system. After walking for a while, the system prompt sound suddenly sounded in his mind. And Su Jiang couldn't help but be stunned. This mission is completely different from the previous ones. In the previous missions, even if they failed, they were just punished. But this time, the system ruthlessly gave the threat of wiping out. What exactly does the system want to do? It always gives me some inexplicable tasks, which makes Su Jiang very unhappy. It always feels like someone is watching my life outside the world. And when he is interested, he assigns me tasks and lets me go in the direction he wants. Why did you stop? And Ro's voice interrupted Su Jiang's meditation. Her heartbeat has gradually calmed down. And she looked at Su Jiang, who suddenly stopped, with a puzzled look on her face. Seeing that Su Jiang looked a little unhappy, she couldn't help but ask worriedly, "What's wrong? What happened?" Su Jiang took a deep breath, tried to calm his inner fluctuations, smiled and said easily, "Nothing. Maybe I ate too much just now, and my stomach feels uncomfortable. Your way of eating. It's strange if you don't get a stomachache." And Ro rolled her eyes at him lightly. Su Jiang put the task behind him. Anyway, he didn't have the ability to violate the system now. Instead of wasting himself, he might as well live a good life. The task might not fail anyway. Failure is just death. Who won't die in life? Sooner or later, you have to die. Su Jiang is very open-minded. At this age, you should eat and drink. Why think so much? The two strolled on the streets as the night deepened, and finally arrived at the hot pot restaurant. They followed the enthusiastic waiter and walked towards the reserved seat. Suddenly, Su Jiang paused, as if he heard a familiar voice coming from the side. I tell you, my brother is such a loser. He not only copies my homework every day, but also sleeps in class every day. That's snoring. Su Jiang's mouth twitched. He was too familiar with this voice. He turned around and saw that it was indeed Wang Xiang. The bastard. Wang Xiang was eating hot pot. And there was a girl sitting opposite him. She should also be a student of Jiangdu University. But Su Jiang had never seen her. Su Jiang gave Enro a look and quietly walked behind Wang Xiang. Wang Xiang didn't notice and continued to talk nonsense to make the girl happy. I can't help it. Who told me to be loyal and righteous? I can't bear to see my brother decadent. With my help, his grades are improving day by day. Click. Feeling someone put his hands on his shoulders, Wang Xiang was a little unhappy and turned his head to look. Who is it? So rude. How could the handsome brother Su Jiang, who looks better than Panin, be here? Wang Xiang's expression changed from unhappy to surprised. And then from scared to smirking. In just 1 second. Su Jiang didn't expect that this guy actually had such a strong acting talent. After taking a look at the confused girl opposite, Su Jiang suddenly had an idea. Leaned down and whispered in Wang Xiang's ear. If you don't want me to expose you, you can pay for our table tonight. When Wang Xiang heard this, his pupils shrank suddenly, and the corners of his mouth twitched unconsciously. This was naked blackmail. But thinking of the girl sitting opposite, for the sake of face, he had no choice but to nod and agree. However, he quickly reacted and looked at Su Jiang in confusion. You? Who are you with? Before he finished speaking, Wang Xiang saw Enro following Su Jiang. She stood there quietly, looking at him curiously with a pair of bright eyes. Wang Xiang's eyes widened, as if he had seen something incredible. And a storm was set off in his heart. Fuck! My brother Su was really taken down? Then he looked at Su Jiang fiercely. And then at Enro. Fuck! Couple outfits. Swallowing his saliva, Wang Xiang quietly gave Su Jiang a thumbs up. He won the class beauty Enro in just 3 days. He, Wang Xiang, would not submit to anyone except brother Su. Okay. Waiter. Let's sit here, Su Jiang said decisively, and then quickly sat down at the empty table next to Wang Xiang. He did this to not give Wang Xiang any chance to regret. Wang Xiang's eyes twitched. He really wanted to regret. But Su Jiang didn't give him a chance. Old Su. Let me introduce you. Wang Xiang adjusted his mood and said to Su Jiang with a smile. This is Ji Meng, a sophomore in the foreign languages department. Although she is a senior, she is the same age as us and is my good friend. Wang Xiang wanted to say girlfriend, but the other party had not agreed to his pursuit, so it was not good to say so. Ji Meng. This is my good friend and my brother. His name is Su Jiang, and I call him Lao Su. Wang Xiang turned to Ji Meng and introduced. The one next to him is his girlfriend Enro, who was also a classmate of ours. Ji Meng is a very well-behaved and quiet girl. When she saw Wang Xiang introducing herself, she quickly stood up, bowed slightly to Su Jiang and Enro, and said softly, Hello. I am Ji Meng, and I am very happy to meet you. When Enro heard Wang Xiang mistakenly introduce herself as Su Jiang's girlfriend, her cheeks suddenly flushed with shame. and an inexplicable shame and anger surged in her heart. She was about to open her mouth to clarify. But Su Jian quickly interrupted her and explained, "Well, we are not boyfriend and girlfriend yet." Wang Xiang was stunned. "Aren't they buddies? They are wearing couple outfits to meet their parents. So they are not boyfriend and girlfriend?" She secretly sighed in her heart. It was still Brother Su's trick. Su Jiang sat down, looked at the menu and asked in Ro, "Are you picky about food?" And Ro was stunned. Then shook her head, indicating that she was not picky about food. Then, Su Jiang, who was sitting opposite her, started to order dishes directly. "Waiter, give me a shabu-shabu pot. And then this, and this." Su Jiang ordered several dishes that he didn't like in a row. Wang Xiang looked at them with some concern and felt relieved. Fortunately, they were all inexpensive dishes, and he could still afford them. His good brother Lao Su still had a conscience. "Don't take the ones you just ordered. And bring all the others." "Waiter? And Ro?" "Wang Xiang. Su Jian. Fuck you. You bastard. Are you still a human being?" Wang Xiang looked at Su Jiang with his eyes spitting fire. Even though he was from a wealthy family, this meal was enough to make him feel distressed for a long time. Just as he was about to scold Su Jiang for being unfair, Su Jiang suddenly coughed and turned to look at Ji Meng next to him. "Senior Ji Meng. My brother Wang Xiang is an all-round talent. He is proficient in both civil and military strategies. Even our high math teacher often praises him." "Right. Lao Wang?" After saying that, Su Jiang also deliberately cast a meaningful look at Wang Xiang, with a hint of cunning between his eyebrows. The meaning is very clear. You pay the bill, and I will help you cover up your lie. Wang Xiang's mouth twitched, squeezed out a reluctant smile, and said with gritted teeth, "Yes. I am too low-key." Su Jiang smiled with satisfaction. Seeing this, the waiter confirmed the menu again and again, and then trotted down to notify the kitchen to start preparing the dishes. And Ro watched all this and felt somewhat puzzled. Just as she was about to ask, Su Jiang had already stood up and whispered in her ear, "Wang Xiang paid for this meal. He owed it to me. It's okay." And Ro's eyes were immediately filled with doubts. She didn't understand why Wang Xiang would pay for them. She could only attribute all this to the good relationship between the brothers. "Wang Xiang has a good relationship with you. He even paid for you." And Ro whispered, "That's right. Our relationship is unquestionable." Su Jiang nodded proudly, ignoring Wang Xiang's murderous gaze. After a while, the waiter started serving the dishes. The large plates of various meats attracted a lot of attention. The table was almost full, but the waiter was still serving the dishes. And Ro stared at Su Jian with her eyes wide open. What if she couldn't finish all the dishes? And Ro had a small appetite and couldn't eat much every time. This was one of the important reasons why she could maintain her slim figure. Su Jian looked at it and it seemed that it was indeed a bit too much. So he stood up and walked to the next table with a friendly smile. "Come on, Lao Wang. Eat some meat. Treat senior sister Ji Meng to something good. What's wrong with always eating vegetables?" After saying that, Su Jiang picked up 2 large plates of beef and placed them steadily on the table of Wang Xiang and Ji Meng, saying generously, "Eat as much as you want." Ji Meng looked at the beef in front of her, feeling a little helpless. She waved her hand and said, "How can this be embarrassing? And we have already eaten a lot." Seeing this, Su Jiang laughed. What's there to be embarrassed about? We can't eat so much either. You can help share a little. Then, thank you. I will treat you to a meal next time I have a chance. Ji Meng said. Okay. No problem. Lao Wang's friends are my friends. After saying that, Su Jiang turned his head and looked at Wang Xiang. Squinting his eyes and smiling, right? Lao Wang? Wang Xiang looked like he had eaten shit. But in this situation, he could only grit his teeth and swallow it. And answered with difficulty, ah. Yes. Ji Meng. Don't be polite to him. Just eat. But my heart was bleeding. All bought with my money. Su Jiang. This damn guy. Used my money to pretend to be a rich man. And Ji Meng still had to say thank you to him. Wang Xiang really had no words to say. Hiss. Su Jiang sat back in his original position. And the sudden pain came from his feet. And he couldn't help but take a breath. Looking up, he was facing Enro's sweet smile. But his feet were ruthlessly squeezing Su Jiang's feet. It seems that you are having a good chat with the senior sister. And you even personally deliver the food to her? Enro whispered. With a bit of jealousy in her tone. Humph. I'm such a beautiful lady sitting in front of you. And you ran to Ji Meng and smiled so happily. I've never seen you smile at me like this. Enro became more and more angry. And kept knocking her chopsticks on the table. Su Jiang finally reacted and asked carefully, are you jealous? Who? Who is jealous? Enro seemed to be hit on the heart. And a trace of panic flashed across her face. She quickly took back her chopsticks and stopped knocking on the table. In order to hide her embarrassment. Enro hurriedly picked up a few pieces of beef and threw them into the boiling hot pot. Staring at the boiling hot pot. Not daring to meet Su Jiang's eyes. Su Jiang looked at Enro like this and felt a little funny. Even if he was slow to react. He knew that Enro really liked him. So she cared so much about his actions. He smiled lightly and decided not to tease her anymore. But said, okay. Don't be angry. I won't dare to do it again next time. At the same time, he made a decision in his heart. If he can survive this special mission, he will confess his feelings to Enro. Hearing Su Jiang say this, Enro's mood improved. But her face was still deliberately cold. As if she was still angry. Although the four people were separated into two tables. They were quite close. So they chatted while eating hot pot. It was mainly Wang Xiang and Su Jiang who were chatting. Ji Meng was quiet and didn't talk much. Enro simply thought that the hot pot tasted really good and kept eating. Her appetite was surprisingly good. By the way, Lao Wang. Why did you come here? This is not the snack street of our school. Su Jiang asked curiously. He really didn't expect to meet this guy here. Oh. My uncle came here to do business. So I brought Meng Meng here for dinner. Wang Xiang answered while eating. By the way. What do you think about the school event next week? Wang Xiang said again. Lao Zhang said that the school spent a lot of money this time and booked the entire playground. What else can I think of? Let's go and have fun. It's rare for the school to have such an event. Su Jiang said indifferently. What event? Ji Meng asked curiously. Then Wang Xiang explained to her. Wow. You guys are happy in your freshman year. Right? Ji Meng said enviously, when we were freshmen. We even had makeup classes on weekends. And it was a luxury to have a holiday. Su Jiang was about to say something when he suddenly saw that Enro seemed a little unhappy. And asked softly, what's wrong? And Ro was a little frustrated and whispered, "I want to go and have fun too." Su Jiang was stunned when he heard this. "Then go. I remember you also signed up. Didn't you?" "But my brother." Su Jiang immediately understood that this was a tense period for the Yin family and the Feng family. And she was afraid that running around would cause trouble for Yin Mingjie. "It's okay. I'm here." Su Jiang smiled and said, "Don't worry about your brother. He will agree. According to your brother's plan, the more natural you act, the less they will dare to attack you. On the contrary, if you are so submissive like now, you will cause trouble to your brother." "Really?" And Ro was a little skeptical. "Really? If you don't believe me, ask your brother? If Yin Mingjie dares not to let you go, I will beat the shit out of him." Su Jiang thought secretly. After Su Jiang said this, and Ro felt relieved. She really wanted to go to the amusement park with everyone, especially with Su Jiang. After a while, and Ro was already full. Although she had a good appetite, she really couldn't eat much. Wang Xiang found an opportunity to use the excuse of going to the bathroom, and then went to the front desk to settle the bill for both tables. Seeing the bill for Su Jiang's table, Wang Xiang wanted to assassinate Su Jiang right now. All the orders were meat, and they were all the most expensive ones. Wang Xiang saw that Su Jiang actually ordered an ice cream at the end, and cursed inwardly. "You bastard! You dared to order strawberry ice cream. You will die." Little did he know that Su Jiang's ice cream was ordered for Enro, because Enro suddenly said she wanted to eat ice cream. Back to the seat. Enro was eating ice cream with a small spoon. Su Jiang was still fighting. Wang Xiang didn't expect Su Jiang to be so good at eating. "Old Su. We're leaving first. I'll take Meng Meng back." "Okay. Bye." Wang Xiang said to Su Jiang with Ji Meng. And Ji Meng waved goodbye to Enro in a friendly manner. In just a short hot pot meal, Enro and Ji Meng have become good friends and have added contact information. This forced Wang Xiang to please Enro in the future. Otherwise, if Enro said something bad about him to Ji Meng, he would be finished. For the next period of time, Enro ate ice cream in small bites, and her eyes kept looking at Su Jiang, who was eating really like a little pig. This thought flashed through her mind, and her mouth corners rose a little more. Su Jiang really eats too much. How did his stomach grow? And he doesn't get fat even if he eats so much. And his figure has always been very standard. And Ro suspects that Su Jiang is secretly exercising every day. In fact, before obtaining the system, Su Jiang ate and slept every day, and played games in his free time. Now that he has the system and encountered so many troubles, Su Jiang doesn't have much time to play games. Only eating and sleeping. After waiting for Su Jiang to finish eating, the two packed up and walked out of the hot pot restaurant. Wang Xiang had already paid for them. Where to go next? Su Jiang asked. He didn't know what to do next. He had never been alone with a girl before. Enro tilted her head in thought. She didn't want to go back so early. So the two decided to walk around the street. Anyway, it was not far from Anne's house. So Su Jiang walked all the way to send Enro back. The two walked on the crowded street. Enro had never been to the night market in Jiangdu City. She was curious and looked here and there. When she came to a balloon vendor, looking at the neatly arranged darts and balloon guns, Enro was eager to try. Little girl, do you want to play balloons? 1 yuan per time. Starting at 10 yuan. I'll give you 2 more darts. Seeing that business was coming, the boss immediately launched a marketing offensive enthusiastically. And a businessman's unique smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. And Ro took a look at the prize and finally fixed on the huge Pikachu doll. Boss? How many balloons do I need to hit to win the Pikachu doll? And Ro's voice was clear and pleasant, with a hint of nervousness that was barely noticeable. The boss smiled immediately after hearing this. And his smile was full of pride and satisfaction. Because the Pikachu was the most popular prize on his stall, attracting a lot of business. Little girl. That's the ultimate prize. You must hit 30 balloons in a row to take it away. The boss smiled, with a sly look in his eyes. Hitting 30 balloons in a row. Let alone students like them. Even soldiers may not be able to do it. But Ro didn't think so. She confidently took out 100 yuan for the boss and bought 50 darts and 50 plastic bullets. Su Jiang didn't know where this little girl got her confidence from. And Ro took a deep breath. She held the balloon gun tightly, aimed at the colorful balloons, gently pulled the trigger with her fingers, and fired several bullets in a row. Bang! 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 Pa! The balloons were still swaying in the air. And only one balloon was shot by the bullet. And Ro showed a look of astonishment on her face. Su Jiang's mouth twitched. She only hit one balloon with more than a dozen bullets. She was a member of a mafia family. In a way, it was a talent. The boss was also stunned. He had seen people who were not good at shooting. But this was the first time he had seen such a poor one. Humph. And Ro was obviously not satisfied with her performance. She snorted coldly and tried to defend herself. It must be because of the wind. The wind was too strong just now. And the bullets I shot were blown off the side. Yes. Yes. The wind almost blew me away. Su Jiang complained in his heart. Then, Ro put down the balloon gun in her hand, and decided to try throwing darts instead. She picked up a dart, aimed at the balloon, and threw it hard. Swish! 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 Pa! Pa! Su Jiang nodded expressionlessly. Not bad. Hitting 2 balloons with more than a dozen darts. There is progress. And Ro was already feeling a little uncomfortable at this time. Her cheeks were slightly flushed. Many people around her were attracted by her poor skills, but more by her beauty. And Ro's appearance was indeed outstanding. And her slender figure made her particularly eye-catching in the crowd. Many boys were attracted by her and began to whisper. Fuck! What a beautiful girl! Hiss! This is too bad. Only 2 balloons were hit. So what? Isn't it enough to be pretty? Look at her figure and temperament. She is simply the goddess in my heart. Come on. Didn't you see the man standing next to her? They are wearing couple outfits. Fuck. That man is also very good looking. Damn. This kind of girl is actually dating this kind of boy? Everyone noticed that there was a tall and equally good-looking boy standing next to Ro. The two wore similar clothes and looked very compatible. Many people showed envy. Click. And Ro was a little shy when she heard the discussion around her, and put down the remaining darts with a red face. She didn't want to play anymore. And her mentality was a little broken. Just as she was about to leave, Su Jiang came up and patted her on the shoulder, whispering, "Let me do it." And Ro was stunned and quickly reminded. This is very difficult. Su Jiang smiled indifferently. picked up the balloon gun that Enro had just used, counted the remaining bullets, and there were more than 30 rounds. Boss, if you hit 30 rounds in a row, you can take away the Pikachu. Right? The boss nodded and smiled, of course. I will never regret it. After Su Jiang got confirmation, he turned to look at Enro, motioned her to stand aside, and then set up the balloon gun. With a sharp gaze, carefully aiming at the balloon in the distance. Bang! Su Jiang was a little surprised that he didn't hit the target. But he was proficient in firearms and soon felt that the balloon gun had been tampered with by the boss. No wonder Enro's hit rate was so outrageous. Su Jiang glared at the boss. Oh, this guy is not that good. I thought he was very powerful just now. These two young lovers are really a perfect match. They are both good at the same thing. Let me go. I am better than him even with my eyes closed. There are more and more people around. And there are some disgusting people saying some ugly words in the crowd. Enro was a little angry. She was too lazy to curse with these people. She walked up and wanted to pull Su Jiang away. Before she got close, Su Jiang quickly picked up the gun and pulled the trigger. Bang! Pop! A balloon burst. Enro was stunned. Before she and the people around her could react, Su Jiang fired several more shots. Bang! Pop! Bang! Pop! The sound of gunfire and balloon bursting continued to sound like a regular rhythmic music. Every time Su Jiang pulled the trigger, a balloon would burst. The crowd around him fell into silence, as if time had frozen at this moment. Even the stall owner widened his eyes, with an incredible light flashing in his pupils. At this moment, the only sound in the whole venue was the crisp sound of Su Jiang pulling the trigger, and the bang-bang sound of balloons bursting one after another. 19. 20. 21. Enro stood aside, quietly counting the number of balloons Su Jiang hit, cheering for Su Jiang in her heart. As Su Jiang hit the balloons continuously, the boss's heart became colder and colder. It was over. He had met a tough guy. Pa! 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 28. 29. 30. When Enro counted to 30, she raised her hands excitedly, turned to look at Su Jiang, her eyes full of joy. Su Jiang put down the balloon gun in his hand, turned to look at the boss, a smile on his lips, and asked lightly, "Boss, 30 rounds? No problem?" The boss's mouth twitched, and he looked around. There were so many people. If he refused to pay, he would not be able to stay in this area in the future. He gritted his teeth and squeezed out a smile that was uglier than crying. No. No problem. Congratulations to this guy for winning our ultimate prize. Su Jiang nodded, walked forward, and picked up the Pikachu doll that was a circle bigger than himself. Those who had spoken harshly before had already shut up, and many people were eager to try, thinking that they could do it. Su Jiang didn't bother to care about these, and quickly left the stall with Enro, who was excited next to him. The two walked to a relatively quiet place not far away. Enro finally couldn't help her inner expectation. She stretched out her hand to Su Jiang, her eyes full of desire, and asked him to give her the Pikachu doll. Su Jiang did not respond to Enro's outstretched hand, and asked in confusion, "What? Do you want a hug?" Enro's smile froze instantly when she heard it. She glared at Su Jiang and kicked him angrily. "Hug your head. My Pikachu. What do you mean you're Pikachu? Didn't I win it? But I bought the bullets you used. Is that so? Then I'll give you 30 in a while. And Ro laughed when she heard it. She stretched out her hand to pinch Su Jiang's ear and said cruelly, Pikachu and your life. You choose one. I choose Pikachu. Tap. And Ro stepped on Su Jiang's foot. Say it again. Hiss. I'll hold you first. And I'll give it to you when I get home. That's good enough. And Ro was satisfied. And released her hands and feet. The night fell. Like ink spilling on the banks of Jiangdu River. Su Jiang and Ro strolled on the path by the river. At this moment, there were only a few couples around walking in this rare tranquility. Crossing this path is the Yin family. Dalalala. And Ro walked in front with her hands behind her back. Her back was particularly attractive in the night. The black skirt swayed gently with her steps, revealing her slender and white legs. She jumped slightly while walking, humming a song softly in her mouth. And the melody was melodious. It was obvious that Ro was in a particularly good mood. The evening breeze blew gently, bringing the cool breath of the night. The temperature in Jiangdu City in this season was moderate. Neither cold nor hot. Which was the most suitable night for strolling. Su Jiang followed behind Ro, holding a huge Pikachu doll in his hand. Looking at the cheerful girl in front of him with a smile. If it were a few days ago, Su Jiang would never believe that a few days later, he would actually accompany a girl for a walk. And enjoy the evening breeze at the time when he should be playing games and sleeping. Moreover, he was holding a large Pikachu in his hand. Su Jiang shook his mind, feeling like he was dreaming. Everything was because of the system. His life had changed drastically. Although it was not his wish, it felt good. Walk faster. What are you doing? And Ro looked back, somewhat dissatisfied with Su Jiang's slow pace. Su Jiang said helplessly, try to walk with such a big doll in your arms. You will be exhausted. TSK. Your body is so weak. And Ro muttered softly, stopped where she was and waited for Su Jiang to catch up. Slowed down her pace and walked side by side with him. Then, Ro turned her head, stretched out her hand a little embarrassedly, and stuffed something into Su Jiang's hand. What is this? Su Jiang spread out his palm. It was a small Pikachu pendant. This was what Ro saw at the stall by accident just now. And it happened to be the style of Pikachu. So she secretly bought it. This is a thank you gift for helping me win the doll. And Ro blushed and muttered softly. If Su Jiang hadn't had good hearing, he would have almost missed it. Oh. Su Jiang pretended to be indifferent and nodded. And put the pendant in his pocket. I'll hang it on my school bag when I get home. Soon. The two of them walked to the gate of the Yin family compound. The guard recognized Ro and opened the door quickly. And Ro turned around and stretched out her hand to Su Jiang. Can you give me Pikachu now? Su Jiang raised his eyebrows, or let someone help you carry it in. I'm afraid it's inconvenient for you to carry it. No. I want to carry it myself. And Ro said. And directly reached out to grab Pikachu from Su Jiang's hand. The huge doll instantly covered Ro. Okay. You go back. Send me a message when you get home. And Ro's voice came from behind Pikachu. Then, Su Jiang saw the girl holding a huge Pikachu. And slowly walked into the Yin family. Some people wanted to help. But they were stopped by Ro without exception. Su Jiang looked at Ro's back with amusement. And he didn't leave until Enro walked into the house. He was not in a hurry to go home. He still had to do something. And Mingjie asked him to do. In the family's house. And Mingjie leaned leisurely on the sofa, drinking coffee comfortably, without any tension. As if he was not the one who declared war on the Feng family a few hours ago. Hearing the footsteps. And Mingjie turned around and said, Ro is back. Su Jiang. Eh? What the hell? Why is such a big Pikachu walking around in the house? After supporting his neck and stretching his head high. And Mingjie finally saw Enro under Pikachu. And said with a smile, such a big doll? Su Jiang gave it to you? Yeah. Enro put Pikachu on the sofa. With great effort. And said proudly, Su Jiang won it for me by hitting balloons. He hit 30 balloons in a row. And Mingjie smiled when he heard it. He knew that Su Jiang's shooting skills were great. So hitting a balloon was certainly not a problem. Enro took a few breaths lightly. Looked up at the long stairs. Hesitated for a moment. Pointed at Pikachu and said to Mingjie, brother. Help me carry this up. She couldn't carry it anymore. And Mingjie's mouth twitched when he heard it. How could I? The head of such a big family. Hold a Pikachu? But who made Enro say this? And Mingjie had no choice but to stand up. Help Enro hold Pikachu. And walk up the stairs. Brother. Be careful. Enro said worriedly. Don't worry. I won't fall down while climbing the stairs. No. I mean the doll. Don't get it dirty. And Mingjie was tired. His sister was not like this before. On the other side. A taxi stopped at Zhongjie Street. And Su Jiang got out of the car. At this time, there were no people on the street. Su Jiang walked carelessly on the street. But his eyes were alert to the surroundings. Confirming whether anyone was following him. After turning several streets and walking around for a long time, Su Jiang followed the route in his memory and walked to the Xiaomayani bar again. As for whether this could guarantee that no one would follow him, Su Jiang was not sure. But he saw that this was done in the movies. At this moment, the bar had stopped operating. But Su Jiang seemed to have seen nothing. Standing at the door and knocking on the door. After a while, a voice came from the house. Who is it? It's closed. It's closed. I'm Su Jiang. And Mingjie asked me to come. Su Jiang said directly. Originally. And Mingjie asked Su Jiang to come. And Su Jiang thought they had some secret code or something. But Mingjie said he had watched too many TV dramas and just said his identity. Directly. Sure enough. When the people in the room heard Su Jiang's name, they quickly opened the door and let Su Jiang in. Young Master Su. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Young Masterin has told me everything. The man said. And then said, my name is Hua Chang. And people on the road call me Hua Zi. Su Jiang's eyes twitched. It was the first time he was called Young Master Su. But the name Hua Zi was obviously more outrageous. Then, Hua Zi carefully took out a mobile phone at the front desk. It was not a smartphone, but an old phone that could only make calls and send text messages. Is this it? Su Jiang took the phone and played with it in his hand. This was what Mingjie asked him to pick up. That's right. There is only this one phone. Hua Zi said. Young Masterin told us that all the secret agents of the Feng family can only be contacted through this phone. At the critical moment, young Master Su will send a message with this phone. And all our hidden secret agents will take action to deal a fatal blow to the Feng Family. Su Jiang nodded. He didn't expect that such a big trump card would be handed to him by An Mingjie. But he also understood that at this moment, the actions of all the core members of the An family would be monitored by Feng Qingye. And only Su Jiang, the variable, did not enter Feng Qingye's sight. And Mingjie believed that at the last moment, Su Jiang would leave a deep impression on Feng Qingye. After getting the old phone, Su Jiang left the Xiaomiani bar and took a taxi home. In An Mingjie's arrangement, there was nothing for him to do later. Even this old phone, it might not even be necessary to use it. And Mingjie said that this was the last resort. If everything went well, maybe this method would not be needed to take down the Feng family. Su Jiang didn't know whether it was true or not. Anyway, he just had to wait for An Mingjie's message. At that time, it would be nothing more than sending a message. Walking into the community, Su Jiang put his hands in his pockets and walked downstairs. Just as he was about to go upstairs, he suddenly heard a cat's cry. Su Jiang was stunned. He remembered that this community was not allowed to keep pets. Where did the cat come from? Following the sound, he saw a little white cat under the community street lamp. The little white cat was lying under the street lamp, eating a sausage given to it by someone unknown. Feeling someone approaching, the little ears immediately stood up and looked at Su Jiang vigilantly. TSK. There really is a kitten. Su Jiang squeaked, guessing that someone must have pitted this little guy and gave it a sausage. After taking a look, Su Jiang planned to leave. After all, the cat had just seen him and was so angry that it must be quite shy. Meow. Hey! What are you doing? As soon as Su Jiang turned around, the little white cat meowed and didn't even eat the sausage. It ran to rub against Su Jiang's trouser legs. I tell you, I don't have any sausage for you to eat. Su Jiang pointed at it and warned. Meow. The little white cat continued to rub against him. For some reason, he seemed to be particularly close to Su Jiang. No matter how Su Jiang drove him away, he would not leave. Su Jiang soon knew where the problem was. Animal psychic. This is a low-level skill rewarded by the system. Su Jiang complained that he didn't use this skill at the time. Looking at the little white cat that kept meowing, Su Jiang was overwhelmed. If I go to a place with many pets in the future, won't they all rub against me? So Su Jiang squatted down and tried to reason with it. Don't rub against me. I don't have any sausage. Haven't you finished yours yet? Meow. It's not delicious. You've become a stray cat. And you still care whether the sausage is delicious or not. Meow. Take me home. It's impossible to take you home. Pets are not allowed in the community, although there are many people who keep them secretly. Meow. I don't care. Take me home. Didn't I tell you? Su Jiang was halfway through his words and suddenly froze. Damn it! How the hell am I communicating with a cat? No. How the hell can I understand what it means by meowing? System. Animal psychic can also allow me to communicate with animals without obstacles? Yes. Awesome. Su Jiang shouted in his heart. This is really outrageous. Seeing the little white cat still rubbing against him, Su Jiang said helplessly, okay. Since you are the first animal to communicate with me, I will keep you. Originally, Su Jiang was reluctant to take him in because he thought it was too troublesome and he had to slowly teach him this and that. But since he can communicate, it should be much easier to manage. Su Jiang thought. Meow. Thank you, Master. Let's go. Su Jiang touched the little white cat's head, picked it up and took it home. Back home, Su Jiang immediately cleaned the little white cat, which was much cleaner than before. Meow. I'm hungry. Su Jiang had no choice but to look through the refrigerator. There was nothing to eat. Only ham sausage. Hey! Eat this. Su Jiang peeled the ham sausage, put it on a plate and handed it to the little white cat. The little white cat lowered its head and took a bite. Meow. It tasted bad. Do you believe I'll blow your cat's head? You're still picky after bringing you home. Su Jiang threatened viciously. Meow. I'm sorry. The little white cat is very sensible. It has obviously experienced the beatings of the cat society and knows that ham sausage is not easy to come by. Watching the little white cat eating ham sausage, Su Jiang's heart moved. Took out his mobile phone to take a photo and sent it to Enro. Su Jiang, picture. Su Jiang, I'm home. Within a few seconds, Enro's reply came. Enro, exclamation point. Enro, what a cute little cat. Do you have it? Su Jiang, no. I just picked it up downstairs. Enro, have you given it a name? Su Jiang was stunned. Lowered his head and asked the little white cat, do you have a name? The little white cat chewed the ham sausage in his mouth, raised his head, and showed pride in his eyes. Meow 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 meow. The cats on the street all called me Brother Biao. Su Jiang was silent, typing expressionlessly, no name. I haven't given it yet. You give it one. Then he waited for several minutes. Enro should be thinking about a name. Meow 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 meow. Master. My name sounds nice. Right? Brother Biao. Right? I'll change your name later. Su Jiang took a glass of water and said perfunctorily. Meow. I won't change it. Protest is invalid. It must be changed. How can you be called Brother Biao? Which cat from the underworld gave you this name? Do you cats also have underworld? Before the little white cat could answer, Enro's message came. Enro, just call me Nicholas Fugue. Enro, my nickname is Fugue. Puff. Su Jiang sprayed out the water in his mouth when he saw the name Enro gave him. This name is really amazing. Looking at the little white cat with sympathy. Oh no. Now it should be called Fugue. You have such a genius in naming. I can't help you. He squatted down and lowered his head to discuss with Fugue. Well, let's change the name to that. Nicholas Fugue. And call you Fugue from now on. How about it? Su Jiang felt a little sorry for Fugue. This name is not as good as Brother Biao. Meow? Fugue was stunned. Which genius came up with this name? Ignoring Fugue's protest, Su Jiang directly replied to Enro, it agreed. Very happy. Enro, really? That's great. Enro, I'll come to your house tomorrow to see it. Su Jiang, okay. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. And suddenly he received another message. This time from Wang Xiang. Wang Xiang, Lao Su. I have booked a private room for 5 consecutive nights at the internet cafe. Tomorrow. Su Jiang, I am not free tomorrow. After replying these 4 words, Su Jiang casually threw Fugue on the sofa. Fugue? You sleep on the sofa tonight. If you need to pee, go to the toilet. Which is where I gave you a bath just now. If you dare to pee and poop anywhere, I will throw you out tomorrow. Meow. I don't want to call you Fugue. It is still struggling with the name. Click. Soo Jung turned off the lights, jumped lightly onto the big bed, covered himself with the quilt, and loves no one. Even if the world is destroyed tomorrow, he just wants to sleep. The next morning, Soo Jung woke up early. This time he didn't wake up naturally, but was pressed awake. Ah! Soo Jung opened his eyes helplessly. Fugue was lying on his chest, his two little paws rising and falling, stepping on his milk. Meow. I'm hungry. Fugue saw that Soo Jung woke up, meowed, and jumped next to Soo Jung's head. Soo Jung took the phone and saw that it was 5 o'clock in the morning. I really want to beat your cat head. Fugue. Soo Jung got up and grabbed Fugue's neck expressionlessly. He decided to close the door when he went to bed in the future, so as not to let this stinky cat run in and disturb his sleep. Do you know how difficult it is for college students to sleep in? You don't know. You only care about your broken ham sausage. With a little resentment, Soo Jung walked to the refrigerator, took out the remaining ham sausages, and threw them in front of Fugue. Come on. Eat. Eat them all. Soo Jung said viciously. Seeing this, Fugue was a little scared and moved away from the sausage. He looked at Soo Jung with fear and cried pitifully. Meow meow meow? Is this my last meal? Soo Jung rubbed his forehead painfully. He was also outrageous, competing with a stupid cat. He picked up one of the sausages, peeled it slowly, threw it on a small plate, and handed it to Fugue. Eat it, ancestor. Meow. Thank you. Quite polite. Since he was awake, Soo Jung was too lazy to sleep, so he simply made a cup of coffee and drank it on the balcony. At 5:30 in the morning, a white cat was chewing on the sausage in the house. Soo Jung's hair was a mess. He sat on the balcony and looked at the sky that had just brightened outside the window, feeling a little sad. Why is my life getting more and more outrageous? Soo Jung took a sip of coffee. He didn't understand which link was wrong. The main reason was he was bored. He found that he really couldn't find anything to do when he got up so early. Because of his extraordinary body, he was not sleepy once he woke up. In this case, let's play a game after a long absence. Soo Jung made a prompt decision and turned on the computer. It turned out. Oh no! The league was launched. Half an hour later, Soo Jung stared at the gray screen, looking at his record of 0 wins and 6 losses for Yasuo, and was slightly absent-minded. Have I become a bad player? I haven't played games for just a few days. And I'm so bad? The opponent must have cheated. Soo Jung didn't believe it and played another game. The results were still terrible. Fuck. So many cheats today? Played another game. Someone once said that although history will not repeat itself, it has a similar melody. Soo Jung proved this sentence with practice. Although his results were different in each game, they were all equally terrible. Don't play if you are a bad player. Looking at the ridicule of his teammates, Soo Jung was lost. What happened to him? Is the price of obtaining the system to lose the gaming talent that I am proud of? In fact, Soo Jung had no talent for games. He was still in the gold rank after playing for so long, and his operation was only slightly better than Wang Xiang. Unconsciously, Soo Jung played until noon. Oh no! He lost until noon. At this time, he received a message from Monroe. I will go to your place to see Fugue later. Send me your house number. Soo Jung quickly sent the house number and specific address to Monroe, and then decisively turned off the game. Rubbish game. Dogs don't play it. At this moment, Anne's home, and Mingjie watched Monroe running down from upstairs in a hurry, wearing jeans and holding a white coat in her hand. Ro. Eat. Brother. I don't want to eat. I'm going to Soo Jung's place. Then, Monroe waved to the stunned Mingjie without looking back, and ran out of the door. And Mingjie? He felt sad. His sister really changed and began to care less about him. And Mingjie was gritting his teeth at this moment. He inexplicably wanted to beat Soo Jung up. And Ro got into the car, sat in the back seat, fumbled in her small bag, took out a small mirror and looked at herself. Azwa. You. Do I look good today? And Ro said to the two bodyguards in front. Yes. They finally had names. Azwa and Au. Miss. You look good every day. Au replied with a smile on his face, full of pampering on the co-pilot. He was not perfunctory. And Ro was indeed born beautiful. She rarely put on makeup. And even if she did, it was light makeup. Even so, she was rated as the class flower by those people in the class. Even if Ro was more high profile, she would not be a problem for the department flower. Hearing this, Ro smiled with satisfaction and calmed down her excitement. This was her first time to Soo Jung's house, and she was a little excited. I wonder if his house is big, what it looks like, and whether it will be messy. Ro imagined what Soo Jung's house looked like in her heart. He thought that Soo Jung might be like other boys, with a messy house and socks thrown everywhere. In fact, this is not the case. There is another important reason why Soo Jung lives alone outside. That is, he has some minor cleanliness. Although it is not very serious. At least the most basic cleanliness can be maintained. I heard that among the boarding students, there are always some indecent people who throw socks and underwear into the public washing machine to wash. Soo Jung was horrified just by hearing it. And he wanted to throw these people into the washing machine to wash them. On the other side, Soo Jung was cleaning his house at the moment. Fugue? I'm telling you, there will be a girl coming later. Remember not to be mean to her. Act cute. Soo Jung mopped the floor while admonishing Fugue. Also, can you do a backflip? Meow? Should I? Forget it. It's okay if you can't. I'll learn it slowly in the future. Fugue lay on the balcony, yawning, staring at Soo Jung with complicated cat eyes. It felt that its owner seemed to be a little sick. The mental state was different from many humans he had seen before. And it was somewhat outrageous. Soo Jung sprayed some air freshener all over his body. He never thought that his home could be so clean. While there was still some time, he quickly took a shower and dealt with his messy hair. As soon as he stepped into the bathroom, Soo Jung stepped out again, looked at the lazy Fugue on the balcony, thought for a while, then ran over and picked up the little white cat and walked into the bathroom. You should take a shower too. Don't rub bacteria on others. Meow? Didn't I just take a shower yesterday? Meow. And there are no bacteria on me. Don't talk nonsense. Just wash it if I tell you to. So, Fugue was forced to take a bath twice and less than 24 hours after he came to Su Jiang's house. Su Jiang used a hairdryer to blow its hair, and Fugue looked like he had lost all hope in life. Forget it. Let it be destroyed. I should not have gone home with this stupid owner. Ding dong. The doorbell rang. Su Jiang raised his eyebrows and came quite quickly. I'm coming. Su Jiang put down the hair dryer and said as he walked to the door and opened it. Welcome. Su Jiang was stunned for a moment, looking at the two smiling figures at the door. He felt bad and shouted, Mom and Dad? Surprised or not? Surprised or not? Su's father and mother stood at the door, looking at their son with joy. It was rare for them to come to visit Su Jiang. In their hearts, Su Jiang must be grateful and excited, although they just came to see Su Jiang on the way. But this is also a kind of affection. Not to mention that they also bought some fruits for Su Jiang. What an enviable family relationship. The moment Su Jiang saw Su's father and mother, he froze in place and sweated coldly. It's over. Look at this child. He's so happy that he didn't even let us in. Su's mother smiled, and without waiting for Su Jiang to react, she took Su's father into the house. No. Mom. Su Jiang opened his mouth, not knowing what to say. So he had to close the door first and find a way to send these two gods away before Enro came. After closing the door, Su Jiang managed to force a smile. Mom and Dad, why are you here? We came to see you specially. But you are not happy? Su's mother looked around and said. Su's father walked directly to the water dispenser, picked up the tea leaves and started to make tea. Su Jiang's mouth twitched. It's strange that you came to see me specially. Since I went to college, you two have been eager to enjoy your world. How can you care about me? To be honest with you, your mother and I are going to visit Beijing and have to take a plane. So we came to see you on the way. Su's father was making tea and said, why does the fragrance of your tea smell wrong to me? Have you changed it? Su Jiang helplessly stroked his forehead. No. Your taste has changed. How long ago was the last time you came to me? To drink tea? You can still remember where the tea is. At this moment, a crisp cat cry suddenly sounded in the house, and Fugue walked out of the bathroom slowly, staring at Su Jiang with some resentment. Meow. My hair is not dry yet. Ah. When Suma saw the white furry kitten, her eyes immediately flashed with surprise. She trotted forward, squatted down, and gently picked up Fugue. Why did you suddenly raise a cat? This kitten is so cute. Suma said as she put Fugue on her cheek and rubbed it hard. Fugue remembered what Su Jiang had just said, that a female human was coming. So he couldn't be fierce, but act cute. So, he gently swung his two paws, stared with a pair of innocent cat eyes, and cried pitifully, as if he was acting like a spoiled child to Suma. Meow. Master. Am I doing well? Meow. Look at me charming her to death. Stupid cat. Su Jiang looked at his mother who couldn't let go of Fugue, and his father who was sitting on the sofa, drinking tea with a comfortable look on his face. Su Jiang covered his face with a look of despair. It's over. Everything is messed up now. And these two will definitely not be able to leave for a while. He had sent a message to Enro as soon as possible, asking her not to come, but Enro had not replied to him for a long time. Soo-jung probably thought that she had put her phone in her bag and had not seen the message. There was still a chance. Soo-jung held the last glimmer of hope and asked, "Mom? What time is your flight?" 2 o'clock in the afternoon. What's wrong? Sue's mother sat next to Sue's father holding the little white cat and said, without turning her head. Soo-jung immediately took out his mobile phone. It was 12:30. And there was a chance. Then why don't you hurry up? It's 12:30 now. And you have to check in half an hour in advance to get on the plane. Soo-jung exaggeratedly said, I'm fine here. You don't have to worry about it. Don't delay your flight. It will be bad if you can't get to Beijing. Oh. You don't have to panic. Sue's father calmly drank a sip of tea and turned on the TV with the remote control. Can your mother and I not know how to arrange the time? Our plane is at 2 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. And we will stay in a nearby hotel tonight. So don't worry about it. Soo-jung was stunned when he heard this. 2 o'clock tomorrow afternoon? That's it. That's all right. Soo-jung took a deep breath and sat on the sofa weakly. He gave up struggling. He was so tired. The world was destroyed. Now the last hope is that Enro can see his message and stop coming. I really don't know what to do next. However, it seems that fate is to play Soo-jung. The next second, the doorbell rang, and Enro's voice came into the house through the door. Rogue Soo-jung. I'm here. Open the door for me. This shout didn't matter. Sue's father and mother immediately raised their heads, looked at the door in astonishment, and then looked at Soo-jung. The expressions of the two elders changed from astonishment to an uncontrollable smile, and the thoughts in their eyes were exposed. There is a melon to eat. Soo-jung knew that this time it was really over. He gave up struggling, stood up, and opened the door like a zombie. Why are you so slow? Where's Fuguwei? Enro blamed him a little, then quickly slipped into the house from Soo-jung's side, not noticing the expression on Soo-jung's face at all, because she couldn't wait to see what Soo-jung's home looked like. Your home is quite clean. Enro looked around with great interest, and suddenly stopped talking halfway. Her sight accidentally swept across two figures on the sofa in the living room, and her brain suddenly crashed. Doesn't Soo-jung live alone? How come there are others? And they look like elders. These two can't be. Enro's little head turned to Soo-jung mechanically. Her beautiful eyes were full of astonishment at this moment, and her voice was trembling and almost inaudible. Don't they are Soo-jung's parents? She would want to die. She just called Soo-jung a hooligan at the door. Soo-jung had no choice but to introduce, as you can see, these are my parents. Then, he turned to his parents, with an awkward smile on his face, and introduced softly, Mom and Dad. This is Enro. She is my, well, good friend. Hello, Uncle and Aunt. Enro's face flushed instantly, like a ripe apple. Her little head lowered deeply, almost buried in her chest, her hands tightly grasping the corners of her clothes. Bastard Soo-jung. Idiot Soo-jung. Smelly hooligan Soo-jung. Why didn't you tell me that there were elders at home? What should I do now? Meow. Fuguwei was in Suma's arms, looking around in confusion. It felt that the atmosphere was a little wrong, as if it had done something wrong. Then it continued to lie down. What does this have to do with it? It's just a cat. Hey! Hey! Hello? Come and sit down. Sue's father and mother immediately stood up. Enthusiastically. Took her hand affectionately. And guided her to sit on the sofa. Fugue was thrown aside by Sue's mother. And the little white cat didn't care. He stretched and found a place to continue lying down. Sue's mother's eyes never left Enro. And there was a smile in her eyes. As if she had found something precious. What a beautiful girl. What a perfect figure. It has to be her own son. Who does great things without saying a word? No wonder he kept urging us to leave before. It turned out that he had a beautiful woman hidden in the golden house. Sue's mother glanced at Su Jiang with a proud look in her eyes. And I caught you. I really came to see you today. Sue's father also secretly gave Su Jiang a thumbs up. And Su Jiang closed his eyes and didn't want to look. Enro, what a nice name. Sue's mother smiled. Her voice full of tenderness. Ah. Auntie. Just call me Ruru. Enro responded with a trembling voice. Her face flushed. Ruru. It sounds more intimate. Suma's smile became even brighter. And she continued to ask. Do you often come to Su Jiang's place to play? And Ro immediately became nervous when she heard this question. Fearing that she would be misunderstood as a frequent visitor to Su Jiang's house. She waved her hands and explained. No. No. Auntie. This is my first time here today. There was a hint of urgency in her tone. Fearing that Su Ma would misunderstand her. After saying that, and Ro looked up at Su Jiang. With a look of seeking help in her eyes. Su Jiang couldn't help but feel a little distressed. And he felt that Enro was about to break. So he quickly explained the matter to his mother. A few minutes later. Sue's mother looked at her son suspiciously. You mean? You guys have just met? That's right. And you happened to pick up this little white cat last night? Right. And Rora came to see this little white cat. Today? That's it. Su Jiang's tone weakened. A little unconfident. In some ways, this is really hard to believe. Moreover, Su Jiang hid a lot of things. Such as the affairs of the Mafia family. And of course the confession. Lao Zhang had already called his parents to tell him about his confession to Enro. But they didn't know that the person they were confessing to was Enro. If they knew about this, Su Jiang would really not have to live anymore. And he would be laughed at by the two elders for the rest of his life. Seeing that Sue's mother didn't believe it, Enro quickly said, Auntie. It's true. I really just came to see the wealth. Wealthy? Meow? Who called me? It's a cat. Only then did Sue's mother realize that this little white cat was called Fugue? But that's not important. What's important is Enro. Sue's mother smiled. Rora said so. Of course I believe it. Father Su sat aside and said nothing. Looking at Su Jiang sideways and secretly admiring him. As expected of my son. He has just started to know how to pick up a cat to seduce a girl. And he really let this kid trick her into coming home. Su Jiang rolled his eyes at him. I don't have that intention. I just like raising kittens. Ruru. Are you a native of Jiangdu? Is your family here too? What do you do? Are you usually under a lot of pressure from studying? Has Su Jiang ever bullied you? Suma asked a lot of questions. Which confused Enro. Which one should she answer first? When Sue's father saw this, he lightly kicked Sue's mother, telling her to calm down and not scare others. Sue's mother also realized that she was a little excited. And she quickly smiled and said, "Oh. Ruru. Don't be afraid. Auntie is just a little excited. After all, she has never seen a girl around Su Jiang." And Ro's eyes brightened a bit when she heard this. Was there no other girl around Su Jiang? Then isn't he the first? And Ro's mood improved and she was no longer as nervous as before. However, Su's mother had a difficult problem. On the one hand, she didn't know whether she could talk about things at home. And on the other hand, she didn't want to deceive Su Jiang's parents. Su Jiang saw in Ro's confusion and quickly ran to Su's father's ear and whispered, "Dad, take my mother away quickly." Su's father gave him a confused look. Su Jiang couldn't control that much anymore. And said directly, "If you don't help me, I will tell Mom where you hide your private money." Damn it! Su's father was shocked when he heard this. Looked at Su's mother cautiously. And whispered, "How did you know that I was hiding private money?" "Nonsense. I am your son. How can I not know you? I even know how much you hide." After saying that, Su Jiang slowly stretched out 2 fingers. Father Su broke into a cold sweat when he looked at these 2 fingers. This boy actually knew. Impossible. I hid it so well. And this kid doesn't come home often. How could he possibly know? But now I can't control so much. No matter how important things are, they can't compare to my own private money. So Father Su coughed lightly, pulled Mother Su and said, "Hey. I just received a call from my sister, saying she wanted to treat us to dinner. So we should hurry over." Su's mother looked at him suspiciously. "When? Did you answer the call? Why didn't I know? How could I have lied to you before when you were away? That's good. Let Su Jiang and Ruru go together?" After saying that, Su's mother turned to look at Anru. "Ruru, are you free today?" And Ro looked at Su Jiang for help. "Should I be free or not?" "What's that?" "Mom," Su Jiang said quickly. "I'll go out with Enro for something later. And I need to help Fugue buy cat litter or something." After saying that, he winked at Anru. "Right, Anru?" "Yes." And Ro understood immediately and turned to explain to Su's mother, "Auntie, I have made an appointment with someone else's pet store and will be there soon." That's it. Su's mother was a little disappointed when she heard this. She really couldn't bear to leave such a beautiful girl like Enro and wanted to talk more. "Oh. Please don't disturb me. We will leave tomorrow and we have to go back and clean up." Seeing this, Su's father felt that he was almost done. So he added the final blow. Pulled Su's mother up and walked out. "Hey. Why are you in such a hurry? I haven't picked up my bag yet." "Mom. Here's the bag." Su Jiang quickly handed over the bag with a flattering look on his face. Su's mother took the bag, glared at the father and son, and then smiled at Enro. "Ro. Let's talk next time. Auntie will leave first." "Okay. Goodbye, Auntie." And Ro stood up obediently and said goodbye to Su's mother, changing from her usual eldest lady behavior. "Su Jiang, remember to take Ruru to eat delicious food. Don't be stingy and don't bully Ruru," Su's mother warned before leaving. Yes. I understand." Su Jiang nodded hurriedly. He was really afraid that his mother would stay and chat about family matters. Once the nagging started, it would never stop. Su Jiang never listened to it. As the saying goes, The nagging of elders is like a bowl of good medicine. Those who can drink it will suffer from serious illness. Let's go. Click. As soon as the door closed, Soo-jung finally breathed a sigh of relief. As for how Soo's father would cover up the lie, it had nothing to do with him. He didn't know whether the phone call Soo's father said was true or false. Anyway, it was better for the dead Taoist friend to live than for the poor Taoist. At least one of them should live. After confirming that Soo-jung's parents were gone, and Ro showed a fierce look on her face. She didn't care about anything else. She ran to Soo-jung, jumped up and stepped on him. She scolded him with a red face while stepping on him. Soo-jung, you bastard! Uncle and aunt are here. Why didn't you tell me in advance? You embarrassed me and almost got misunderstood. You just wanted to tease me on purpose. I'll step on you to death. God knows how she got through the past 10 minutes. She felt like she was about to break. All the resentment burst out at this moment. Soo-jung was stepped on several times unexpectedly. He dodged quickly and said quickly, "You blame me for not checking the message on your phone? You dare to quibble? No. I sent you a message because you didn't believe you were checking your phone. I don't check it." And Ro reached out and pinched Soo-jung's waist. She just wanted to vent her anger. The little white cat Fugue hid far away on the windowsill, curled up and shivered, covering his eyes with his little paws and peeking through the gaps between his paws. This female human is so cruel that she beat her owner so hard that he dared not fight back. This cat must never mess with her in the future. A few minutes later, and Ro sat on the sofa, rubbing the little white cat Fugue with a smile. Obviously her anger had subsided. Soo-jung stood aside and rubbed his waist, which was bruised and bruised by an Ro's pinch. This little girl was really ruthless in her attack, leaving no strength behind. If it weren't for the existence of the extraordinary body skill, which had enhanced his physical fitness a lot, Soo-jung would have doubted that Enro could cut off a piece of flesh. Fugue lay in Enro's arms, being honest and not daring to make any mistakes. Even if it resisted the name Fugue before, now Anro calls it once, and it obediently agrees. The person who knows the current affairs is Maojia. He didn't know who had the lowest status in this family, but it was obvious who had the highest status. If it doesn't curry favor with Enro, why should it curry favor with Soo-jung? Don't be ridiculous. I haven't had enough of being a cat yet. Soo-jung, have you fed Fugue cat food? Enro said, with a feeling of distress as she looked at Fugue's thin body. Meow. I want to eat cat food. Fugue took advantage of the situation. It had already eaten enough ham sausage, and when it wandered around, it was tired of eating. Soo-jung glared at Fugue and said helplessly, "There is no cat food. It only ate a piece of ham in the morning. How can that be done? Fugue is so young and still growing." And Ro was unhappy when she heard this. Meow. Meow. That's right. I'm still growing. Soo-jung sighed, then. Let's go out and buy some. So, Soo-jung tidied up and went out with Enro to buy some cat supplies for Fugue. Fugue? Just wait for us at home. Before leaving, Enro stroked Fugue's little cat's head and said softly, "Meow. Remember to buy cat food." The corner of Soo-jung's mouth twitched. He couldn't believe that such a gentle and pleasant Enro in front of him could be so violent just now. Isn't Mingjie always the same as me? Leave Fugue alone. Oh no. a cat at home. And the two of them go out. I have a sister who owns a pet supply store. Let's go there. And Ro suggested. Soo Jung nodded. It didn't matter to him where he went. As long as he was idle. He was idle. The two walked out of the community. Stood on the side of the road. And stamped their feet. Then Soo Jung stared at Enro. And Enro looked at Soo Jung. Look. Look what I'm doing. Taking a taxi. Enro said coquettishly. Feeling a little hot. Taking a taxi? A trace of confusion appeared on Soo Jung's face. What kind of taxi? Where are your two bodyguards? Shouldn't we go out in your car? I went out with you. The eldest lady of the family. And I still took a taxi by myself? You said a Zua and a U. They sent me here and went back. Going back? Then you are alone now? Yes. Why do you look so surprised? And Ro looked at Soo Jung with some confusion. Soo Jung was speechless. No. Then who will protect you? That's not what you said. The less I care about my own safety, the less they dare to do anything to me. She paused and then added, and my brother. Said that with you here? We don't need bodyguards. Although he didn't know why Mingjie said that. He still believed in his brother. Soo Jung's eyes twitched. Your uncles in Mingjie. Are you really treating me as your family's thug? There was no other way. So Soo Jung waved and took a taxi. Anru got in the car and told the driver the address and set off for the pet supply store. That Anru mentioned. 10 minutes later. The two got out of the car. Soo Jung followed Enro on the street and arrived at the door of a pet supply store. In a blink of an eye. Enro walked skillfully towards the half-open door. With the creak of the door, she stepped into the store and her voice sounded crisply, Sister Chiona. I'm here. Chiona was sitting behind the counter. Immersed in the world of TV series. But she raised her head immediately after hearing Enro's voice. He stood up quickly. With a surprised smile on his face. And looked at the door, Xiao Anru. Why are you free to come here today? It's such a rare visitor. However. Her voice suddenly stopped mid-sentence. And her eyes widened. As if she had seen something incredible. Damn it! Holy crap! 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 What did I see? Behind Enro. There was a sunny and handsome little boy? That Enro. Who is not a manly woman. Actually brings boys to her store. Enro came closer and said with a strange look on her face, Sister Chiona. What's your expression? Why do you look like you've seen a ghost? Soo Jung followed Enro and looked around. Curiously. This was his first time in a pet products store and he had never seen many things before. He noticed that Chiona was looking at him with strange eyes. Out of politeness. Soo Jung bowed slightly and said. Hello? My name is Soo Jung. Hello? Hello? Chiona finally recovered from the shock. Her eyes wandered back and forth between Soo Jung and Enro. Her curiosity prompted her to ask further, Excuse me. Are you Enro's boyfriend? As soon as these words came out, Anro and Soo Jung looked at each other in unison. Sister Chiona. Don't worry about him. Just pretend he doesn't exist. Enro couldn't help but panic. And said quickly before Soo Jung opened his mouth. She didn't know what kind of relationship she had with Soo Jung now. The two never broke through the window paper. And they always maintained this subtle relationship. Moreover, Enro is not ready yet. Chiona looked at Anru's flustered and slightly shy expression. And she couldn't help but feel an inexplicable curiosity in her heart. Looking at the subtle atmosphere between the two parties, Chiona narrowed her eyes slightly. And had already guessed almost everything. TSK, TSK, TSK. What a pure and innocent little Anru. Chiona was already shouting in her heart. But she didn't show it at all. When Anru mentioned that she wanted to buy pet supplies for the cat, Chiona enthusiastically led them to the special area. For the cat litter box. I recommend you use this one. Chiona deliberately emphasized the pronunciation of the two words you. Then I'll get you a cat bed. And the cat food and cat litter are here. As Chiona said, she skillfully picked up various cat food from the shelf and stuffed them all into the cat litter box. Soo-jung stood aside holding a large soft cat bed and gently pinched it. The soft touch made his eyes light up. It's so soft. It must be very comfortable to sit on. Looking at the busy Chiona, Anru seemed to have thought of something. She stepped back and stood next to Soo-jung, whispering, Sister Chiona is also from our family. She is the cousin of brother Lee Kai. But Sister Chiona is like me. She did not participate in any family affairs. And opened a store here alone. Soo-jung raised his eyebrows when he heard this. He did not expect that the silly big guy Lee Kai actually had such a sister. Okay. These are almost enough. Chiona glanced and made sure there was nothing missing. Sister Chiona. How much are these in total? I'll scan them for you. Anru took out her mobile phone and was about to pay. But was stopped by Chiona. Little Anru. What are you doing? Are you hitting your sister in the face? Chiona deliberately frowned. With our relationship. Can I let you pay? If you pay today. Don't call me Sister Chiona in this life. Chiona said firmly. Payment received. 500 yuan. A clear payment reminder sound suddenly sounded. And the two were stunned. They turned their heads and saw Soo-jung holding the cat bed with one hand and putting the phone he had just paid for into his pocket with the other hand, with an innocent expression on his face. Why are you looking at me? Soo-jung saw that the two were staring at him and asked curiously, isn't it natural to pay for things? I just looked at the price and calculated. It should be 500 yuan. Chiona's mouth twitched. Is this the point? Would a normal person pay in this situation? Chiona felt that this Soo-jung was a little outrageous. The three of them were stunned for a moment. And the atmosphere was a bit awkward. Anru was the first to react. And hurriedly smiled and said, Sister Chiona. Since he has paid, then you should accept it. At worst, you can treat me to a meal next time. Since it has come to this. Chiona had no choice but to say helplessly. Okay. But don't do this next time. Soo-jung smiled awkwardly. The reason he did this was that he felt that it was not good to take someone's money for free since it was his first time in someone's store. By the way, have you taken your cat to the pet hospital for a checkup? Generally, stray cats like this will have many diseases. Anru shook her head. Soo-jung only picked up Fugue yesterday. And obviously did not have time to take it to the pet hospital. But Soo-jung said, it's okay. It doesn't have any major problems. When he was taking a bath yesterday, he specifically asked Fugue if it had any diseases. Fugue said categorically that it was a healthy kitten. How do you know? Chiona asked doubtfully. Could this man be a veterinarian? I asked a veterinarian friend to help me at home. Su Jiang made up an excuse casually. He couldn't say that the cat told him. Isn't that nonsense? Su Jiang didn't want to be regarded as a psychopath. You have a veterinarian friend? Unro turned her head and asked casually, a boy or a girl? A boy. Su Jiang immediately became alert and said, and he is quite old. And Ro glanced at him with her beautiful eyes and reluctantly believed him. Su Jiang's mind was spinning wildly at this moment. And he was already thinking about where to find a male veterinarian to be his friend. He remembered that Jiangda seemed to have a veterinarian. And he would ask about it later. If Enro knew that he had lied to her one day, he would probably get beaten up again. His waist was still hurting now. And Enro had pinched him purple at home before. After buying things, Xiaona hadn't seen Enro for a long time. And wanted to chat with Enro. Especially about Su Jiang. He whispered a few words in Enro's ear. And Enro blinked. And then asked Su Jiang to buy her milk tea. Taking this opportunity to get Su Jiang out of the way, she talked about some private things between girls. No way. That milk tea shop is so far away. Su Jiang looked at the navigation and found that the milk tea shop Enro mentioned was actually 3 kilometers away. Isn't there a similar shop nearby? Su Jiang put the phone in front of Enro, pointed to a milk tea shop above, and said in confusion, why do you have to make me run so far? Oh, don't worry about it. Enro pushed the phone away and pushed Su Jiang's back out of the store. Anyway, I want a drink from that store. If you buy me a nearby one, you're dead. Su Jiang was pushed out of the door, turned back and stared at Enro for a long time, and jokingly said, why? Are you going to say something to Sister Cho now that I can't listen to? Oh. Just go. Seeing Su Jiang react, Enro immediately acted like a spoiled child, holding Su Jiang's hand and shaking it. We'll just chat for a little while. It'll be quick. Enro stretched out a hand, looked at Su Jiang with her lively eyes, and vowed, I promise. We'll go home when you come back after shopping. Showing a lovely smile. Su Jiang's heart melted instantly. So Su Jiang went to buy milk tea in a very unpromising way. There was no way. Enro was too deadly when she acted like a spoiled child. It was simply a foul operation. Go slowly. Don't be in a hurry. Enro smiled and waved at Su Jiang's back. Turning around, she found Xiaona standing at the door looking at her. Her mouth couldn't close with a smile. I didn't expect that our little Enro would actually act like a spoiled child. Xiaona joked. And Enro's face turned red instantly. Hey! What is your relationship now? Has he confessed to you? This is the question Xiaona wants to know most at the moment. Enro was stunned. Confession? It seems that she has confessed. But at that time she and Su Jiang were not familiar with each other. And she was even angry and kidnapped Su Jiang. Enro hesitated. And then told Su Jiang about his amazing confession. What? He confessed to you in front of the whole class and the teacher? Xiaona covered her mouth in shock. And quickly asked, what about you? Did you agree? Enro shook her head. How could she agree at that time? She wanted to strangle Su Jiang to death. Does your brother know about this? He should know. They have already met. Oh my god. Xiaona was shocked again. She didn't expect Mingjie to have met Su Jiang. And now Su Jiang is still standing next to Enro intact. Which means that Mingxia recognizes Su Jiang. But Xiona couldn't figure it out. Apart from being a little handsome, she didn't find anything outstanding about the boy? Could it be that Mingxia was attracted by the ordinariness of the other party? Hope that Enro can live a plain life? Xiona was unsure. She couldn't guess Mingxia's thoughts. There were few people in Jiangdu City who could guess Mingxia's thoughts. Xiona decided to go back and ask Li Kai. Starting from her younger cousin. He was with Mingxia every day. So he should know more inside information. At this moment, Xiona's eyes were burning with desire. She couldn't hold it back anymore. She wanted to call Li Kai right now. But this was obviously impossible. She also knew that the Yin family had declared war on the Feng family. Although it was unlikely to affect her, Li Kai still told Xiona to try not to contact the family members in the recent period. Of course, Enro is an exception. No one dares to attack Enro at present, because they are afraid that Enro is a bait thrown by Mingxia. What about you? Xiona asked Enro again. Don't tell me you don't like him. Even a blind man can see that you like each other. Are you going to wait for him to confess? Or take the initiative? When Enro heard this, her face quickly turned red to her ears. She lowered her head and played with her slender fingers, whispering, I don't know what to do. This is the first time I have encountered such a situation. When Xiona saw this situation, as a person who had experienced it, she saw at a glance that Enro was not ready at the moment, let alone take the initiative. In this way, if you want to break through this layer of window paper, you have to rely on Su Jiang to make an effort. Xiona thought. But I didn't expect that the once willful lady would now be so little girl. Because of Su Jiang's appearance, Enro is also gradually changing. Similarly, Su Jiang is constantly accommodating Enro, and her life is gradually beginning to have Enro's figure. Even though neither of them realized this change, their hearts were gradually getting closer. Until one day, this change made them understand the deepest love for each other. At that time, no one would speak first, and the two would be together naturally. It's okay, little Anru. Xiona smiled gently, touching Anru's head like a caring elder sister. There will always be someone who loves you in his own way. All we have to do is wait, discover, and then respond. If you are not ready, just wait. Waiting is just as beautiful. Especially waiting before having love, which will become a very unforgettable memory for you. Anru heard this. Her eyes were a little confused. Maybe she didn't understand Xiona's meaning. But it didn't matter anymore. Confusion is what they should be like at this age. Being confused about love is what life should be like. Half an hour later, Enro and Xiona were chatting and laughing. And Su Jiang came back with 2 cups of milk tea. Hey! You're back? Seeing this, Xiona stood up with a smile, took the milk tea from Su Jiang's hand, and said slightly apologetically, thank you for letting you run so far. Su Jiang shook his head indifferently. To him, it was just like going shopping. He handed Enro's milk tea over. But Enro didn't reach out to take it. Su Jiang cast a doubtful look. I don't drink it. Enro looked at Su Jiang with a smile. Milk tea is so sweet and makes you gain weight. I don't like drinking milk tea the most. Then you let me buy it? Su Jiang said, helplessly. This little girl is very good at tormenting people. You drink it. Sister Xiona said this tastes delicious. After Enro said that, she took the milk tea, inserted the straw, and handed it to Su Jung's mouth. You should try it. Su Jung doesn't usually like to drink milk tea. He thinks this thing is so expensive and not as delicious as Feijai Happy Water. However, Enro brought it to her mouth, so Su Jung could only take a small sip, his eyes brightening. Ha! It's really good. Su Jung took another big sip. The taste was much better than expected. No wonder so many people like to drink milk tea. Really? Enro was a little frightened when she saw this. Is it really so delicious? I took it back and put it to my mouth. Took a sip. It was so sweet. TSK. It's too sweet. I really can't get used to it. Enro frowned and threw the milk tea to Su Jung. Su Jung took it blankly, looked at the straw, and then at Enro. Was that an indirect kiss? Enro also realized at this moment that the straw through which she had just drank milk tea seemed to have been drank by Su Jung. Her face instantly turned red. Before Su Jung could say anything, she quickly diverted her attention. What about that? Sister Chiona. Let's leave now. We'll come and play with you next time. After that, Enro didn't wait for Chiona's response and walked directly out the door. Regardless of whether Su Jung followed, her heart was completely confused. She had kissed Su Jung indirectly just now. Su Jung wouldn't misunderstand, right? Su Jung looked at Enro's back blankly and said helplessly, "No. I haven't even picked up the things I bought." Chiona also found it funny. She picked up a bunch of things they bought and stuffed them into Su Jung's hands. She asked with concern, "Can you carry it? It's a bit heavy. I'll ask Xiaoanru to come back and help you get some." "No need. Sister Chiona. I can take it." Su Jung smiled and hugged everything with one hand, seemingly effortlessly. Chiona was slightly surprised. She didn't expect Su Jung to be quite strong, even though he didn't have much muscle. That girl Enro sometimes has a temper. Please be tolerant of her. Chiona looked at Su Jung with a serious face and said, "She has never been with a boy before. I hope that no matter what, you don't make her sad." When Su Jung heard this, he looked at the figure standing outside the door. A soft color flashed in his eyes, and said softly, "Don't worry. I can do it." When the two walked out of the door, the pink color on Enro's face had dissipated a lot. Seeing Su Jung holding so many things, she remembered that she was so shy that she forgot to buy something for Fugue. He quickly came forward and said sheepishly, "Let me get you some." Looking left and right, Enro didn't realize what she could do to help Su Jung. "You carry the milk tea." Su Jung looked amused and handed the milk tea to Enro. "Oh." Enro took the milk tea. Her face turned red again. And while Su Jung turned around to say goodbye to Chiona, she secretly took another sip. "Hey! It's so sweet." Enro stuck out her little tongue. "But it tastes pretty good. Sister Chiona. Let's go." "Okay. Remember to come find me." Enro waved her little hands. But Su Jung could only nod slightly to Chiona, because both hands were carrying something. The two of them were walking back and passed by a daily necessities store. Enro seemed to think of something and stopped. "What's wrong?" Su Jung asked confused. "What does this little girl want to do?" "Well." Enro put her finger to her mouth, thought for a moment, and pretended to be concerned. "I just saw that you only have one pair of slippers at home. So, if uncles, aunts, or guests come to your house, it would be bad if you don't have slippers. Just wait for me. After Enro finished speaking, she trotted into the store and came out a few minutes later carrying the 2 pairs of slippers she had bought. No. You will wear this pair at home from now on. Enro took out a pair of blue slippers, and then pointed to another pair of pink slippers. This pair is mine. No one else is allowed to wear it except me. Seeing this, Su Jiang said amusedly, what about the pair of slippers I had before? Enro tilted her little head in thought for a moment. Well, leave it to the guests? Oh no. It doesn't matter. You can only wear the pair I bought. Enro was very domineering at the moment, her slender calves eager to try. As if Su Jiang dared to say no, Enro would jump up and step on him. Seeing Su Jiang nodding in agreement, Enro immediately smiled and felt happy. Afterwards, the two walked to the intersection and took a taxi. But the taxi driver was Enro. Su Jiang stood aside and accidentally glanced at the milk tea in Enro's hand, with a big question mark popping up in his head. Why was half of the milk tea drunk? Seeing Enro staring at the phone and taking a sip from time to time, Su Jiang was speechless. Who said you dislike drinking milk tea just now? It's a dog. A puppy named Anru. Su Jiang felt a little sorry. He just thought the milk tea was delicious. But now it seems that he can't drink it at all. If he asks Enro to take the milk tea back now, the little girl will definitely be angry and beat him. Su Jiang has already gotten used to it. No. Why is he used to this kind of thing? After a while, the two returned home and were shocked by the scene in front of them when they opened the door. The little white cat Fugue was lying on the balcony, holding a sausage with his 2 little paws and chewing it. Hearing the sound of the door opening, Fugue's movements froze, and he turned his little head and stared at Su Jiang and Enro in a daze. It was as if he was caught doing something bad. Ah! Enro cried softly, ran to the balcony and picked up Fugue. Why did you come here to eat sausages with a cat? Are you hungry? Su Jiang's mouth twitched, and his eyes looked at the plastic packaging of sausages scattered on the ground. He could understand eating sausages. But how did this stupid cat bite open the plastic packaging? And it was bitten so neatly. Meow. Sorry. After being caught on the spot, Fugue chose to apologize immediately without making excuses. This silly cat admitted his mistake with a sincere attitude. So Su Jiang let it go for now. Then, Enro excitedly showed Fugue what they bought. Fugue? Look. This is your kitten's bed. Enro brought the big cat bed aside and picked up the cat litter box. This is the cat litter box. You will. Enro talked endlessly, carefully telling Fugue the uses of these things. And Fugue's eyes sparkled. Meow 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 meow. A cat's life is like this. And he has no regrets in death. Su Jiang's mouth twitched. How unhappy was your cat life before? And you have no regrets in death? This is all you pursue? Brother Biao? No future. Enro stayed at Su Jiang's home until evening. The two had dinner around the community, and Enro's 2 bodyguards drove to pick her up. Before leaving, Enro was still reluctant to leave and wanted to take Fugue back. But Fugue seemed unwilling. In fact, the little white cat couldn't wait to go back with Anru immediately, lying in Anru's fragrant arms every day, feeling that the cat had no regrets in life. But under Su Jiang's threatening eyes, Fu Gue gave up. It was afraid that its beautiful life as a cat would be strangled by Su Jiang before it even started. Su Jiang, you have to take good care of Fu Gue. If it loses weight, you will be dead. Seeing that Fu Gue refused to follow her, and Ro could only gently tell Su Jiang to take good care of the little white cat. At the same time, the entire Jiangdu city was not as peaceful as it seemed. Since Fengting Restaurant declared war, all the major forces in Jiangdu have tightened their nerves. The overt and covert struggle between the Yin family and the Feng family intensified. And the Lin family was also ready to take action, looking for opportunities. The Wang family also really started to announce that they would officially move into Jiangdu a week later. This news caused an uproar. And everyone knew that after the Wang family moved to Jiangdu, the war would begin. Because at this moment, the Wang family is not only the leading family in the gray area, but also the witness of the Yin family's declaration of war against the Feng family. Jiangdu. Lin's house. In a dark room. The Yin family and the Feng family are now competing with each other. This is a great opportunity for us. Beside Lin Hui, a man said with serious eyes. His name is Wu Changren. And he is the secret weapon of Lin Hui and the entire Lin family. Wu Changren was once the top assassin of a certain leading family. After that leading family was destroyed, he was impressed by Lin Hui and joined the Lin family. So far, Lin Hui has not exposed Wu Changren to the sights of An Mingjie and Feng Qingye. No one knows that there is such a number one figure in the Lin family. Lin Hui was the only one who knew about Wu Changren's existence. Not even the other members of the Lin family knew about it. You have hidden me for so many years. And now you have such a good opportunity. Why don't you take action? Wu Changren's eyes sparkled. And he felt that this was a great opportunity for him to make a profit. The Lin family might be able to turn around and become the leading family. After hearing this, Lin Hui leaned on the sofa and gently played with a coin with his fingers. Changren, do you know why An Mingjie dared to declare war with the Feng family in front of me? Wu Changren was stunned. He really didn't know this. Could it be that there was some other meaning in it? Lin Hui saw this and explained with a smile, you don't know An Mingjie. If you really think this is an opportunity to make a profit, you are totally wrong. You will completely fall into An Mingjie's trap. Wu Changren frowned, is An Mingjie really so scary? While dealing with the Feng family, he can also guard against us? Ha ha. Lin Hui smiled. When you have this idea, you are destined to be no match for An Mingjie. He has fought with An Mingjie for many years, and is well aware of An Mingjie's terror. Although he hid a card like Wu Changren, who knows how many cards An Mingjie hid? Lin Hui would never act rashly before An Mingjie's trump cards were exposed. However, after hiding you for so long, it will really come in handy now. Wu Changren heard this and said quickly. What do you need me to do? Kill someone? After hiding in the shadows for so many years, and now finally able to take action, Wu Changren was of course very excited. It had been a long time since he had experienced the feeling of killing. As the former number one assassin of the Longtu family, killing has become a kind of dependence for Wu Changren. If you haven't killed anyone for a long time, you will feel uncomfortable all over your body, as if ants are crawling on your body. Lin Hui didn't speak. He thought for a long time and said, you can keep an eye on An Mingjie's sister and Ro without being discovered. Can you do that? Wu Changren was stunned. Going to spy on An Mingjie's sister? It can be done. After all, if I don't take the initiative, no one will be able to find me. They will just think that I am an ordinary person. Lin Hui nodded when he heard this. Very good. Then you go and monitor Enro's every move. And then report it anonymously to Feng Qingye. Report to the Feng family? Why? Feng Qingye didn't dare to take action against Enro, fearing that it would be in Mingjie's trap. But when a person is forced into a desperate situation, even if it is a trap, he will jump in and take a gamble without hesitation. Lin Hui stood up, poured himself a glass of wine, and continued, and what we have to do is push him when he hesitates. Feng Qingye is destined to be unable to defeat in Mingjie, and Enro is indeed in Mingjie's only weakness. We will notify Feng Qingye of Enro's whereabouts. A smile appeared on Lin Hui's lips and he asked Wu Changren, do you think Feng Qingye would touch Enro in such a desperate situation? Wu Changren broke out in cold sweat. If he were Feng Qingye, he would definitely attack Enro, because he has no other choice. Immediately afterwards, Lin Hui said, it's impossible for In Mingjie not to have thought of this. So in the final stage, he will definitely put down his trump card on Enro. At that time, it will be your time to take action. I want you to help Feng Qingye attack Enro when the time comes. Because In Mingjie doesn't know your existence, so he is not prepared for you. The best result is that you take down Enro, and the Lin family will benefit from it and overthrow the Feng family and the In family in one fell swoop. Of course, this possibility is very small. The biggest possibility is that In Mingjie uses all his trump cards to protect Enro. In this way, I use your existence to force out most of In Mingjie's trump cards. Thinking of this, Lin Hui couldn't help but smile and took a sip of red wine. All the keys to this plan lie in Wu Changren. Suddenly, Lin Hui thought of something and warned Wu Changren, remember, without my order, you must never attack Enro. Also, be careful of a man named Su Jiang around Enro. It was he who crippled Scar. Wu Changren nodded when he heard this. But he didn't take Su Jiang to heart, although he had heard about how Su Jiang crippled Scar. In his opinion, it was Scar himself who was not capable enough. And if it was not Su Jiang who took action at that time, but him, he would be sure to do it faster, more accurately and more ruthlessly than Su Jiang. After all, Su Jiang was just a student. Lin Hui saw Wu Changren's contempt for Su Jiang, but he didn't say much because he knew Wu Changren's strength. Compared with Wu Changren, Su Jiang is not even close. Go ahead. Do it cleanly. Don't let Feng Qingye and In Mingjie find out. They are both troublemakers. I know. Don't worry. After Wu Changren finished speaking, he walked out of the room, leaving Lin Hui alone. In the dim room, Lin Hui sat on the sofa, shaking the wine glass, staring at the red wine in the glass, muttering to himself with a sinister smile. The three major families in Jiangdu, your Feng family and the In family, have become so popular. How can my Lin family just sit there and watch the show? And Mingjie, just wait for me. The following week, Su Jiang lived a very ordinary life, as if he had returned to the days before he got the system. Monday. He got up in the morning, entered the classroom on time, and lay down to sleep. Su Jiang was surprised to find that Lao Zhang's class could effectively overcome the problem of getting enough sleep caused by his extraordinary body. making him sleep particularly well. At noon, Su Jiang abandoned Wang Xiang and went to have lunch with Enro. In the afternoon, Wang Xiang was abandoned again. During the evening self-study time, Su Jiang thought about it and decided to make up for Wang Xiang. The two of them made a decisive decision and decided to skip the evening self-study and book a night in the internet cafe. That night, the two of them had a terrible record and made a vow that they would never touch this garbage game again in their lives. Tuesday. Because there was no class in the morning, Su Jiang and Wang Xiang went home to catch up on their sleep and went to school in the afternoon. That night, the two of them continued to skip the evening self-study, went to the internet cafe, and continued to conquer the canyon. Wednesday. In the morning, Lao Zhang found out that they skipped the evening self-study and criticized them in front of the whole class. It is said that someone reported it, but the two did not know who it was. Su Jiang was called to the office by Lao Zhang and was scolded for half an hour. Then he was given 5 competition papers, and he had to finish them before Friday. At noon, Su Jiang had dinner with Enro. For some reason, Enro looked a little proud. In the evening, Wang Xiang continued to invite Su Jiang to spend the night with him. Su Jiang rejected Wang Xiang's proposal, finished 5 competition papers crazily, and accompanied Enro to take a walk by the river. Thursday. He ran to Lao Zhang's office early in the morning and threw the 5 competition papers in his face. Su Jiang felt very happy. Then, he got 5 papers again. At noon, Wang Xiang angrily said something to Su Jiang. But Su Jiang did not listen carefully. Probably something like forgetting friends for beauty and not going to dinner with him. In the afternoon, Wang Xiang came to Su Jiang with a flattering smile to apologize. It seemed that Enro threatened Wang Xiang with Ji Meng's contact information, asking him to be quiet and not make trouble. It must be said that Wang Xiang is a man who can bend and stretch. He can change his face very quickly. Su Jiang really suggested that he repeat his studies and retake the entrance exam for a film school. This ordinary life lasted until Friday. Friday was the day when the school arranged a play activity. At 8 o'clock in the morning, the school bus was waiting at the school gate to send them to the playground in batches. Su Jiang packed his things the night before. He got up early the next morning, washed up, and went out with his bag. Originally, he wanted to take the last few buses, but Enro insisted on taking the first bus, and insisted on letting him go with her. "If I don't see you on the first bus tomorrow, you're dead." The little girl said this threateningly with her silver teeth. To be fair, Su Jiang was not afraid of Enro's threats. He just couldn't sleep in the morning. Walking on the road, Su Jiang ate a bun while browsing his mobile phone. Why does the school bag seem to be heavier? I didn't pack much yesterday? Su Jiang muttered to himself, thinking that he packed too much yesterday. So the school bag was a little heavier than usual. Meow. I'm not heavy. A cat's cry came from the school bag, and Su Jiang shuddered all over. He turned his head mechanically and looked at the school bag behind him. No. No way? That was just an auditory hallucination. Right? Holding the last glimmer of hope, Su Jiang held the school bag in front of him and carefully unzipped it. A white kitten's head appeared, staring at him with big cat eyes. Click. Su Jiang's hope was shattered. Why the hell are you here? Su Jiang collapsed and took Fugue out of the school bag by the back of his neck. He wanted to beat this stupid cat to death now. No wonder I always felt something was wrong this morning. It turned out that you, the stupid cat, were missing. Looking at the time, it's too late to send this stupid cat back now. I can only take it with me and carry it to the playground. Su Jung thought helplessly. Meow. I'm hungry. Fugue didn't realize the danger and was still shouting fearlessly. Snap. Su Jiang gave it a slap. And the little white cat covered its head with its two paws in pain, tears welling up in its eyes. Are you still hungry? Meow. Not hungry. Su Jiang nodded with satisfaction. Stuffed Fugue into his school bag, carried him on his back, and continued walking. What should I do if the cat is hungry? Most likely it deserves a beating. Just give it a beating. Half an hour later, Su Jiang arrived late. Su Jiang, you're almost late. And Rose stood in front of the bus with her hands on her waist, looking at Su Jiang with dissatisfaction. She was wearing a khaki jacket today, and light blue casual jeans wrapped around her slender calves. Many boys around were secretly looking at Enro. Isn't this not late? Su Jiang said stubbornly. And in response, Enro's slender little hand twisted his waist hard. But Enro didn't use much force, just expressed dissatisfaction. Su Jiang was helpless. He could have arrived earlier. It was all because of the silly cat that delayed him, causing him to miss the bus and have to wait for the next one at the station. Meow. It's what he deserves. Fugue whispered in his school bag. Su Jiang and Enro got on the bus. And surprisingly, Wang Xiang was also on the bus. Ji Meng was sitting next to him. And Wang Xiang waved to Su Jiang, indicating that Su Jiang and Enro should sit over. What's going on? Isn't this activity only for freshmen? Su Jiang sat down and asked Wang Xiang, curiously. He remembered that Ji Meng was a sophomore in the foreign language department. So why was she on the bus? Wang Xiang saw this and quickly explained. This event needs senior volunteers to help. Senior Ji Meng happened to be a member of the student union, so she signed up. Su Jiang heard this and looked at Ji Meng, only to see that she did have a student union armband on her arm. The two sides greeted each other in a friendly manner. The next second, the bus started. And it took about half an hour to drive from the school to the playground. Su Jiang quietly leaned into Wang Xiang's ear and asked curiously, how are you and Senior Ji Meng? Wang Xiang heard this and glanced at Ji Meng, seeing that the other party was looking down at her mobile phone. He whispered back, still working hard. This matter is a bit complicated. I'll tell you another day. Su Jiang nodded and suddenly felt something on his shoulder. Turning his head to look over, Enro was closing her eyes, leaning on his shoulder and breathing softly, and seemed to be asleep. This little girl must have gotten up too early. Otherwise she wouldn't have fallen asleep as soon as she got on the bus. Su Jiang shook his head helplessly, and then shrank his body a little bit to make it easier for Enro to lean on him. Then he raised a finger to Wang Xiang and put it to his mouth, signaling Wang Xiang to keep his voice down so as not to disturb Enro. He turned his head slightly to look at Enro. And then Su Jiang had an idea. He gently took out his hand and turned on the camera. Click. He took a photo of Enro sleeping against him. In the photo, Enro smiled and slept very comfortably. Su Jiang thought about it and set this photo as the screensaver. And he must not let Enro see it. Otherwise the little girl would be angry and his phone would probably be useless. Half an hour later, the vehicle stopped and everyone arrived at the amusement park. And Ro opened her eyes in a daze. She had been sleeping with Su Jiang all the way. And her hair was a little messy. Are we there? And Ro blinked and looked out the window. A huge Ferris wheel instantly caught her attention. Yeah. Su Jiang nodded, stretched out his hand to smooth her messy hair, and asked curiously, "What time did you go to bed last night?" "I don't remember. Anyway, I couldn't sleep because I tossed and turned in bed." It seems that Enro is really looking forward to this event. And she is so excited that she can't sleep. Several people got off the bus and received a badge that marked Zhang University students at the entrance. After taking this in, all projects can be played for free. At the entrance, Su Jiang, who was in the back, was still talking to Enro. Suddenly, he looked up at the figure who was handing out the badge. And he looked familiar. He widened his eyes and took a closer look. Damn! Isn't that Li Kai? What is he doing here? Isn't the Yin family preparing for war now? Still have the time to work part-time to earn extra money? Li Kai, wearing a baseball cap and a staff uniform, was arranging students to enter the playground in an orderly manner. When it was Su Jiang and Enro's turn, they did not take the badges. Li Kai's hand holding the badges froze, and he raised his head. Su Jiang and Enro stared at him with big eyes. Li Kai? No. Why are you here? Li Kai frowned and asked curiously. Su Jiang's mouth twitched. Brother, who do you think is weirder here? Li Kai looked at the badge in his hand carefully, and suddenly realized, is this event organized by your school? Aren't you talking nonsense? You come here to make extra money without even understanding the basic situation? Who is making extra money? I'm here for a reason. Why? Come to the amusement park to play Spy House? Bullshit. What do you know? This time I'm on a secret mission. It's very important. How much is your daily salary? 200. Enro stood aside and watched the two people talking, feeling quite funny. He had never seen Li Kai so impatient. She patted Su Jiang gently and whispered, "Don't disturb brother Li Kai's work. Let's go in quickly." Li Kai glanced at Enro, handed the badge to the two, and told Su Jiang, "Take good care of Ro. Although the possibility of danger is small, you should be careful." "Don't worry." Su Jiang agreed, took the badge, and just walked 2 steps and suddenly turned back and asked curiously, "By the way, are you going to hand in the 200 yuan? Or keep it for yourself? Get lost." Li Kai squeezed out a word from his teeth. If it weren't for the tense period and his mission, he would have to beat Su Jiang. This guy is too cheap. And Ro pretended to be angry and patted Su Jiang. Then said, "You are the one who talks too much. Right? Let's go." Then, the two entered the amusement park. And Ro asked Su Jiang to wait there for a while. And she was going to the toilet. Su Jiang looked at the roller coaster and the big pendulum, and suddenly remembered that Fugue was still in his school bag. He squatted down quickly and unzipped the bag. He saw that the little white cat was almost suffocated inside. Its 2 little ears drooped and it jumped out of the bag at the first opportunity. Meow. It was so hot. Sorry. I forgot for a moment. Su Jiang apologized to Fugue, but his expression did not show any sign of admitting his fault. Find a place to play by yourself. Come to me when you are tired. Su-jang knew that Fugue had secretly hidden in the bag this time just to run out and play. If it were other cats, Su-jang would certainly not dare to do so. But Fugue was different. It seemed to have more wisdom than other cats and was more humane. I don't know if it was because he stayed with Su-jang for a long time, but Fugue gradually became an outrageous kitten. Meow. Good. Hearing that he could play freely, Fugue shouted happily, and his originally depressed state immediately disappeared. And he ran away excitedly and agilely. Su-jang looked at the direction where Fugue left, smiled and shook his head. He estimated that this silly cat would play for a long time. After all, he had never taken it out since he brought it home. Su-jang! Not far away. And Ro shouted Su-jang's name while trotting towards him, with an excited expression on her face. And Ro ran to Su-jang and panted slightly, I just saw a haunted house over there. Let's go to the haunted house. And Ro's eyes were full of expectations. She hadn't been to a haunted house yet, but she heard that it was very scary. Sister Chiona also strongly suggested that she must go there once. Su-jang raised his eyebrows, are you sure? He knew the courage of this girl. She looked fearless on the surface, but she was actually very timid. However, seeing Ro nod firmly, Su-jang had no choice but to go with her. At worst, they could return the same way. Su-jang was ready to end it as soon as they entered. The two walked to the ticket office of the haunted house. There were many people around at this moment, but no one dared to go in and try. Wang Xiang is here, and seems to be planning to go in. Ji Meng. Are we really going to play this? Wang Xiang's lips trembled a little. Pretending to be indifferent, I don't have any problem. After all, I'm quite brave. I'm worried about you. I'm fine. You don't have to worry about me. Ji Meng smiled slightly, without any nervousness on her face. Su-jang saw this and covered his mouth to hold back his laughter. Wang Xiang went into the haunted house. Are you serious? Others don't know Wang Xiang, but Su-jang knows him best. His courage is not even as good as Ro. When he just started school, he played a horror script killing game and was almost beaten to death by an NPC. But since Wang Xiang is his good brother, Su-jang naturally has to stand up at this time. Su-jang walked up, patted Wang Xiang's shoulder, and said to Ji Meng, Senior Ji Meng, you may not know that my brother Wang Xiang is so brave. He has been through all the haunted houses in Jiangdu City. He is nicknamed the Haunted House Killer. Really? Ji Meng heard this and looked at Wang Xiang with some admiration. Alpaca Su-jang. Are you trying to kill your brother? Wang Xiang looked at Su-jang murderously, then turned his head and forced a smile at Ji Meng. It's not that exaggerated. Old Wang is just low-key. You know that. Senior sister Ji Meng. Su-jang interrupted Wang Xiang and smiled at Ji Meng. Besides, he is shy. Let me talk to the staff for you and let you go in first. After that, Su-jang immediately ran to the entrance staff, pointed at Wang Xiang and Ji Meng, and said that they wanted to challenge the haunted house. Su-jang! Damn Su-jang! Wang Xiang gritted his teeth and swore that he would never reconcile with Su-jang from now on. He would go to the supermarket and buy a knife to kill Su-jang. Are Senior Ji Meng and the others okay? And Ro looked at them inquisitively. She was a little scared. I was so excited just now. But when I got there, I realized that my little courage was not Enough to support me to play amusement facilities like the haunted house. Don't worry. It's okay. Su Jiang smiled. Showing his big white teeth, Wang Xiang is a haunted house killer. At this moment, Wang Xiang had no time to pay attention to Su Jiang. He and Ji Meng were listening to the staff explaining the rules of the game. Our haunted house is a special double entrance haunted house. One of you needs to enter from one of the entrances. Entrance No. 1 has more ghosts. But the route of the passage is simpler. Entrance No. 2 has fewer ghosts and is not very scary. But the route is as complicated as a maze. And there will be some road obstacles. No matter which entrance you enter from. You both need to put your red and blue coins on the mechanism in the middle of the haunted house to pass the level. After that, the staff took out 2 coins, 1 red and 1 blue, and handed them to Wang Xiang and Ji Meng respectively. 1 person goes through one entrance? Wang Xiang asked cautiously. Can't both of us go through one entrance? Well, if you're afraid, that's fine. The staff said this, completely blocking Wang Xiang's retreat. Looking at the red coin in his hand, Wang Xiang's eyes showed a look of death, and turned to Ji Meng and said, Ji Meng, don't worry. I will go through my own entrance as quickly as possible to help you. Ji Meng nodded and said with some expectation, I believe in your ability as a haunted house killer. The staff added, you two will choose the entrance randomly. If you break the record in speed, there will be extra rewards. As soon as this was said, some timid people around were eager to move. When Emro heard that there was a reward for breaking the record, the competitive spirit in her heart suddenly rose. And she directly pulled Su Jiang to sign up. And lined up in the next group of Wang Xiang. And his group. Okay. You can go. The staff smiled at Wang Xiang. And Ji Meng, I wish you happiness. Come on. Senior sister Ji Meng. And Ro waved her hand behind her to cheer for Ji Meng. Ji Meng smiled sweetly and went straight into one of the entrances without hesitation. Come on. Lao Wang. Su Jiang also imitated and Ro and shouted to Wang Xiang, show your haunted house killer strength. Get out. Wang Xiang couldn't help it. Turned around and raised his middle finger to Su Jiang. Then his temperament changed. His face was extremely solemn. And he stepped into the haunted house with firm steps. A few minutes later, a cry came from the haunted house. Help! I don't want to play anymore. Woo woo woo. Brother! Don't chase me. I was really wrong. Brother! Ji Meng! Ji Meng! Come and save me. Ji Meng! Su Jiang stood outside, covered his mouth and held back his laughter, and immediately took out his mobile phone to turn on the recording to record this precious scream. This recording will make him eat Wang Xiang for the rest of his life. And Ro couldn't help laughing. She had thought Wang Xiang was a real haunted house killer after seeing his momentum when he entered. You are too bad. And Ro kicked Su Jiang lightly. She also saw that Su Jiang deliberately tricked Wang Xiang in front of Ji Meng. Wang Xiang was also unlucky. He chose the entrance with the most ghosts. He started screaming soon after he entered. After a while, the screaming stopped. Ji Meng helped Wang Xiang, who was still in shock, out and asked with some worry on her face, are you okay? No. It's okay. Wang Xiang's voice was trembling. But he still pretended to be strong at this. Moment, I'm just not in a good state today. Ji-Ming smiled and nodded. Well, I know. You just didn't perform well. When the two came out, Su Jiang found that Wang Xiang's clothes were wet. It seemed that he was scared. He felt a little guilty. But it was okay. It would be gone in a while. Next group. The staff signaled Su Jiang and Enro to get ready, and handed the red and blue coins to the two. Enro took the coin and took a deep breath, constantly preparing herself mentally. She didn't want to embarrass herself in front of Su Jiang. Su Jiang looked at her like this and found it a little funny. However, with Enro's courage, if she entered the entrance with fewer ghosts, it should be no problem. With Ji-Ming's cheering and Wang Xiang's murderous eyes, Su Jiang and Enro entered the haunted house. As Su Jiang stepped in, the scene in front of him instantly turned gray, and his ears were filled with whistling wind and low whispers. Because of his extraordinary body, Su Jiang's dynamic vision in the dark is much better than that of ordinary people. After moving forward for a distance, Su soon discovered that the road was not only winding and complicated, but also had some obstacles. The uneven ground could easily trip people. TSK. It seems that my entrance is the one with fewer ghosts. Su Jiang couldn't help but worry about Enro. Her side should be a little more terrifying than this side, and he didn't know if the little girl could bear it. Su Jiang couldn't help but speed up his pace. He wanted to go to Enro as soon as possible to check the situation. Woo wow! A low roar sounded, and a terrifying face suddenly appeared in front of Su Jiang, emitting a foul smell. Staring at Su Jiang. Wow! You guys worked hard in such a strong smell. Su Jiang frowned and covered his nose, patted the NPC's shoulder, passed by, and continued to move forward. NPC? Not my buddy. I'm a ghost. Can you be a little more respectful? The NPC knew that he had encountered a tough guy, so he decisively reached out from his pocket and took out the intercom and started to call. People. Brothers. Brothers. Come to Channel 2 quickly. Channel 2 quickly. There is a brave guy here. I can't swallow this breath if I don't scare him today. The intercom soon received a few sounds, and many NPCs at entrance 1 instantly put down their work and walked towards entrance 2. Woo wow! My head. Where is my head? He. He. For a while, several ghosts appeared in front of Su Jiang one after another, appearing in various scary ways. But Su Jiang's heart was not disturbed, and he even wanted to laugh. Ah! Su Jiang! Help me! At this moment, Enro's scream came from not far away, and Su Jiang's careless face suddenly changed. Sorry. I'm in a hurry. After saying that, Su Jiang took a step and shuttled through the passage at a very fast speed. The surrounding NPCs were dumbfounded when they saw this scene. What the hell? Am I dazzled? How can a person run so fast in the dark? Fuck. He dared to run and avoid obstacles at the same time. Is he still a human? Stop talking. We can't catch up with him. How can we scare him? Scare him? He's not afraid of us at all. If I had known, I would have stayed over there to scare the little girl. It's really boring here. Su Jiang walked through the center of the haunted house. He didn't even look at the mechanism for placing coins. He ran directly to the one passage. Soon, he saw Enro holding her head tightly, covering her ears and curling up in a corner. An NPC dressed as a ghost stood on one side, coaxing with an apologetic look. Little girl. I've taken off my hood. It's not scary now. Right? Look at me. I'm not scary now. You just stepped on me. But I didn't say anything. How about I take you to the customs? I promise there are no ghosts along the way. The NPC was speechless. The little girl just stayed in this corner without moving. No matter what he said. It didn't work. He didn't know what to do. Click. A sound rang out. And the NPC turned his head and opened his mouth. Su Jiang was standing not far away, holding his mobile phone and turning on the camera, taking crazy photos of Enro. It's rare to see Enro as timid as this. So I have to take photos to commemorate it. What? You said Enro was so pitiful. I didn't comfort her. But I took photos? Nonsense. If she wasn't so pitiful, I wouldn't even bother to take photos. Click. 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 The flash kept flashing. And Su Jiang had taken several photos in a row. The NPC was stunned. Aren't you so abstract? Buddy? Aren't you boyfriend and girlfriend? Shouldn't he save the beauty at this time? And then pull her into his arms and take care of her gently? How did he take the photo? As the flash flashed, Enro gradually found something wrong. She turned her head carefully, still covering her ears tightly with her hands, for fear of hearing sudden scary sounds. Hey! Just right. Take a frontal photo. The moment Enro turned her head, Su Jiang's finger quickly pressed on the shutter, capturing Enro's frontal face. Her pretty face was a little red, and she looked extremely pitiful. But there was still some doubt in her eyes. This touching look made Su Jiang feel that Enro was like a confused deer. After a few seconds, the doubt in Enro's eyes disappeared, turned into shock, then shame and anger. And finally she stood up, kicked her calves, and rushed directly to Su Jiang. Su Jiang! Delete the photos for me. Enro's voice was a little anxious. And she was threatening. At this moment, she didn't care about being afraid or not. She had only one idea. That is, to destroy Su Jiang's phone. That's right. It was completely destroyed. She couldn't let those photos have any possibility of survival. The NPC was completely stunned. Enro just looked like a pitiful little white rabbit. And he didn't have the heart to scare her. Now looking at Enro's appearance. Who is scaring who? Su Jiang? If you don't delete the photo, I'll never let you go. I really didn't take it. I swear. If I lie to you, I won't eat coriander in my life. Get lost. You don't eat coriander anyway. I warned you not to pinch me. Damn. Why are you biting? Enro bit Su Jiang's hand with her little silver teeth, then raised her head with a fierce look in her eyes. Are you going to delete it or not? I didn't take it. It's impossible to delete it. This may be the only chance to take such a photo in this life. NPC stood aside with a black line in his head. Seeing that they were still fighting, he couldn't help but cough lightly and said, "Well, why don't you two go out?" "Shut up. You scared me and I'll settle the score with you later." Enro turned her head fiercely, blared at NPC, and then continued to confront Su Jiang. NPC's mouth twitched, and he didn't dare to speak. His mother taught him that he shouldn't provoke women when they are angry. But this little girl changed too fast. Didn't she? Was she pretending to curl up just now? Seeing Enro still not giving in and getting more and more excited, Soo-jung suddenly saw the cane in the NPC's hand. And his eyes lit up. Brother? Lend it to me. Ah? Isn't it hey hey hey? The cane prop in his hand was taken away. And the NPC completely collapsed. Who let these two weirdos in? The group of people eating for free outside. Don't they know that people with bad mental state can't enter the haunted house? Who knew that the next scene would make the NPC even more dumbfounded? Soo-jung took advantage of Enro's inattention and gently touched her back of the head with the cane. The little girl fainted instantly. Soo-jung was happy. It really worked. Low-level skill. Dirty stun. Use stick-like weapons to attack from behind. 100% knock out the opponent. Soo-jung just touched it lightly. And Enro fainted immediately. The strength is just right. And it is not brain-wrecking. Without this skill, Soo-jung would probably not be able to control his strength and hurt the little girl. However, if there was no dirty club, Soo-jung would not have thought of using this method to calm Enro down quickly. Thanks. Isn't it you, brother? The NPC took the cane handed over by Soo-jung, looking confused. What's going on? How could she faint after just a slight touch? What kind of people are you two? Soo-jung gently carried Enro on his back, walked to the center and put the coin into the mechanism. And the two successfully passed the haunted house. Wang Xiang and Ji Meng were waiting outside. Wang Xiang was much better. At least better than when he first came out. When the two saw Soo-jung carrying Enro out, they were a little confused and hurried forward to ask if Enro had any problem. It's okay. She was just too excited and lacked oxygen. Soo-jung made up an excuse casually. But Enro woke up the next second. Where is this? Enro was confused. She remembered that she was just trying to snatch Soo-jung's phone. How come she was out of the haunted house the next second? She was still lying on Soo-jung's back. It was quite comfortable to be carried by him. Soo-jung was startled. He woke up so quickly? But it was normal. The duration of the dizziness of the dirty club was proportional to the strength of the attack. Soo-jung just touched Enro lightly with his cane. It was considered strong to be able to be dizzy for a few minutes. Soo-jung quickly put Enro on the chair and looked at her with concern. Enro, are you okay? You scared me to death. The NPC said you fainted. So I quickly carried you out. Fortunately, nothing happened to you. Enro rubbed her head and looked at Soo-jung. With some suspicion, I remember you took a picture of me just now. And then I snatched your phone from you. What are you talking about? Soo-jung's face straightened and said sternly, when I saw you had already fainted. How could I take a picture of you? Who do you think I am? Soo-jung expressed his deep sorrow. And Enro began to hesitate. Did he really remember it wrong? Wang Xiang watched Soo-jung's performance expressionlessly. And was speechless. Are you installing a Trojan horse? Enro doesn't know who you are. But how can I not know? You kid must have done something bad. I think about this matter. Just look at Lao Su's mobile phone album. Right? Wang Xiang said leisurely, Lao Su. For the sake of my innocence, I believe you can bear this grievance. Right? Soo-jung was stunned. Turned his head and looked at Wang Xiang in disbelief. Isn't it a buddy? Let's not hold grudges like this. Right? I just cheated you once. When will the revenge end? Wang Xiang didn't care so much. He just wanted to take this opportunity to retaliate fiercely. After listening to Wang Xiang's words, Enro also turned her head to Su Jiang. If he was innocent, he should agree to show her the album. Unless there is something in his album that I can't see, I'll just look at the first 3 photos. Enro stretched out 3 slender fingers. She didn't want to invade Su Jiang's privacy. Su Jiang only needed to show her the first 3 photos. Su Jiang's mouth twitched. Not to mention the first 3 photos. The first 30 photos in his current mobile phone album were all Enro's photos. If Enro saw this, wouldn't he be skinned alive? Well, Enro. Wait a minute. I'll talk to Lao Wang about something. After Su Jiang finished speaking, he pulled Wang Xiang aside and whispered quickly. Brother, help me with this. Wang Xiang rolled his eyes at him. You're thinking about shit. It's not too late to admit your mistake to Enro now. I have the audio of you screaming in the haunted house in my phone. What? You're a Trojan horse. Speak softly. If you don't want this audio to appear in our class group, help me. Compared to Wang Xiang's audio, Su Jiang wanted to keep Enro's photo more. Wang Xiang gritted his teeth. He didn't expect Su Jiang to have such a trick. Okay. But you have to delete the audio and don't prepare a copy. Don't worry. You can trust me on this. Deal. The two quickly reached a deal in just a few dozen seconds of conversation. After the two of them finished their secret deal, Su Jiang came back with a frank face, and Wang Xiang spoke first. That classmate Enro. I thought about it seriously. I think, based on my understanding of Lao Su, he is definitely not someone who can do that kind of thing. The tone was sonorous and decisive. However, Enro just blinked and didn't say anything, but stared at Su Jiang. Do you think this ant is stupid? In just a blink of an eye, Wang Xiang changed his attitude. And it was so obvious. If Enro was still doubting just now she is 80% sure that she is definitely not wrong. It's just that why she fainted later, she is not clear. But she can be sure that this matter is related to Su Jiang. Enro stood up, walked to Su Jiang, pinched a handful of flesh without leaving any trace, and threatened in a low voice, now I will let you go first. And I will deal with you when I go back. Su Jiang's mouth twitched, touched his nose, and glared at Wang Xiang fiercely. Trash. It's all your fault. Your acting is exaggerated. Wang Xiang looked innocent. Can I blame him for this? Jimang also patted Wang Xiang gently and whispered. Your acting is too bad. Wang Xiang was speechless. Is it really that bad? After the few people rested for a while, Su Jiang was pulled away by the angry Enro. And Wang Xiang also went to play other projects with Jimang. They didn't realize that not far from them, an ordinary-looking man was staring at their every move. The man was Wu Changren, who was sent by Lin Hui to monitor Enro. He had been observing Enro's every move this week without any slackness. But it was really boring. Every day was normal, going to and from school, eating breakfast and lunch, and taking a walk by the river with the boy named Su Jiang in the evening. In the middle, he ran to the teacher to report Su Jiang for skipping class to go to the internet cafe. This week, he was almost bored to death. Really? I'm a killer. But I'm actually doing the job of stalking. I really want to kill them directly. Did Mingjia really leave a trump card on that woman? Wu Changren chewed a pancake in his mouth, staring at Enro and muttering to himself. With his ability, no one can notice him. He is like a killer in the dark night. Once he shows up, he will kill with one blow. Meow. Bad guy. A soft cat cry came. Wu Changren was stunned. And when he looked down, a little white cat was staring at him. Go away. I'm hungry myself. He thought the little white cat wanted to eat the pancake in his hand. So he stretched out his hand to drive it away. Meow. Bad guy. Fugue cried out, ran away quickly, and ran quickly in the direction of Suzhong's smell. It heard what Wu Changren said, and it wanted to tell Suzhong that there was a bad guy. Really? This playground doesn't care about stray cats either. Wu Changren looked at the direction where Fugue left and was suddenly stunned. That direction was not. Meow. Master. Suzhong heard the familiar cat's cry and turned his head to see a little white cat running towards him. He was a little confused. Why did you come back? You got tired of playing so soon? Ah. Enro recognized the little white cat, opened her arms, and called in a gentle tone, Fugue. Why are you here? The next second, Fugue, who was running towards Suzhong, slightly deviated and changed direction at the moment when he was about to touch Suzhong, and rushed into Enro's arms, snuggling in the warm embrace. Suzhong. Silly cat. Fugue rubbed against Enro's arms, and then meowed at Suzhong. Fugue's meaning was conveyed into his mind, and Suzhong's originally relaxed brows slowly frowned. He glanced at the direction where Fugue was running without leaving any trace. There was indeed a man in a baseball cap, chewing on a pancake, looking at himself and Anru from time to time. Is that cat Anru and Suzhong's? Wu Changren was also a little surprised at this moment. He didn't expect that the little white cat was not a stray cat, but Suzhong and Anru's. Then he smiled indifferently. So what? Can the little white cat tell them that I am a killer? Suzhong quickly retracted his gaze and reached out to touch Fugue's little cat's head. Congratulations. You have made a great contribution. Suzhong said softly, go back and reward you with dried fish. Meow. Dried fish. Fugue's eyes lit up, and it knew that its master would reward it. Suzhong didn't look at Wu Changren again. He didn't know the other party's background yet, so he didn't intend to act rashly to avoid alerting the enemy. Although he didn't know the other party's identity, it was certain that the other party's target should be Anru. Based on this alone, no matter what his identity was, he was Suzhong's enemy. Why did you bring Fugue here without telling me? Enro gently stroked Fugue's soft fur and said with a hint of complaint. Suzhong smiled helplessly, I didn't bring it here. It sneaked into my school bag by itself. I found it when I went out. After hearing this, Enro gently patted Fugue's head and whispered, don't do this next time. Understand? His school bag is so dirty, stuffy and hot. What if he gets suffocated? Suzhong's forehead was black, and he was about to open his mouth to refute. Why is his school bag dirty? But then he thought that Enro had finally stopped being angry about taking pictures, so he shouldn't provoke her again now. Meow. I know. Fugue raised his little cat head and agreed gently, which was completely different from his attitude when facing Suzhong. Double standard cat. Su Jiang secretly complained. This silly cat is really flattering. Afterwards, the two of them experienced various amusement facilities that made their heart beat faster. One by one. Such as bumper cars, roller coasters, and pendulums. And Ro also gradually became bolder. She was timid when she rode the roller coaster at the beginning. But later she directly pulled Su Jiang to ride it several times in a row. While the two were playing, Fugue obediently got into Su Jiang's school bag and waited in the storage area. When the two came out after playing, he jumped out of the school bag and threw himself into Enro's arms, rubbing Enro's face with his little head. Unknowingly, the sunset had quietly arrived, and the golden afterglow sprinkled on them, stretching their figures long. Su Jiang, let's go ride the Ferris wheel, Enro suddenly suggested, looking at the Ferris wheel in the distance, with some expectation in her eyes. Then, without waiting for Su Jiang's response, she took his hand and walked towards the entrance of the Ferris wheel. Su Jiang didn't care. He had never ridden a Ferris wheel before. Or, like Enro, he had hardly ever been to an amusement park. Soon, the two of them were on the Ferris wheel. As the Ferris wheel slowly rose, the lights of the city gradually spread out under their feet. Su Jiang looked out the window at the scenery outside. It was the first time he saw Jiangdu City from this perspective. Enro sat opposite him, holding Fugue in her arms, her face a little nervous. And she had no intention of looking at the scenery outside the window. The Ferris wheel had risen to 2/3 of the position. Enro took a deep breath and called softly, Su Jiang. Su Jiang looked up when he heard the voice, and met Enro's nervous and red eyes. And his heart jumped. What? What's wrong? Su Jiang seemed to have guessed what Enro wanted to do, and his heart began to beat faster unconsciously. Enro unconsciously used more force while holding Fugue's hand, biting her lips lightly, as if she was hesitating. After a moment, Enro seemed to have finally made up her mind and mustered up the courage. The girl stared at Su Jiang's eyes and spoke slowly, each word clearly reaching Su Jiang's ears. Do you like me? Do you like me? These words exploded in Su Jiang's ears like thunder. His pupils suddenly shrank, and Su Jiang sat in front of Enro in a daze, feeling his heart beating violently. He didn't expect that Enro could actually muster up the courage to ask him this question. Su Jiang knew that Enro must have made a great determination and planned for a long time to have such a scene. What? What's wrong? Enro stared with big eyes, then quickly lowered her head. Her cheeks instantly flushed, and she was too shy to look directly into Su Jiang's eyes. Don't get me wrong. I just asked if you like me. I didn't say I like you. You must not be self-indulgent. Like. Enro thought she had heard it wrong, and raised her head slightly. Just halfway up, she felt that she was gently embraced in a warm embrace. The afterglow of the setting sun sprinkled on the two of them, and the Ferris wheel turned slowly, as if even time had slowed down. At this moment, they were already at the top of the entire amusement park. But the two had no time to care about the scenery outside the window. Su Jiang stepped forward and gently hugged Enro, wrapped his arms around her slender waist, and sniffed the faint fragrance from her hair, which was a very pleasant orange scent. Meow. Fugue made a joyful cry and jumped out of Enro's arms very tactfully, so that the two could hug each other more closely. He lay on one side and covered his eyes with his little paws, but left a gap to peek. Enro's little head was resting on Su Jiang's shoulder in a daze. She hadn't reacted yet. Or rather, she thought she had heard it wrong and wanted to confirm it again. You? What did you just say? Her voice trembled slightly, with a hint of expectation. I said, I like you. Soo-jung hugged Ro's hand a little harder, and said without hesitation, I really like you. Ro heard these words, and the defense line in her heart finally collapsed. She could no longer control her emotions and hugged Soo-jung tightly, as if she wanted to completely integrate herself into his arms. Her shoulders trembled slightly, and she sobbed softly. But a happy smile bloomed on her face. You didn't lie to me. Did you? No. If you lied to you, I would never eat coriander in this life. You don't eat coriander anyway. Sometimes I eat it. And Ro cried and laughed. Gently hit Soo-jung, and threatened in a low voice, if you dare to lie to me, you're dead. Okay. Soo-jung's face was tightly pressed against Ro's hair, and he answered rather dotingly. But his heart was a little complicated. Originally, he planned to express his feelings to Ro after completing the special task issued by the system, because he was still at risk of being wiped out by the system. But now, he can no longer control his feelings for Ro. In this case, why should he control himself? There are all kinds of people in this world. And for whatever reason, Soo-jung and Ro just happen to like each other. This is not fate. It's just because they should like each other. The Ferris wheel slowly descended, and the two were still hugging each other, craving this feeling and unwilling to separate. Soo-jung gently stroked Ro's little head and whispered, Ro, can you wait for me for a week? Let me do the confession. After a week, I will definitely tell you how much I like you. Ro felt sweet when she heard this. She leaned on Soo-jung's shoulder. Her face flushed as she murmured, in fact, I can feel it even if you don't say it. Soo-jung chuckled and deliberately said, do you want me to tell others that you chased me in the future? What? What do you mean I chased you? Ro quickly raised her head and pushed Soo-jung away slightly. But she didn't use any force. The two of them were still very close. I haven't agreed to be with you yet. Ro puffed up her little face and said, stubbornly, and it's hard to say whether I will agree to you after a week. It depends on your performance. Meow. That's it. Fugue's call attracted the attention of the two people. They remembered that there were not only the two of them in the Ferris wheel, but also a little white cat. Gently picking up Fugue, Ro stroked the cat absent-mindedly. And the Ferris wheel just landed and opened. The two walked down from the Ferris wheel. Ro stretched out her little hand to fan her face. Her face was still red. She walked ahead by herself. She didn't know how to face Soo-jung now. Soo-jung looked at Ro's back with a smile. And then a trace of determination flashed across his eyes. 1 week. Soo-jung murmured, and made a decision in his heart. He had to complete the special task within a week and help the family defeat the Fong family. Only by solving the risk of being wiped out by the system could he be with Ro without worries. Originally, he didn't plan to intervene in this fight. But now the situation is different. And Mingjia's actions were too slow. According to his plan, it would take at least half a month to defeat the Fong family. Soo-jung couldn't wait for half a month now. He told Ro a week. So it was a week. However, he still had to discuss with Mingjia how to do it. Otherwise he was afraid that some of Mingjia's plans would be ruined. It was already very late at this moment. For the safety of the students, the school would not let them play until the evening. The bus back home was already waiting at the entrance of the amusement park. But after nearly a day, they were exhausted and had played all the games they were supposed to play. So they were very satisfied. Su Jiang and Enro walked out of the playground one after another, looked carefully at the staff at the door, and found that Li Kai had disappeared. He should have gone to do some business, Su Jiang thought. But he didn't know why Mingxia sent Li Kai here. At the same time, in a suburb a few kilometers away from the playground, Li Kai was lying in a dense grass, hiding his figure. Not far in front of him, there was a large factory, and the sound of machinery running kept coming from the factory, as if something was being made. The phone vibrated. Li Kai's eyes were still fixed on the factory. His hand slowly reached into his pocket, and he answered the phone. "What's the situation?" And Mingxia's voice came from the other end of the phone. "Just like the information. There is indeed a factory here. It is confirmed that it belongs to the Feng family. Can we go in?" "No. There are guards outside. But it should be the same as you think. This is where the Feng family makes guns and ammunition." "Okay. Come back. I will think about how to take down this factory later." Then, and Mingxia hung up the phone. Li Kai took a few photos of the factory from a distance with his mobile phone, then checked the time and left quietly. Some time later, Su Jiang was sitting on the bus. When he was leaving, he just saw Li Kai in work clothes rushing back. Looking at the direction where Li Kai came back, Su Jiang was thoughtful. In the evening, Su Jiang sent Enro back to the front door of the Yin family. Although they had a lot of fun today, they were also very tired. After returning home, Enro felt very tired. But the little girl was still in high spirits, and kept holding Su Jiang's hand tightly and was unwilling to let go. The two had just expressed their feelings, so they were naturally reluctant to separate at this moment. Seeing this, Su Jiang gently hugged Enro and whispered, "Go back and have a good rest. I'll come to see you tomorrow." Enro also reached out and hugged Su Jiang, her face slightly red, and she said softly. The security guard at the door of the Yin family saw the scene and quickly covered his mouth with a look of surprise in his eyes. He even secretly took a photo of the two hugging and sent it to the family group. Picture. Fuck. 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 Is the eldest lady actually in love? Fake picture. Dingjin at first glance. Is it true or not? I just saw the picture and my gun almost went off. I've seen that man before. He came to see Mr. and with the eldest lady before. For a while, the Yin family chat group was in an uproar because of this picture. And Mingxia was still outside arranging things at this time. Because of the constant vibration of his phone, he couldn't help but open his phone and saw the picture. The corner of his mouth twitched. Even if he had good emotional control, he was a little depressed now. I'm fighting outside. And you two are being affectionate at the door? So when Mingxia typed expressionlessly and sent a rare message in the group, you have nothing to do. Are you free? As soon as this message came out, the group instantly became quiet. The members of the Yin family who were familiar with Mingxia knew that the eldest brother was not in a good mood now. And Mingxia put away his phone and snorted. The Yin family members around him were all confused. The boss was in a good mood just now. But why did he look down after looking at his phone? For a moment, the Yin family members present were extremely curious about what happened in the family group that made Ningxie so unhappy. But they didn't dare to check their phones in front of Ningxie. And they felt very uncomfortable. At this moment, outside the family, Su Jiang and Enro reluctantly separated. Su Jiang suddenly thought of something, took off his school bag and handed it to Enro. A question mark popped up in Enro's head. Why do you want me to hold your school bag? Fugue is sleeping in it. Leave it with you tonight. I'll pick it up tomorrow. Su Jiang smiled and explained that it would be inconvenient for him to take Fugue with him for the next action. Oh. Enro didn't ask the reason. Anyway, she also wanted to be with Fugue. She always wanted to try what it felt like to sleep with Fugue. It should be quite comfortable. After all, Fugue is furry all over, which is definitely better to touch than a pillow. Then, I'm leaving? Enro said. Then waved goodbye to Su Jiang, holding her school bag, and turned back to walk into the family. Seeing the look of the security guard at the door, Enro felt a little embarrassed and walked even faster. After trotting into her room, Enro put her school bag aside, lay on the bed, and covered her face with the quilt, making a sound like a kettle. He actually likes me. Enro wrapped her whole body with the quilt, only revealing her little head, and muttered. Until now, she still felt like she was dreaming. Expressing her feelings on the Ferris wheel, then hugging Su Jiang. And Su Jiang's words. These scenes kept flashing in her mind. And she just felt that she might have insomnia again tonight. The 3rd minute after separation. Thinking about him. Enro used to laugh at others for being in love. But she didn't expect that she was also in love. Taking out her phone, she was about to call Su Jiang when she suddenly saw the message of 99 adding in the family group. She clicked on it curiously and scrolled up. Finally, Enro saw the photo taken secretly by the security guard. In the night, she and Su Jiang were hugging each other gently, with her little head on his shoulder and a happy smile on her face. Why are they like this? Enro's face flushed instantly. She was secretly photographed and sent to the family group. Looking at the chat records of the family members, Enro's cheeks were completely burning. She suddenly remembered that her father and mother were also in the family group. But it should be okay. Enro thought about it. Her father and mother rarely read the family group messages. They are too lazy to ask about family affairs now. They probably turned off their phones and didn't know where they were on their honeymoon. Clicking on the photo again, Enro secretly saved the photo on her phone. She also wrote down who took the photo secretly, and prepared to slowly retaliate when she had time in the future. Then Enro threw her phone aside and jumped off the bed lightly. She was going to take a shower to calm down. In a snack street not far from Anne's house. The lights are bright and people are coming and going. All kinds of roadside barbecue stalls are at their peak business hours at this moment. Many people sit on small stools, eating barbecue, drinking beer, and chatting about everything. Su Jiang always thinks that roadside barbecue stalls are a magical place. He can hear people around him talking about all kinds of things, from the stock market to family property disputes. And even some bold people dare to discuss the affairs of the 3 major families in Jiangdu City. If it's outrageous, you can even see people here discussing academic papers while drinking and eating skewers. At this moment, in an inconspicuous corner, a man with an ordinary appearance and a baseball cap is sitting alone in the corner. Wu Changren had several mutton skewers and a bottle of beer in front of him. And he was eating slowly. As Enro returned to Anne's house, his surveillance came to an end. After all, it was impossible for him to run into Anne's house and stare at her. That would be no different than seeking death. At this time every day, he would run to this roadside stall near Anne's home, eat barbecue, and enjoy a normal life. Moreover, the location of this barbecue restaurant is relatively remote, and there are very few people coming to eat. This is exactly what Wu Changren wants. He doesn't like to eat in crowded places. Perhaps it was because of his years as an assassin that he was used to hiding his life. Boss, grill me 10 mutton skewers and give me a bottle of beer. Okay. Please find a place to sit first, and I'll help you bake it. A somewhat familiar voice sounded behind Wu Changren. He frowned and was about to turn his head to see who it was. Before he could turn around, the man walked towards him, walked to the opposite side of Wu Changren, and sat down slowly with a smile on his face. Sorry. There are a lot of people. Can I share a table with you? Su Jiang said to Wu Changren with a smile. However, Wu Changren did not speak, but stared at Su Jiang with wide eyes, extremely shocked. How could it be him? Is it a coincidence? No. It's not a coincidence. Wu Changren quickly took a look around and saw that there were obviously many empty tables. But Su Jiang ran over and chose to share a table with him. Obviously, he had been exposed. But when was he exposed? Wu Changren couldn't even figure out where he had exposed his flaw. But he didn't have time to think about it now. He stared intently at Su Jiang. This young man he had never paid attention to was sitting in front of him like an old acquaintance and was skillfully opening a beer with a bottle opener. Wu Changren realized at this moment that the seemingly ordinary young man in front of him was not as simple as he imagined. Ignoring Su Jiang's existence was probably his most fatal mistake. Why don't you say anything? If I sit here suddenly, I won't cause you any trouble. Right? Su Jiang took a sip of wine and said to Wu Changren quite thoughtfully. After Fu Guo informed Wu Changren of his existence, Su Jiang had been paying attention to Wu Changren's every move and found that wherever he and Enro went, he would always follow him. It wasn't until Enro returned to Anne's home that Wu Changren stopped following her and instead ate barbecue at a roadside stall not far from Anne's home. In Su Jiang's eyes, this kind of behavior is undoubtedly a good thing. It means that the other party's target is only Enro, and he has been ignored. If you ignore yourself, you will easily be taken down by yourself. At this moment, Wu Changren was sitting on a small stool, facing Su Jiang's question. He raised his head slightly. Under his peaked cap, a pair of sharp eyes were filled with murderous intent, without any concealment. Putting his hands lightly on his waist, as if he was about to take out something, Su Jiang raised his eyebrows and wrote lightly, I advise you not to think about taking out your gun and killing me now. You also know that this place is not far from Anne's home. And considering my relationship with the Yin family, if I die, and I die in front of their house, what do you think will happen to the Yin family? When Wu Changren heard these words, he was stunned for a moment, then chuckled, continued to take out a box of cigarettes from his pocket, took out one and handed it to Su Jiang. Smoke? Su Jiang was stunned. It turned out that he was not taking out a gun, but a cigarette? Thank you. Su Jiang smiled and took the cigarette, holding it in his hand without lighting it. He would not dare to smoke a cigarette handed over by his enemy. Wu Changrun lit his cigarette, took a puff, and said calmly, "How did you find me?" "Secret." "Then what do you want now?" Wu Changrun stared at Su Jiang and said, "Again, catch me to settle down? Or are you just here to give me a warning?" Just as Su Jiang was about to speak, the boss brought the grilled mutton skewers over. He quickly took them and took a bite. They tasted pretty good. "Don't be so nervous. Maybe I'm just here to have a barbecue? Do you think I believe it?" "Okay. You have to tell me first. Which family are you from? The Feng family or the Lin family?" Wu Changren hesitated for a moment. The Lin family could not be exposed at this moment, and the Feng family was undoubtedly the best shield. So he quickly said, "Feng family." Su Jiang paused while eating the mutton skewers, looked up at Wu Changren, shook his head and chuckled. "You shouldn't hesitate. So, you are from the Lin family. And Lin Hui asked you to come?" "I told you. I'm from the Feng family." "I understand. Lin Hui won't let you reveal your identity as a member of the Lin family." "Why? This matter has nothing to do with the Lin family. Is it possible that your existence is important for Lin Hui? You are a key trump card?" Wu Changrun closed his mouth. He was sweating now and didn't dare to speak. The young man in front of him doesn't care what you say. He only believes in his own judgment. The more Wu Changren talks, the more flaws Su Jiang finds. This reminded Wu Changrun of someone. And Mingjie. At this moment, Wu Changren's heart aroused thousands of waves. And he understood that he was Lin Hui's trump card. Su Jiang is in Mingjie's trump card. He is even more dangerous than in Mingjie, because in Mingjie is always in the open. But what about Su Jiang? If he hadn't taken the initiative to run in front of her, would she have taken this ordinary-looking student seriously? In other words, will anyone in the entire Jiandu city take him seriously? Wu Chengren's mind has changed at this moment. Su Jiang must die. If he leaves alive today, not only will the Lin family and himself be exposed, but the Lin family will also have another powerful enemy. After just a moment of confrontation, Wu Changren could confirm that Su Jiang was not simple. "Okay. It's enough to know that you are from the Lin family." At this moment, Su Jiang no longer speculated on anything more, but quickly finished the remaining mutton skewers, stood up and clapped his hands, then pointed at Wu Changren and said to the boss, "Boss, he will pay for my orders." Then regardless of whether Wu Changren agreed or not, he left directly, feeling a little happy in his heart. It turns out that this was how Li Kai felt when he asked him to pay the bill. Wu Changren stared at Su Jiang's leaving figure, drank the wine in one gulp, walked to the boss silently, and paid the order. Then, Wu Changren lowered his peaked cap and followed Su Jiang silently. He wanted to kill Su Jiang in a place with few people. As long as Su Jiang is alive, the Lin family and himself will be in big trouble. As time went by, the night was getting late, and Su Jiang was still wandering outside. Wu Changren followed him, taking cover from time to time, and observing the surrounding environment. There were fewer and fewer people. Suddenly, he saw Su Jiang getting into a taxi, and he suddenly screamed that something was wrong. If Su Jiang returned to Anja now, he would never have a chance again. Quickly stopping a car, Wu Changren quickly got in and said to the driver, "Follow the car in front. Don't lose it. No. Buddy. Are you making a movie? Stop talking nonsense. I'll give you 200. Okay. Sit tight. The driver stepped on the accelerator and followed Su Jong's car closely. Wu Changren looked at the direction of the vehicle and breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it was not the direction back to Anne's home. Then he frowned again. Because Su Jong's car was getting further and further away from the city center, and seemed to be driving towards the suburbs. What on earth does he want to do? Wu Changren thought to himself. What was Su Jong's purpose at this point in time when he was still running to the suburbs? However, this was exactly what he wanted. It was quiet at night in the suburbs, so it was a good time for him to take action. After a while, Su Jiang got off the car on the side of the road, holding his cell phone to send a message to someone unknown. Then, Su Jiang walked into a dense jungle in Wu Changren's field of vision. Wu Changren was overjoyed and quickly got out of the car. He gently took out a dagger from his waist and followed Su Jiang. He rarely uses a gun to kill people because he likes the feeling of the blade piercing the flesh. That kind of feel cannot be compared with bullets. As his vision becomes darker and darker, Wu Changren's figure gradually blends into the surrounding environment. He carefully adjusted his pace, carefully calculating each step to ensure that he and Su Jiang maintained the same marching rhythm. He tried his best to suppress the sound under his feet and avoid making unnecessary sounds for Su Jiang to notice. The distance between the two sides continued to shorten unconsciously. 10 meters. 5 meters. 3 meters. This distance was enough for him to launch a fatal blow. It's now! Wu Changren shouted in his heart, tightened the dagger in his hand, and swung it towards Su Jiang's neck with lightning speed. The dagger, which was dyed darker by the night, was like a black lightning piercing the silent night sky. As a senior assassin, Wu Changren moves quickly and calmly, and the trajectory of the dagger is almost silent, making it impossible for anyone to guard against it. But unexpectedly, at the moment Wu Changren launched his attack, Su Jiang, who had been turning his back to him, had a smile on his face. Immediately afterwards, Su Jiang leaned forward and crouched down at an outrageous speed and angle, skillfully dodging the fatal blow. At the same time, the long-lost system prompt sounded in my mind. Ding! The host triggers a mission and asks the host to use cold weapons to defeat the opponent. You will be rewarded if you complete the task, and you will be punished if you fail. The long-lost system task appeared, and Su Jiang's mouth twitched. At this time, you came out to cause trouble for me. However, this did not affect Su Jiang's plan. After dodging Wu Changren's knife, Su Jiang quickly rolled forward several times and distanced himself from Wu Changren. Hey! You've taken action. My legs are sore from walking all the way. Su Jiang stood up, patted the dirt on his body, and then looked at Wu Changren with a joking expression. After his deliberate attack failed, Wu Changren's heart suddenly went cold. After seeing the successful smile on Su Jiang's face, he became increasingly uneasy. He suddenly remembered that Lin Hui had told him to be careful about Su Jiang. Only at the scene did I understand why Lin Hui said such a sentence for no reason at that time. Have you noticed that I am following you, eh? Long time ago? Wu Changren's face was ugly. Now that things have happened, there is no way to retreat. Even though he knew it was a trap, He had no choice but to jump in because he had to kill Su Jiang. No. Your tracking skills are very good. I didn't find any trace of you all the way. Su Jiang had been paying attention to what was behind him along the way. But he didn't expect to find anything behind him. This made him think that Wu Changrun hadn't followed. However, I am sure that you will find a way to kill me within today. Because your affairs must not be exposed. Right? So it doesn't matter whether you follow me or not. As long as you know this, it is enough to lead you here. Wu Changrun sighed softly when he heard this. He was still not suitable for playing with his brains. However, he really couldn't figure out what confidence Su Jiang had to lead him here alone so boldly. Then, he saw Su Jiang slowly pull out a delicate knife from his waist. The blade shone coldly in the faint moonlight. But Wu Changrun knew at a glance that the knife was obviously the kind of bargain sold in the supermarket. Ever since a long time ago, Su Jiang bought such a small knife and carried it with him to prevent various accidents. You want to use that toy-like knife to deal with me? Wu Changrun felt a little funny, but also a little angry. He felt that he had been slighted, and said, I am not a trash like Scar, and I will never take you lightly again. Su Jiang did not speak, and his playful smile was no longer replaced by an unprecedented solemnity. He knew that Wu Changrun's skills must not be simple. Otherwise he would not trigger the system task. However, the biggest difference between him and Wu Changrun is that he has a backup and a margin for error, while Wu Changrun does not. In the dark night, Su Jiang jumped up and rushed towards Wu Changrun with his knife nimbly. The knife in his hand seemed to be alive under his control. Sometimes speeding like lightning, sometimes winding like thin water. Master! Wu Changrun was slightly surprised. Kept dodging Su Jiang's attacks, and then quickly counterattacked. The dagger and the knife kept colliding with crisp metal sounds. Although Wu Changrun's dagger was fierce, it was repeatedly defused by Su Jiang's seemingly random moves. Wu Changrun was already sweating a little now. He didn't understand where Su Jiang's ability came from. Moreover, even though he was in darkness, Su Jiang seemed to be unaffected by his line of sight. Every sword strike was extremely precise and aimed directly at the vital point. As time went by, Wu Changrun's brows frowned more and more. He found that he could not fully grasp Su Jiang's rhythm. Every time he tried to counterattack, he was cleverly avoided by the opponent. More importantly, won't Su Jiang be tired? In such a high-intensity confrontation, no matter how good his physical strength is, there will be a period of exhaustion. But Su Jiang not only did not, but did not even shed a drop of sweat. He kept attacking crazily and did not give Wu Changrun any chance to breathe. How can this be? Wu Changrun couldn't believe that he was actually suppressed by Su Jiang. Is this what a college student should look like? Little did they know that Su Jiang was gritting his teeth at this moment and holding on. Although the existence of his extraordinary body allowed him to fight for a longer period of time, his vision was also clearer than that of Wu Changrun. But this was his first real battle after all. After all, he lacked some experience, and he had narrowly avoided several fatal attacks by Wu Changrun. Finally, he found a flaw in Wu Changrun, decisively swung the knife and stabbed his arm. Well, the pain in his arm made Wu Changrun groan softly. Just as he was about to fight back, he saw that Su Jiang had already distanced himself from him and was standing not far away, panting crazily. System. Hurry up and judge for me. Is this considered a win? Su Jiang was almost at his limit. If he continued to fight, he would win. But he would have to pay a certain price. He didn't want to suffer any consequences. After a while, the system prompt finally sounded. Ding! The system judgment is over. Congratulations to the host for defeating the opponent, completing the task, and receiving random rewards. Random rewards are being drawn. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the intermediate skill, psychological analysis. In an instant, a lot of knowledge poured into his mind. But Su Jiang was too lazy to deal with it. With a wave of his hand, he threw the knife aside, then gently raised a hand and stretched out 3 fingers. Wu Chengren was overjoyed when he saw this, thinking that Su Jiang's strength had reached the limit and gave up the struggle. At this moment, he didn't care about the feeling or not. Wu Chengren decisively took out his pistol, pulled the safety, and pointed the muzzle at Su Jiang, with a cruel smile on his mouth. The confrontation with cold weapons is over. Now is the time for hot weapons. Not caring about the pain in his arm, Wu Chengren slowly approached Su Jiang while pointing his gun at him. He still had a lot to ask Su Jiang, especially about the Yin family. And he would be able to get a lot of information from Su Jiang. However, Wu Chengren found that there was no fear in Su Jiang's eyes, but full of teasing. And 3 fingers fell one after another. I once told Lin Hui that I hate being pointed at with a gun. Wu Chengren's eyes were cold, and he turned a deaf ear to Su Jiang's words. Now Su Jiang's life was completely in his hands. As long as he wanted, he could take his life by pulling the trigger. At this moment, Su Jiang's last finger finally fell slowly. Bang! Ah! A deafening gunshot sounded, and Wu Chengren's hand holding the gun was instantly pierced by the bullet, and the pistol fell to the ground, and blood splattered. Wu Chengren covered his pierced palm, looked around with surprise, turned his head and said to Su Jiang angrily, "You arranged a sniper? What else?" Su Jiang found it a little funny. Do you think I'm crazy and lured you here? Alone to go solo? If it wasn't for the system's task, would I have to fight you to death? I'll just shoot you dead. Wu Chengren gritted his teeth. He knew that there was no chance at all. With Su Jiang's skills, he would definitely not let him hijack him. And based on the shot just now, Wu Chengren dared to conclude that the hidden sniper must be a master. There was Su Jiang in the open, and there was a sniper in the dark. He had no room to resist. Fuck! Wu Chengren stared at Su Jiang, with 1,000 horses galloping in his heart. You can't afford it. It was obviously a cold weapon confrontation. Why do you have a sniper? Besides, when the hell did you arrange for the sniper? A few hours ago. After leaving the Yin family, Su Jiang called in Mingjie. And Mingjie was angry. And when he saw that Su Jiang dared to call him, he immediately said angrily, "Hello? You are so good. You hugged my sister openly at my door. What? You called to show off?" Su Jiang was stunned when he heard this. How did Mingjie know about this? But this is not the point. Su Jiang immediately told Mingjie about Wu Chengren. And the other party quickly realized the importance of the matter. You mean someone is watching Ruru and may take action at any time? And Mingjie's tone was flat. But Su Jiang could feel that Mingjie had already moved his murderous intentions. That's right. Because I don't know his background. So I want to borrow some people from you. Su Jiang then said the purpose of this call. He always pursued foolproofness in doing things. However, and Mingjie did not answer immediately. Instead, he was silent for a long time and said in a low voice, most of the family are being watched now. I can't spare anyone to help you. Except for one person. Who? Li Kai. I spent a lot of effort to get him out of the Feng family's surveillance. But it's only today. In the suburbs of Jiangdu Amusement Park? Yes. How did you know? And Mingjie was stunned. Li Kai went there secretly and even hid it from the Feng family. How did Su Jiang know? Then Su Jiang told Mingjie about the amusement park. And Mingjie suddenly realized it and then said, there is a Feng family weapons factory. Over there. I asked him to go and see the situation. He is still there now. Okay. Then I'll contact him. Su Jiang said. And hung up Mingjie's phone directly. Since you are looking for Li Kai for help, there is no need to talk to Mingjie anymore. Remember to take that man. Hello? Hello? Su Jiang? Your uncle. And Mingjie was furious. He hadn't finished talking yet. But Su Jiang hung up the phone? Forget it. With Li Kai here, nothing should happen. He originally told Su Jiang to spare that man's life, as he was still useful. But forget it. Then Su Jiang called Li Kai again. The two discussed the matter and decided to lure Wu Changrun to the suburbs to do it. Especially when he heard that Li Kai had a sniper rifle. Su Jiang's eyes lit up and he was full of confidence. Don't worry, Lao Li. I'm good at seducing people. And I guarantee that I can lure that man to the suburbs. After saying this, Su Jiang went to find Wu Changrun. And then there was this scene. When getting off the car, Su Jiang sent a message to Li Kai specifically, saying that he must not shoot without the signal of his finger falling. Time goes back to the present. Su Jiang stood in front of Wu Changrun and kicked him hard in the abdomen, knocking Wu Changrun to the ground. And then kicked him again and again. I've already said that I hate being pointed at with a gun. One kick on the back. You're still pretending to be from the Feng family. Why don't you say you're from the Wang family? Another kick on the chest. With your IQ, Lin Hui dares to use you as a trump card. Ugh. After the last kick, Su Jiang spitted at Wu Changrun, who was curled up on the ground at this moment, with no power to resist. Not far away, Li Kai had gradually walked out of the dense forest, holding a black sniper rifle in his hand. With a speechless face, Su Jiang looked so successful that people who didn't know him would think he was a villain. Looking at Wu Changrun, who was in a state of panic, Li Kai walked up to him and took a glance. Then said calmly, "Is he from the Lin family? How do you know? He is a stranger that I have never seen before. The Feng family is unlikely to hide such a person. But Lin Hui would do such a thing." Su Jiang's mouth twitched. No wonder this person cannot be exposed and must kill me. So, once you are exposed, everyone can guess that you are from the Lin family? At this moment, Wu Changrun has fainted. Li Kai took out a short knife from his waist and prepared to take his life directly. Hey! Hey! Wait! Su Jiang hurriedly stopped him. He still had a use for Wu Changrun. Li Kai looked at Su Jiang in confusion. He didn't understand why Su Jiang kept this person. And said, "You can't get anything out of torture. Don't expect to get anything from him about the Lin family. He thought Su Jian wanted to get some information. So he made it clear to Su Jiang in advance that people from their family would never betray the family. Because once you betray your family, you will be hunted down. And your reputation will be ruined in the entire underworld. Just like a rat crossing the street. Everyone will shout and beat you. Who wants to torture and force a confession? Su Jiang looked helpless. It seemed that Li Kai had some brains. But not much. Since it was decided to solve the Feng family within a week. All Su Jiang's actions at this moment must cause the greatest harm to the Feng family. So, Su Jiang said to Li Kai with an expression of "Since you are so stupid, I will tell you. Old Li, you see, you came here to check the Feng family's weapons factory. Right? Yes. That's right. Then this person. Su Jiang pointed at Wu Changren and said, it's from the Lin family. Right? Well. So what? Su Jiang sighed. Why didn't he understand? Tell me. If we destroy the Feng family's weapons factory and then throw this man over, what do you think the Feng family will think? Will the Feng family think that Lin Hui is taking advantage of the situation and wants to join forces with the Yin family to defeat the Feng family? After all, if the Feng family falls, Lin Hui will also benefit. Li Kai was stunned when he heard this. Su Jiang's words seemed to explode in his mind like thunder. He looked at Su Jiang with a pair of eyes in disbelief. Fuck you. He could think of such a radical method. Li Kai felt that Su Jiang was the material for the underworld. But the problem is, this was a big problem. There are people guarding outside the factory. We can't get close at all. Let alone enter it. Su Jiang smiled slightly. Who said we have to go in? Lao Li. You brought a lot of things this time? Well, basically I brought everything I could bring. And put it in the staff dormitory of the amusement park. Do you have explosives? Yes. But very little. Not enough to blow up the entire factory. It's okay. Li Kai's eyes twitched wildly. What on earth did Su Jiang want to do? Want to blow up the factory? But the amount of explosives is not enough. Besides, how to get the explosives in? Su Jiang, stop messing around. It will cause trouble and it will be difficult to end. Li Kai thought that Su Jiang might have a brain disease. Su Jiang could blow up the factory. He, Li Kai, recognized Su Jiang as his big brother on the spot. Su Jiang took out his belt, tied Wu Changren up neatly, and carried him on his shoulders effortlessly. Then he looked at Li Kai and smiled. Don't worry, Lao Li. You are only responsible for giving me the explosives. And you can just wait and watch the show. Half an hour later. Outside the Feng family's weapons factory. Su Jiang and Li Kai were both carrying a backpack. Hiding in the woods. Behind them, Wu Changren was tied up and lying on the ground. Fainting peacefully. I'm really crazy. I actually did such a ridiculous thing with you. Li Kai held a telescope and observed every move of the guards outside the factory. He said to Su Jiang, what are you going to do now? I think we should go back and discuss it with and Mingjie first. For a long time, Li Kai didn't hear Su Jiang's response. He turned his head and found that Su Jiang was still there. Fuck. Didn't that guy rush into the factory directly? Li Kai was panicked. If Su Jiang got into trouble, he would have a hard time explaining it to Mingjie and Enro. Just as he was about to go forward to see the situation, there was a movement next to him. Li Kai looked vigilantly and saw Su Jiang slowly walking out of the dense forest. Seeing that Su Jiang was safe and sound, Li Kai breathed a sigh of relief and whispered, "What were you doing just now?" At the same time, he also felt a little embarrassed. Such a big living person disappeared from his side, and he didn't even notice it. For some reason, he felt that Su Jiang was completely different from when they fought in the bar. Before, Li Kai didn't know what was different, but the feeling in his heart told him that he would definitely not be able to beat Su Jiang at this moment. "Don't be nervous. Just go find a helper," Su Jiang said lightly, then took out a box lunch from his backpack and ate it slowly. "Don't mention it. Your staff meal is okay. With braised pork." Li Kai's mouth twitched. "It's so late. You're still eating. Who are you looking for helpers? When will they come? Is there anyone who can help us at this time?" Li Kai asked curiously. He really couldn't understand Su Jiang's every move now. "Don't worry. We just need to wait." Su Jiang was eating, and suddenly thought of something, and asked Li Kai, "By the way, you don't want to eat your meal?" "No." "Okay. I'll give it to my little helper later as a reward." Li Kai was speechless. He was about to collapse. But there was no way. Since Su Jiang asked him to wait, then wait. Anyway, sitting for a while won't lose a piece of meat. The two waited like this until more than 10 minutes later. Squeak! "I'm back." Suddenly, a squeak sounded. Su Jiang was refreshed and stood up. "I saw a little mouse rushing out of the dense forest." Quickly ran to Su Jiang and kept squeaking at him. Yeah. There are 36 people in there. Right? Did you see those extra long load-bearing pillars in the 4 directions? We can move in. Right? You can ask your friends to move together? That's great. What? There's black powder in there? Could it be gunpowder? Li Kai's eyes widened. His mouth was so big that a light bulb could be stuffed in. Oh my God. What the hell did I see? Su Jiang? Talking to a mouse? I'm drugged. Right? Tell me I'm drugged. No. It must be Su Jiang. Li Kai walked forward with a serious face, holding Su Jiang's hand tightly, and said seriously, "Su Jiang, let's go to the hospital. No matter what. We can't give up treatment." "Su Jiang? You're the one who's sick," Su Jiang said. "Unhappily, give me the dynamite." Seeing that Li Kai didn't respond, Su Jiang directly took Li Kai's backpack, took out the dynamite inside, and placed it in front of the little mouse. "You can't carry so many. Let your friends come over." Squeak. Okay. Then, in Li Kai's shocked eyes, countless mice kept coming from all directions and distributed the explosives bit by bit in an orderly manner. Okay. Go. Be careful not to be discovered. Put these explosives on the load-bearing columns. After Su Jiang finished his instructions, the mice immediately took action, carrying the explosives and running towards the factory without hesitation. Be sure to be careful. Come back after placing the explosives. Don't hurt yourself. Before leaving, Su Jiang also kindly reminded the mice. After doing this, Su Jiang turned his head and saw Li Kai with a desperate look on his face, lowering his head and clicking something on the screen of his mobile phone. What are you doing? Laoli? Registering at the hospital. You are right. I think I may be sick. Soo-jung's mouth twitched. Thought for a while and said, actually, I was born with special abilities and can communicate with small animals. Low-level skills, animal psychic. Soo-jung admitted that he had been a little louder when he cursed this skill before. Now it seems like a magical skill. Although this explanation seems outrageous, Lee Kai can't think of any other explanation. Otherwise one of him and Soo-jung has a mental problem. With a sigh, Lee Kai put away his phone, looked at Soo-jung and asked, I remember that you were very reluctant to participate in our family disputes before. But why do you look a little impatient to defeat the Fong family now? When Soo-jung heard this, and Ro's shy face on the Ferris wheel appeared in his mind, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, he whispered, people always change, don't they? Lee Kai nodded thoughtfully, without saying anything, but waited for the mice to come back with Soo-jung. It was quite outrageous. Two grown men were waiting for a group of mice carrying explosives in the suburbs in the middle of the night. Lee Kai felt that his life had begun to become mysterious. Half an hour later, the army of mice finally returned. Soo-jung took out Lee Kai's lunchbox and rewarded them. Eat slowly. It's a little less. Share it with everyone. Squeak. Thank you. These little mice are quite polite. Then, Soo-jung stood up and said to Lee Kai, now, the explosives are placed near the load-bearing columns in the factory. As long as one of them is detonated, the others will definitely explode. At that time, once the load-bearing columns of the factory collapse, the entire factory will collapse. We will throw the Lin family over there and run away. Lee Kai nodded frequently, and then asked, then how should we detonate it? Soo-jung smiled confidently, stretched out his hand, and pointed to a window on the factory. See? From that window, we can directly use a sniper rifle to detonate one of the explosives. Lee Kai immediately took out a telescope and looked at the window that Soo-jung pointed to. Then his mouth twitched. Who the hell do you think I am? At this distance, I have to penetrate the window and hit the explosive accurately. Who the hell can do it? If you can't, then I'll do it. Soo-jung said this lightly, picked up the sniper rifle from the side, jumped onto the tree trunk effortlessly, put the sniper rifle on his shoulder, looked at the explosives through the scope, and whispered, I forgot to say that I have another special ability. That is, the sniper rifle never misses. After the voice fell, Soo-jung gently pulled the trigger in Lee Kai's dumbfounded expression. Bang! Is that so? After all, they can communicate with mice. So it is normal for sniper rifles to hit the target every time. Bullshit! Lee Kai saw Soo-jung jump onto the tree trunk. And he didn't even aim seriously, but pulled the trigger directly, shouting wildly in his heart. Do you really think you can hit the target every time? Lee Kai himself is an expert in sniper rifles, but he doesn't think he can shoot through the window and hit the explosives. If Soo-jung shoots, the two of them will definitely be exposed. Lee Kai was just about to ask Soo-jung to evacuate quickly. Boom! A loud noise came from behind, and Lee Kai froze in place. No! No way? He turned his head mechanically, and the factory that was intact just now was now in a sea of fire, and even continued to roar. Well, I'm lucky. It seems that there is still a lot of gunpowder in the factory. which increases the power a little. Su Jiang stood on the tree, looking at the fire in the distance, and nodded with satisfaction. The plan was very successful. Su Jiang dropped from the tree lightly and handed the sniper rifle to Li Kai. The other party did not take it, but just stared blankly. Surprisingly, it really blew up. No! How could it blow up? Li Kai felt mixed emotions in his heart. Anyway, there were only 2 words in his mind now. Outrageous! Why are you standing there? Su Jiang stuffed the sniper rifle into his arms, pointed at Wu Changrun and said, "Hurry up and send this guy over while the chaos is going on. What are you hesitating about?" Su Jiang was a little dissatisfied. It was not convenient for him to show up now. Of course, Li Kai had to do this. Ah. Oh. Li Kai reacted. What he said now was secondary. Anyway, the factory had been blown up. Next, he just had to throw Wu Changrun over to take the blame. Immediately, Li Kai carried Wu Changrun, who was tied up, on his back and walked towards the fire. With his skills, it was not difficult to throw someone in while the chaos was going on. Su Jiang looked at Li Kai's back as he left, clapped his hands, exhaled gently, and felt tired for the first time in a long time. He did a big job tonight. The past few days were too dull, which made him a little uncomfortable. Looking at the sea of fire in front of him, Su Jiang nodded slightly. This was the outrageous life he should live. He took out his mobile phone to check the time. It was already 2 o'clock in the morning, and there were many messages on his mobile phone. Fuck! Su Jiang was shocked. And Ro, that little girl, actually sent him more than a dozen messages. And the key point was that he didn't even reply. And Ro, Su Jiang. Are you home? And Ro, tell me when you get home. And Ro, Su Jiang. What are you doing? And Ro, Su Jiang. Please reply to me. And Ro, Su Jiang. You haven't replied to my message for 2 hours. You are dead. You are absolutely dead. And Ro, don't let me see you tomorrow. And Ro, will you be in trouble? And Ro, call me when you see the message. I am worried about you. Seeing the first few messages, Su Jiang's heart sank. He was busy blowing up the factory and didn't know that Enro had sent him so many messages. Especially the last message. Su Jiang could imagine Enro lying on the bed, looking worried at the phone. And his heart tightened. After hesitating for a while, Su Jiang still called Enro. Although it was late, he still told her that he was safe. Who knew that Enro answered the phone just 2 seconds after the call was connected? Su Jiang? Are you okay? Why did you call me now? Enro was obviously still awake, and her tone revealed a hint of concern, which warmed Su Jiang's heart. It's okay. I met Brother Li Kai on the way, and he insisted on taking me to eat barbecue and drink, and refused to let me go. So I saw your message. Su Jiang did not hesitate to pull Li Kai out, to take the blame. Are you home now? Yeah. I'm almost there. Maybe half an hour later. Well. Okay. Then don't drink with Brother Li Kai next time. He's an alcoholic. If he asks you to drink again, you just say I don't allow it. Okay, Su Jiang agreed with a smile. His tone was extremely gentle. Sorry to make you worry. I will definitely reply to your message earlier next time. Who is worried about you? Don't be so self-indulgent. And Ro knew that Su Jian was fine at this moment. And began to be arrogant again. I just happened to be bored at night. So I asked you. Yes. Yes. Then you shouldn't be bored now. Right? Humph. This lady is going to sleep. Okay. Good night. I'll go to you tomorrow. Well. Good night. Good night. Afterwards. And Ro quickly hung up the phone. Su Jiang put down the phone. And a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. It was the first time that someone worried about him like this. And it felt quite special. At this time, Li Kai also successfully completed the task of passing the blame. And quietly slipped back. His face unable to hide the excitement. He knew that this action would create a great opportunity for the Yin family. And he could even take the opportunity to drag Lin Hui into the game. And the person who did all this was just this ordinary-looking boy in front of him. Who could have thought of this? Su Jiang felt a little uncomfortable being stared at by Li Kai. And coughed lightly. Then said a little embarrassedly, well, Brother Kai, I need you to do me a favor. Hearing this, Li Kai smiled and said, tell me what it is. I will do my best. Then, Su Jiang told Ro everything about the phone call he had just made and then dragging him out to take the blame. Li Kai listened to Su Jiang's words. And the expression on his face gradually solidified. And the smile on his mouth completely disappeared. That's it. So if Ro makes trouble for you, I have to trouble Brother Li Kai to help me. No. Don't call me Brother Kai. You are my brother. Li Kai tilted his head and pointed at Su Jiang's nose in anger. He could see that Su Jiang would call him Brother Kai when he had something to do. And call him Laoli when he had nothing to do. The key is that if he took the blame, and Ro would definitely hold it against him. And he would have a hard time in the future. No. No. I can't take the blame for you. And don't call me brother. I really can't do anything about Ro. Are you sure you don't want to help? It's not that I don't want to help. I really can't help. Then I'll tell Ro to bring me to blow up the factory in the middle of the night. Fuck you. Li Kai was shocked. How could someone be so shameless? I brought you to blow up the factory. Wasn't it you? Su Jiang? Who planned this from beginning to end? Su Jiang raised his lips and looked at Li Kai with ill intentions. Oldly. Do you think Ro will believe you when you tell her that I did it? I gave you face. Calling you Brother Kai is giving you face. The matter of passing the blame is a notification. Not a discussion. If you don't agree, I will go to Ro to complain about you in a minute. I made you cheat me of the cold noodles and scared me with a toy gun. Master Su. Keep all the accounts. It's true that I came out to drink and eat barbecue. And it's also true that I was with you in the middle of the night. So I don't need to discuss it with you. I can just tell Ro directly. And you can see who Ro believes at that time. Su Jiang looked at Li Kai with a smile. And the corner of his mouth curled up a little. You don't help me. So why do I need your help? Li Kai was stunned when he heard this. If Su Jiang really turned black and white with Ro, he really couldn't explain it. If the black pot is that he took Su Jiang to drink and eat barbecue until midnight, then at most Ro would get a little revenge. But if it turns out that he brought Su Jiang to blow up the factory in the middle of the night, then it would be a big deal. With the current relationship between Ro and Su Jiang, it is very likely that he will be thoroughly recorded in Ro's little notebook. The key is that he has no choice. Whatever Su Jiang says, he has to take the blame. Looking at the expression on Su Jiang's face that deserves a beating, Li Kai's good mood just now disappeared instantly. And he felt as uncomfortable as if he had eaten feces. Why did Enro fall in love with such a cheap guy? There was no way. People had to bow their heads under the eaves. Li Kai forced a smile and said with difficulty, "It's no big deal. I'll help you." "What is it? Drinking or blowing up a factory?" "Just kidding. We just drank tonight." "What kind of factory did we blow up?" Hearing what Li Kai said, Su Jiang smiled with satisfaction. He is worthy of being a general under an manhwaedit, and he really knows the current situation. The road is wide. Lao Li. Okay. Take me back. It's already midnight now. Su Jiang is going back to sleep. Can't you take a taxi back by yourself? What? You want to take me to blow up the factory? The car is over there. I'll take you. At this moment, Li Kai felt extremely aggrieved. In the past, he was bullied by Enro, and he could be said to be doting on her. Now he is bullied by Su Jiang using Enro's name. The key is that she has really helped the En family a lot, and he can't do anything to him. Oh, it's so hard to be a human being. Before going back, Li Kai destroyed everything except the sniper rifle on the spot, leaving no trace. In the car, Li Kai was driving while curiously glancing at Su Jiang, who was sitting in the passenger seat. At this moment, he was looking out the window board. Who did you learn your sniping skills from? Li Kai was really curious. The shot that Su Jiang fired when he was standing on the tree. Let alone himself. Even among all the snipers Li Kai had seen, there were only a few who could fire that shot. And they were all top-notch in the army. And not to mention that Su Jiang at that time just rested the gun on his shoulder. And he didn't aim for a long time before firing directly, as if he was sure that the shot would hit the target. Seeing that Li Kai really asked this question, Su Jiang said nonchalantly, "Didn't I tell you? Special abilities. Don't talk nonsense. I don't understand talking to mice. But this is definitely not a special ability. I learned it when I was traveling with my father in Hawaii. You think I haven't watched Conan, right?" Su Jiang's mouth twitched. If he had known, he would not have fired that shot. With a light sigh, Su Jiang said earnestly, "Oldly, does it matter where I learned this skill? As long as Enro is here, the En family and I will never be hostile. Isn't that enough?" Li Kai was stunned when he heard this, chuckled, and stopped asking. After all, everyone has their own secrets. As long as Su Jiang stands on the side of the En family, there is really no need to ask. Can you teach me your special ability? I want to learn it. 2. Are you talking about the sniper rifle? Sure. I'll teach you when I have time. And the ability to talk to mice. I want to learn it. 2. I can't really teach you that. Unless you also have a system, and happen to encounter a gangster robbing a student on the way to school one day, and then go up to help. Maybe there is a chance to draw this skill. Hearing Su Jiang say this, Li Kai didn't force it. It was good enough to learn Su Jiang's sniper rifle skills. But the ability to talk to mice was too outrageous. Even if Su Jiang dared to teach, he might not really dare to learn, for fear that someone would catch him talking to mice one day and send him to a mental hospital with a phone call. After a while, Li Kai sent Su Jiang to the gate of the community After Su Jiang got off the car, he stepped on the accelerator and drove directly back to An's house. Why are you running so fast? Su Jiang saw Li Kai leaving at lightning speed, shook his head, returned to his nest, and took a shower as soon as possible. After fighting with Wu Changren for a while, he was dirty and covered with mud. It was a pity that he, a person with a little cleanliness obsession, could endure it for so long. Lying on the bed, Su Jiang sent a message to Enro, telling her that he had arrived home. Then plugged his phone into the charger and threw it aside, covered himself with the quilt and fell asleep. On the other side, Li Kai quickly returned to the An family and found that An Mingjie was not there. He must have been out on the move. Without caring about much, Li Kai called An Mingjie directly. The phone rang for a long time before it was connected, and An Mingjie's slightly tired voice came from the other end. What's wrong? Are you and Su Jiang going well? We blew up the Feng family's factory. Hearing this, An Mingjie became energetic. He took the phone away from his ear and looked at the time. It was 3 o'clock in the morning. Did he start dreaming? I asked you to go and check the situation. And you told me to blow up the factory directly? And didn't Su Jiang go with you to solve the killer? How did it turn into a factory bomb? Li Kai. Are you kidding me? No. All this was done by Su Jiang. He is really outrageous. Afterwards, Li Kai quickly told An Mingjie everything Su Jiang did in the suburbs, including the fact that he helped Su Jiang take the blame. After a long time, An Mingjie sighed heavily on the other end of the phone. You mean Su Jiang defeated the assassin of the Lin family with a knife bought from the supermarket? Yes. I was also quite shocked at the time. I didn't expect that boy's fighting skills were so fierce. Then, he took you with him and asked the rats to help him move the explosives and secretly transport them to the factory? Yes. I was dumbfounded at the time. This guy could actually talk to rats. Finally, he jumped on the tree trunk and used sniper skills that you couldn't do to detonate the explosives and blow up the entire factory? Yes. I'm sure that shot was absolutely the level of a gun king. And Mingjie rubbed his brows while listening to Li Kai's reply. He really felt that he might have to take a break. Or maybe Li Kai should take a break. Li Kai. Don't tell anyone else about this except me. Don't worry. I know that Su Jiang's identity must be kept secret. No. I'm afraid you will be sent to a mental hospital. And Mingjie said this lightly, hung up the phone expressionlessly, and then walked to the sink, scooped up a handful of cold water, and washed his face. Although Li Kai's words were outrageous, he believed them. Because Su Jiang was outrageous to begin with. It was not surprising that he did outrageous things. What mattered now was how to maximize the results of the factory explosion. At this moment, An Mingjie was constantly planning in his mind. Su Jiang's actions today undoubtedly showed that he was going to enter the field. Since Su Jiang is willing to leave, then perhaps the process can be accelerated. And Mingjie raised his head, looked at the mirror and murmured, take this opportunity to call the old guy back. And we should be able to destroy the Feng family in one fell swoop. After that, An Mingjie quickly took out his mobile phone, looked at the familiar phone number, and called it directly without caring what time it was. It's time to change the plan.